Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
We are back for show number 2 on Saturday. Show number 2. It's already starting to feel long.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
That's all good. It's all good. It's all good. What more can I want to do on my Saturday evening?
I tell you what, gets me out of watching Strictly Come Dancing. I'm up for anything on a Saturday night.
I don't watch Strictly.
I don't, but I'm made to.
Yeah, fuck that.
Evening,
Bollock.
Chris. Evening, Dion. Nice chatting with you earlier, sorting out that little prize for you. Good evening, everybody. We're hoping that Foghouse Vapes joins us.
Yeah.
Yeah, our next order of guests is supposed to be Foghouse Vapes. They have the link, but they would have known. But let's wait and see. You know, you do get this from time to time where people just
Life gets in the way.
yeah.
No worries, love. No worries. Everyone's a bit quiet on my headphones. That's why I've turned you all down.
Because I'm mute.
So did everyone have a good break?
It went by quite quickly.
Mm.
Very quickly.
Some quicker for others.
Yeah, it was an hour early, Lloyd, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, Lloyd was sat back waiting here for us to go back at 4:30. We said 5:30.
Oh no, you said 5:30 about 10 times.
Chris, don't worry. You'll be on in time for when someone comes on, I'm sure.
I don't get why you just didn't pre-order food for a set time. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Some food at the kids.
Yeah, I didn't actually. I had a packet of hula hoops. That was all I had. So
Homemade spaghetti bolognese.
I had pie and chips. It was lovely.
That's why I had pie and chips.
And used that Chinese salt and chili seasoning. It was fucking delicious.
need to make that fucker into a vape flavour.
Didn't think it would quite hit the same.
Nah, you're right there. You're right. Dion's cooking as we speak.
What are we cooking, Dion? Wait on a meat face pizza. Oh, Simon's actually his own name. Good evening, Simon.
And this is a big dog in Dormer bungalow. What? Honey, you're showing your age.
Notifications somewhere.
Chips, chicken and chips. Classic combo. Combo.
Okay, Danny TKD has confirmed he's on, which is sweet.
Nice.
So he's on at 7, isn't he?
Yeah.
So it might be that we've got an hour to kill if Foghouse do not show up. Not the end of the world. This shit happens. If that happens, then in about half an hour, then we'll give some more stuff away.
Yeah, because we've got some more.
Because everyone likes a giveaway. Not me, because I can never enter them, but everyone likes a giveaway.
I'm really jealous of these snapbacks that I kind of get.
Oh,
Which one's Lloyd?
The work addiction.
Oh, I got one coming.
You've been in the chat. Have you go? Can I have my snap back?
No, Tracy very kindly offered me her snapback
Oh.
because it's not one I have in my vast collection. I must have
You don't
nearly
have-
50 odd now.
You don't have one of these either, do you?
No, I didn't, unfortunately. That was before I started collecting. I have switched to my most comfortable snapback for the evening now. American-sized caps are a way forward for a big head.
I just look stupid in snapbacks. They don't suit my head.
I think a larger head helps a snapback.
Yeah.
I really do. Did anyone have? Oh, Tracy, Hayley, you've got the person from Foghouse, haven't you?
Yeah, it's just coming on now.
Oh, super duper!
Awesome.
And then we can get rocking and rolling again.
We
I
can.
do have a big head, Simon, in many, many, many ways.
Nothing like tooting your own horn, is there?
Oh, we'll get
I
back
have
to
a
the
big head.
graphics. If I seem remotely distracted, I also do have the game on because it's quite a big game for Spurs today. So
How
I'm not
badly is
watching
it going? Has it started yet, Josh?
Yeah, it's 26 minutes in. It's 0-0. I think we have. Foghouse down below, so we'll get him on. I'll just play a little bumper and bring him on and get the graphics up, and we'll be right. We can see you down there if you can hear me. And I know I keep forgetting that's changed now, isn't it? So let's do that now.
Hi guys,
Good evening. How are you doing?
how we doing? You all right?
All good, buddy. How are you?
Good, good. I was speaking before, but I don't think anybody could hear me.
No, not in the green room.
You can't know, so it's
Yeah,
Now you're up and live.
yeah. You guys have got decent cameras as well. I've just got a phone. So
that's all right. That's absolutely all right.
how is everybody?
All good, mate. How are you?
Still good, considering we've just done a 3-hour stretch and now we've got about
Wow.
a 6-hour stretch tonight. So
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's a long one. I mean, our lives are generally like an hour. Like they're probably gone. I had Umar from Chopper on one of our lives, and that went on for a while because Umar loves to talk. But yeah.
So, Ahmed, how did you come to be Mr. Foghouse then? Can you give us some details?
Yeah, so I'm an accountant by profession. I don't know if many people know that, but I work as an accountant. I have a kind of a 9-to-5 job, and I was working from home due to COVID, and for several months. In fact, over a year, and I was just kind of sat there and doing my usual. I actually manage a team of accountants, so I kind of have to keep an eye on them, make sure that everything's okay, and they come to me if they need any help, etc. I was finding it quite difficult, to be honest, because it's hard to manage people when you're, away from them. It's better when you're all under one roof. But yeah, I just had a thought, and I just thought, look, I've been in accounting for 14 years, I think it was. Yeah, just over 14 years. And I just wanted to do something different, to be honest. And, I did vape. I did start vaping a long time ago, like when vapes first kind of came out. And it was just something that I kind of enjoyed doing. And I just thought, you know what? Let's see if we can make something of this. And I also kind of have another little business on the side as well. And I've got 2 partners in that business. and I just discussed it with them, and I just said, look, I want to do something. I want to do something different. And that's that business, by the way, is accountancy as well. So it's all under the same umbrella.
Right.
And yeah, so I just decided, let's see if we can do something. And the main thing for me was that I found that, when vaping first kind of came about, the vape businesses or the shop owners did a lot for the customers because it was a new thing. People didn't quite understand it, and there was a lot of help and support for people that were wanting to get into vaping. I felt like it's kind of the industry's lost that over the years, and it's just about making money. So my thing always was that I've never been money motivated when it comes to the vape side of stuff. It's something that I want to do to build a community, to help people, whether it's quitting smoking, whether it's anything that they want to talk about. Like, it's just an avenue, or it's just kind of an outlet for them to be able to discuss or talk, and and we're always there. Our lines are always open. We've got the community online, Facebook, WhatsApp, and it's something that, to be honest, I didn't see it getting to where it is now, but I'm blown away by the response that I got from the community, from the people, and I can't believe how big it's kind of gone from where we started. And bear in mind, we've only been around 5 months, so to go from zero to where we are now is a massive achievement, not just on our part, but it's the whole community. It's all the people that have joined us, and that have supported us, and that's why every live, I don't know if you guys have caught any of my lives, but that's the first thing, and the last thing I always say is it's all about gratitude for me, because if it wasn't for everybody else out there that's giving us that support, buying from us, giving us that support, we wouldn't be where we are. So yeah, so that's where. Sorry, I know I went on a bit there, but
No, it's all good.
No, not
All
at
good
all.
for the backstory. That's what people love to hear.
yeah. So like I said, we're not. I mean, obviously, it's a business, and a business has to make money, but that's not our primary focus here. We're here to help the community. I mean, if you look at our prices and the giveaways and things that we do, like, it's pretty obvious that we're not out there to try and make the biggest margin that we possibly can. We're there to to make to kind of just help people and try and have somewhere for people to go.
Sounds good to me. So where's your shop based?
So it's online only.
Right.
So we don't actually have an outlet. It's
You look like
online.
you're in a shop, that's all.
Sorry?
You look like you actually sat in a shop. That's why I asked.
No, this is our stock room where we kind of keep the stock. So we've got we've got a whole floor in an office block, and we operate. We've got the office next door where we operate the businesses from, and then this is just a stock room. I'm not going to show you. I'll give you a sneak peek, but I'm not going to show you a lot because it's a bit of a mess at the moment. But so this is basically like a stock room. That's all the packaging stuff over there in that corner. So yeah, it's a small place, and it's kind of what we needed to start off with, just somewhere to store our stock. And like I said, it's all online sales. So there might be the odd people that we know might come in and just choose what they want, but like generally it's an online shop. And it's something that we can then operate from anywhere as well. That's another bonus of that. Is obviously we've got somebody here who's packing the orders and sending them out, but in terms of the day-to-day running of the business, other than that is an important part. Don't get me wrong. And Awais, the guy that is here that packs the orders is instrumental in everything that we do. But we can then operate the businesses from home or wherever we are because of remote working. Yeah.
Is the plan to get a retail presence then, Ahmed, or is it you're just going to stay online?
I mean, it's something that we'll probably be looking at down the line. Right now, we're quite happy where we are, keeping it online. And if the business grows to the level where we feel that we need an outlet, then we'll consider it. But for now, I think we're okay, kind of where we are. And yeah, I mean, if we were to get a shop. It wouldn't be myself that would be there. It would probably be either one of my partners, or we'd have to hire a store manager or something. Because I've got too much on as it is in my life.
You sound like a very busy man.
Oh yeah. So operating 2 businesses. I've got a 9-to-5 job still, and I've got twins at home as well, 2-year-old twins.
Wow.
So
Now
yeah,
we know why you've got all the jobs, though.
Sorry.
Now
Is
we
that
know
right?
why
Yeah,
you've got the
no.
jobs.
No, it actually is, to be honest, because it's something that I just, you want to provide, don't you? You want to provide.
Yeah.
That for me is a big motivation, to be honest. And when I found out we were having twins, like, I went out of my mind, because back then, it was we were, you know what it's like. No matter how much you're earning, you're always just surviving in terms
Yeah.
of, because you end up spending more. The more you earn, the more you spend, obviously. So this was something that kind of came about. When they were over 1.5. They were about 1.5 when I started this. And they're 2 now. They turned 2 in August. So yeah, they're crazy. They're very active now. I preferred them when they were babies and they couldn't move.
I'm sorry, but it only gets worse.
Oh
Expensive.
yeah, the questions are starting now as well. So why this and why that, and
And the word no.
and no, yeah, my
No.
daughter. That's like my daughter's favorite word. Is that no? Everything is just no. So how about you guys then? Are you guys? Obviously, you're part of the kind of vape community online as well.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of the reviewer here,
Okay.
and Josh started this with me. The League of Extraordinary Vapors.
Yeah,
We do live shows every Friday night.
yeah,
We did an expo last year, in
Yeah.
May last year, which was huge.
yeah.
I mean, we did it for 3 days, so like 12 hours a day for 3 days.
Right. Okay. That's intense.
It went really, really well and went massive, especially on Facebook. This time
Yeah.
we shrunk it down a bit and tried to cherry pick and pick things that we was interested in and
Yeah.
companies see that were growing and new as well.
Yeah.
So
We
No,
tried
you've
to make
got a good audience though. You've got a decent audience, and that's where you've got to build it. And again, it's you're in the same line as I am. You want to help people, like I want to help people.
yeah,
Yeah.
my background is I'm a nurse, and
Yeah.
I actually wrote a research paper on my nursing degree on vaping,
Oh, okay.
which
Interesting.
was interesting. I got challenged quite a lot because the university wasn't too happy, but that's a different story altogether.
Yeah. I can imagine. But you carried on with it, and that's the main thing.
I've been a reviewer now for 4 years. The LXV show has been going for 2 years.
Yeah.
And we kind of evolved. Haley and Lloyd are not that new no more, are you? Is it 6 months now you've been with us?
Something like that.
Hey, about 6 months, I think you've been with the panel now. The panel's evolved a little bit and we've changed a bit.
Yeah.
We're all avid vapors and we like to help people, like you say. It's something that we like to do.
Yeah.
For me personally,
We all have different aspects of vaping, though. We all do different things. Like Vinny's a reviewer, I'm a promoter.
Yeah.
Josh keeps us all in line.
It all works.
I used to do all the team stuff, and I don't anymore.
Yeah.
Let's do this now.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I just black my way into this.
You just keep us entertained, Lloyd. We don't know what's going on next.
Yeah.
You
need someone to keep you entertained as well. That is important.
I was going to say, just on your website, and it's a very nice website. It's very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot smoother than a lot of others.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I
The
mean,
juice range.
Sorry.
Haven't you just released the juice range?
We have, yeah. So it's, I don't know if you can see it, but it's behind me. Can you see it?
Isn't it?
So yeah, it's a bubblegum one. I'll show you a bottle. So it's all different bubblegum flavors. I don't know if are you guys familiar with the Vaping? They did like a review on it in their last live last week. So yeah, it's a bubblegum range. It's, to be honest, bubblegum's always been my favorite vape. Like in terms of flavors, I've always liked bubblegum, and we wanted to work with bubblegum and see what we could do with it. So yeah, I mean, we're really happy with the results. It wasn't a decision that we took lightly. We did, there was a lot of back and forth. My partner Awais, who is actually he's the main man when it came to going back and forth with the factory and with the district, the suppliers when it came to it. But we've got apple bubble gum, we've got watermelon bubble gum, melon bubble gum, strawberry bubble gum, blueberry. So these are all they're all bubble gum flavors, but they've got like different fruit flavors to them as well. I've actually got the cherry bubble gum in my drag tree.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, cherry bubble sounds great.
The one bubblegum flavour I've never seen, or perhaps it's just me being a bit naive, is a cola one. I always used to like the cola Hubba Bubba chewing gum.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we've got an apple bubble gum, which is quite similar to that Hubba Bubba. Did they bring an apple one out? I can't remember.
Yeah, sour apple.
Yeah. It's. I mean, everybody's raving about the apple bubble gum. To be honest, you should try it. We'll get some out to you.
Yeah, definitely.
You can have a try.
When my sister moved into her house, the house my mum bought the people mum bought the house off. He was a rep for Hubba Bubba. And in the garage, which is basically just filled with Hubba Bubba, and most of it was just like unreleased experimental flavors. And I wish I'd nicked some. Just kept them. Like, you want to do this? You want to do this?
Definitely should have.
Yeah, it would have been funny. It would have been good.
Yes, Simon, we do need to order some.
Yeah. Was there like a cola one as well? Was there like a cola one?
Yeah.
There was, wasn't there? I think that used to be my favourite.
Yeah, definitely mine. Definitely mine.
Yeah.
Although, imagine blowing bubbles with bubblegum with a beard nowadays.
Oh God, I want to see that now.
Yeah, no, cola bubblegum would be a good shout, I feel.
Yeah, I've never seen that released anywhere, actually.
Which one's that, sorry?
Cola one.
Yeah. Cola. To be honest, that's not something that we thought about because we were looking at fruits. We were looking at different fruits. But yeah, cola bubblegum would be nice. There's lots of cola flavors out there, but I don't think there's a cola bubblegum.
No, I don't think so.
And the thing is, cola flavors they're hard to get right. In all fairness.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't think I've ever had There's some colas out there I prefer, but I've never had one.
Sorry guys, I've just got some visitors.
That's all right.
Come in, jump in. I've got the chopper crew over here now. Hi guys, got a boy as well. We've got Oxford here as well. Hi guys.
Hey.
And then we've got Zane from Chopper here as well.
Awesome.
So yeah, we're having a little shindig. We're going to be going having a bit of
Saturday. The Saturday night little do. Saturday. It's a Saturday. Come on, say.
It's Saturday, yeah. So yeah, just So how long are you guys staying on for then tonight? Another 3 hours?
No, until about midnight.
About midnight. Wow. What have you reviewed? What have you been reviewing today?
But it's not reviewing. It's just guys coming on. We started with Death Wish mods.
Right.
Then we had Wicked Diction. Then we had Tub Thumping Brews. We had a little break. Yourself now. Then we've got TKD Coils.
Right.
Then we've got a company called Golden Greek, which is a high-end Greek company. then Overkill Mods, and finally
Bearded Viking Customs, who makes
from South Africa.
Oh, right, okay.
So
Interesting.
yeah,
And then we've got another load tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Well,
Then we're back again.
this is going to be on YouTube, yeah?
Yeah.
It's on YouTube and it's on various Facebook groups right now, pages
Yeah.
and other things as well.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'll check it out later. Then when I get time, I'll have a watch and see these other guys that we've been interviewing as well.
Before you jump off, Ahmed, what is your website? Give it a plug, man.
Yeah. So it's foghousevapes.co.uk. You can find us on the website. You can find us on Facebook as well. Foghouse Vapes. And yeah, I mean, there's a WhatsApp group as well. If anybody wants to join, just message the page on Facebook and can join. But yeah, we're just, like I said, we're all here as a community. If you look here right now, you've got 3 separate individual vape businesses under one roof, and we're just gonna have a little shindig. We're gonna go out. We're gonna have some fun, play some snooker. So we've got top of it.
Man, that is what it is all about.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah,
That
that's
old school vibe, man. It's great to see it.
That's it. So, hey, how you doing, guys?
But yeah, like you said, we've got everyone in here. Top of it, we've got. Have you guys heard of Public October?
Yeah.
With what, sorry?
Yeah, we've got the October main man in here today as well.
All right.
Do you know Oxford? Have you heard the OXVA? Oxford.
Yeah, Oxford. Yeah.
Oxford. Yeah. I'm on the Velocity right now.
Oh yeah. So the main man's here right now with us as well. And obviously everybody's heard of Chopper Vapes. We've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
We're hoping to get a live video with these guys soon as well.
Someone's saying that he's hoping to get a live.
Yeah, so I'll be speaking with Nick, so hopefully we can get some sorted as well to join.
Yeah,
from today. Our schedule just been a little bit too hectic. We didn't have enough people to jump onto the live. That's why we didn't. I'll be speaking to Haley about it, but we couldn't join at that time. But we will get something definitely scheduled.
We'll sort something out.
We do a show every Friday night, so you're always more than welcome to hop on a Friday night show.
Great. Yeah, we'll definitely be joining 100%.
We'll
So they've got a wholesale. They've got a wholesale range out now as well. So they're really busy with that at the minute. We're one of their stockists, official stockists as well. Like Chopper juices are amazing. I can't fault them. Foghouse Vapes, .co.uk, Foghouse on Facebook, Instagram. Yeah, check us out. And like I said, any advice or any help you guys need, just give us a shout. And we're always here.
I'll be in touch.
Yeah.
I just realised I've got the wrong name on.
You've got Josh on it. Just done it again.
So, have you got any more flavours planned to come out? Obviously, you've not long released your bubblegum.
Yeah, we've just released the bubblegum range. We have got a few others in the pipeline, but I'm not allowed to give anything away yet.
That's all right.
I keep fishing for those exclusives, and I didn't get them.
Keep trying.
But no, we are hoping in the next 6 months to have another range. But yeah, we're gonna try and keep it a surprise and kind of drop it when it's ready, because what we don't want to do is promise something, because things change all the time. We might decide against a specific range, and we want to perfect it. That's the main thing. We're all perfectionists here, so we want to make sure that it's spot on, like the bubblegum ranges. So yeah, if it's not working, then we'll probably look at something different. So I don't like making any promises. If that but yeah.
No, it's good. I'm definitely going to pick up some of that bubblegum range.
Yeah.
Some of that was really nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to be buying so much liquid after this weekend. It's going to cost me a fortune.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch with you guys, and we'll get some out to you, so you can hopefully review it, see what you think for yourselves.
Be awesome.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
All right,
brother.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, man.
I feel a bit rude because these guys are all sat around me.
No, it's all right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and for talking to me, and really appreciate it. And yeah, God bless. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the live.
Of the weekend.
Yeah, the weekend as well. Yeah. Once you finish the live, I bet you're gonna get a good night's sleep tonight.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Yeah.
We'll let you go, Ahmed. Go and enjoy your snooker.
No worries. No worries.
And,
Thank you so much.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye.
See you
Yeah.
soon.
Everybody, take
Bye.
care.
Cheers.
Keep up the good work. Wow. Good to see new shit, man. New shit,
Yeah.
new passion with the old community vibe as well.
It's
Absolutely.
always great to see. That's so cool seeing 3 different companies under one roof like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that was awesome. Like I know Chopper have been around for years. But,
Jesus, yeah.
Yeah.
It was so,
and they've got a big loyal following as well, haven't they? Like
yeah. Yeah.
I think
Good
their
juice as
Facebook-
well, man. I had it for ages. I used to.
I think their Facebook page is pretty. It's got quite a lot of members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get them on.
Should we say hello to some people in the chat?
Yeah.
Because we got some people in the chat. Who have we got in? We got the regulars. We got Tracy. We got Josh. We got some fucker called Chris. I don't know who the fuck he is. We got Dion. Simon. Who else we got in there? Because I wasn't looking at the chat, so I'm always on the other side, so I don't see the chat. Murray, good evening, Simon. Mikhail, good evening, bro.
What?
Good
Who?
evening, Andy.
Evening,
Why is everyone
Andy.
looking at it like that?
Evening, Andy. Out you well, buddy.
Oh, I
Where's
couldn't
that
hear you.
coming
My
from?
headphones dropped out.
Oh,
I was like, "What? Everyone's staring at me, and I can't hear anything. Everyone's gone quiet. It's really weird."
And good evening, Chris. There he is.
10-inch pizza gone in 3 minutes.
I thought you were getting fish and chips.
There was a change of plan.
Who was allowed that?
Just for anybody interested in the football, Spurs had a goal disallowed, and then Man United went 1-0 up.
My bet's not looking too good, is it?
Nope.
Yes, Spurs gonna have to score 3 for you to win anything. Would
4 now.
Hey,
No,
Nick.
3.
no? You went +2. You
Yeah.
went -2, didn't you? So yeah,
-2.
you scored 3. Yeah. You're Ronaldo as well. What a fucking scummy cunt. Sorry. That was great. No, that was great to see some new blood and companies being together, and obviously all friendly, and it
Yeah.
doesn't seem like there's no rivalry. It's just let's help each other out. It's just
Yeah.
which is the way that our community should be 100%. So
Yeah, it's old school, man. That's how it always was.
yeah,
You
it's
just
the way
see
it should.
everyone together.
Well,
It's the
yeah.
way it should. I know there's companies out there that got a bit big and rivalries happen and people do. The thing is, it's one or two people that do stupid shit,
Yeah.
Mm,
and it causes rifts for a lot of other people.
yeah.
So
Right then, people, I put the link for this show in the chat. If you get sharing that and we get 25 watching live, we will do another Wicked Addiction giveaway. Get sharing that link, people. Share it far and wide.
it's only 25 on this platform, though. We can't see the other platform's numbers.
That's only
I've,
11 people we need.
I've got Facebook up at the minute. We're at yeah, I want 25 more. 25 more. And we will do another Wicked Addiction giveaway, which is 5 bottles, build my snapback, which you can't win.
Oh, you're just teasing him now.
See, this is what I get for teasing Chris so much for the caramel custard, isn't it?
Yes.
It's
Exactly.
karma come right back round, isn't it? Karma's worked quick there. GG's.
The thing is, Lloyd, it probably won't fit our heads anyway.
And guys, in about 25, in about 35 minutes, we do have TKD coil. So if you've got any coil questions, or you want to know some, or you just need to get some coils,
Yeah.
Because everyone needs coils, don't they? Unless you sub-ohm. But
Still a coil.
Still a coil, and let's be honest, rebuildables is the way to go eventually.
yeah, I mean, rebuildables are for everybody. You know, not everybody has the dexterity to be able to build, or time, or this, that, and the other. That's why sub-ohm has its place, 100%.
I'm just watching numbers. We're nearly there, people. We are nearly there. Josh, get your puff counter or cycle counter ready.
Yeah, I'm on it. Do you know what? I'm going to do it on this die codes instead.
Oh, you're new, slightly newer, although they don't reset, do they?
No, that's the thing. The cycles on a die code never resets, so someone can't go, oh, it's only had this many puffs, and lie to you and reset because they've reset it. This has a puff counter and a cycle counter.
I'm sorry, Simon. I let the ball get back in, so Josh isn't sacked, and you can't sack me. So,
And there's nothing wrong with me. Nothing right with me either, but still.
I'm very pleased you very quickly changed that there, Chris.
Didn't change anything. Just stated a true fact.
That was more of a tactical flip-flop than the Tory government.
Nah.
Simon's comment.
I really hope not.
I hope he has.
Actually, yeah, I really would love for him to have done that.
I have a puff counter, but not on my vape.
I'm gonna put it to you guys in the chat, in our little private chat right now.
Okay.
Jesus.
This could take a while, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe give them like a ballpark figure to start from.
Yeah.
It's between such and such and such.
We've only got an half-hour slot to fill.
We'll be going on till tomorrow.
Well,
Hey, Timmy.
we'll see
My
how
mum-
they're getting on.
My boss is in the chat. Tim Coleman. That's my manager.
Now John will behave.
I reckon Tim's seen worse of me than if you guys have seen. It makes sense that he's come on because it's half time and United are winning. So
Come on, go for it.
Go for it, Si, go for it.
By the way, Timmy, I'm using your Sky Go. So cheers, bro. See, he agrees. Oh yes.
Couple more on, and we will do the Wicked Addiction giveaway. Get sharing, people, please. Simon, I don't care. I'm on my VA.
Do you know what?
Perseus, of course.
What I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna give people a hint until they get within. When they get within 1,000, I will then say you're in the right 1,000, and then when they get within 100, I will say that you're in the right 100.
And then leave it at that.
Ooh.
And what the hell is my dog doing?
Oh my god, it's like a scary movie. She's like,
You didn't give me any pizza. I'm gonna chew your testicle.
Well, she was sat under the desk last night.
oh, that's because it's fireworks, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, she'll just
I massively love my vicious ant that Josh Bradley let me purchase off him. I do love this device so much. It's just
And you now fully own it, Vin.
yes, I now fully own it.
You mean he actually paid you?
Yeah, we sorted out a deal. We sorted out a deal. We sorted
Was
out a
it
deal.
Evers?
Was that a better deal than the deal he tried to strike with me for the swordfish? It was like £1 a month.
We must nearly the same sort of deal, Josh.
Let's put it this way. Vinny didn't come to me with a deal. I went to Vinny with a deal because I knew he wanted it and I was looking after him. So, how long have I had that mod? I've not had that mod that long, but before me, it went for a previous owner. So the cycles is the max, like basically fire counter that it's had.
Kev's trying to get close to the giveaway.
Do you know what? I'm going to give him a clue. I'm just going to start off.
Kate,
You already
you're
gave
a
him a
fan, eh?
clue.
Yeah, I said. It said when
The nearest 1,000.
when,
Yeah.
when you're in the
So
when
the
you
thousands.
when you're in the right number of thousands, I will tell you, and then when you're in the right number of hundreds, I'll tell you again. Because I can't go on all night, because otherwise we could be going on all night long.
Right. Facebook has bumped the numbers up sufficiently, so where I go, people,
So
5
start getting.
bottles of Wicked Diction of your choice, plus Build Mart, Snapback, Cotton.
Kev, 180,000. 12,000.
Tracy's a shitload closer than you are.
Imagine if it gone through that many cycles. Jesus Christ.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this right now. It's 4 digits, not anymore. 4 digits.
No, mate, I didn't get my coils, unfortunately. They only got posted out today.
Oh,
Where you got it from, Lloyd?
From Salamander Coils.
Ah, from Chris's friend.
Yeah. And he still has your Boss Hog, by the way.
Does he really?
Yeah, he said he's going to be using it just after Christmas, and at the next
Not
expo, if he
5,000.
knows him there, he's bringing it with him.
Not 4,000.
Nope.
We are in the right number of thousands, people. Simon is in the right number of thousands with his last guess.
So it's 6,000.
So it goes higher.
Oh.
I'll just make that obvious for people.
6,000
well, it
something.
depends on when he put it, doesn't it? Because we could be lagging.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
are lagging a bit.
So yeah,
We're in the
6,000.
No, he's still
6,000.
going higher.
Nope.
Getting there slowly.
Nope.
Tracy's sort of close.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's not, please tell me it's not just me who's just brought the chat back up just so I can keep an eye on the actual number.
Yeah, it's
of it.
yeah.
No, I'm going to put mine down. I was like, and leave it up.
Oh.
We are in
Someone's
the right
actually.
hundreds.
Someone's.
6,700 something. Andy Carruthers.
Yeah.
You're the closest.
The first 2 digits are 6, 7.
It
They are
starts
6,
6,
7.
7. It will be the first one we see.
What I'm going to tell you right now is Spurs have gone to shit.
Oh!
So close.
So close again. Oh.
6,700.
Why is Nick trying to win it?
I don't know. Is he allowed to?
Oh my god, there's another one that's so close. There's
Hey,
another...
Kev's got it.
Hey,
Kev's got it.
Kevin won it.
Oh,
Congratulations,
Tracy's
Kev.
just behind.
Good job Tracy didn't win it again because he'd be getting 2 lots.
Lloyd could smooth the snapback then.
Guys, I know you've got lag, but Kev, well done. It was 6,702. 6,702 cycles. I'm quite happy for a second-hand mod that's only had 6,000.
Yeah.
And I've probably put 1,000 on it since I've had it. So.
That's probably just running, isn't it?
Oh
really?
my god.
Everyone's still trying to
Oh
guess.
my god. Fuck me.
What?
Nah, he's
I'm
offside.
guessing that's football related.
Yeah.
I'm gathering so. Otherwise, we really just changed this channel.
I'm just looking at this for VAR purposes. Yeah, he's a countryman offside. That's all right.
Congratulations, Kev. Drop me a message. Go have a look at the Wicked Diction website.
Who's Josh looking at?
Let me know what flavours you want, and I will pass the details on.
Nick, you can stop. Nick's either got such a lag, or he's just.
I'll get it.
Kevin has won. Well done, Kev.
To go with his gold mod.
No, that
was Colin.
Oh, that was Colin? Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't confuse Kev and Colin. They're two very different people. Two very, very different people.
Yes.
Well, that wasted a bit of time, didn't it?
Just some time nicely. I think that's what you meant, Josh.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying, you know what I mean.
I think Nick is really, really, really lagging because he's only just replying to me saying that he couldn't enter.
No, Nick, you can enter. You can enter.
Huh.
You're more than welcome to enter. That's fine. Like, that's not a problem. I was just saying, like, everyone stopped guessing and you were still guessing. I think you've just got. I just think you've got like a good minute lag behind what we're seeing. So, and it was nice to have. We've got 2 different winners now. We had 3 different winners because who won the? And Dion won the. Dion won the tub thumping. So
Yeah, 3 different winners, which is cracking. 3 regulars as well, which is even
Yeah.
better.
Mm-hmm.
and we appreciate your support.
Yes, very much so.
Just checking my chat. Excuse me.
Yeah, he has got a point there, Tracy. Make sure Tracy's got a point there, Nick. Just make sure your slider's all the way up to live and not like a. I've done that before.
Yeah, I do it all the time when I'm watching lives.
Yeah.
Oh, God, my coccyx is fucking killing.
Already. That's nearly good, man.
Yeah, this chair's got less comfy because my fat ass is pushing out the padding.
The sides are lovely and padded,
put a
just
cushion
not in
on
the
it.
middle.
No, because it's like a racing chair, so it's got like hugged sides as well. So
Oh my god.
it's like fitted sides, so it's like.
And here's
Oh,
me in a OAP hospital chair.
After I get my new
Yeah.
computer, I'm just going to invest in a really nice chair, not a gaming chair,
Right.
just a really.
Secret Labs.
Nah, I'm just going to go and spend like a load of money on something ridiculously fucking comfortable, like a proper bad boy office chair.
Mate, Secret Labs is so comfy.
Yeah, no, I know they are. But yeah.
I've had to put a cushion on mine because I'm such a short ass.
Yeah.
Oh my
I,
god.
might, I might put some of my pillows on mine, to be honest with you. I've got like I'm sat next to my bed. I've got 3 pillows right there. I should just sit on those. Get your rubber ring out, Josh. All right, yeah, good point. In fact, I think somewhere in one of the like under the bed is my missus's like pregnancy pillow, the one that you like.
Yeah.
I might just get
The
that out.
donut.
I reckon that would work.
It would. And Hayley's frozen in a very weird way.
That was a shit ball, Sonny. Right. You know what that means? When everyone says right, it's time to go.
I thought you were going to say, right, beer time. I thought you were going to get another beer.
Do you mean I've drunk 3 since I've been sat here? Well, now I've drunk 3 since I've been sat here. And now I'm out of beer. That was silly.
No, you don't get some more.
No, I might give it 20 minutes.
Note that he
Right.
said might, not that he would.
I might crack one of the nice stouts out in a minute, in all fairness. I might save them for Brent and Johnny, actually.
That's what I'm waiting for later.
Save them for later in the game.
Yeah.
Later in the game.
Who's everyone most hyped up for tonight then?
Brent and Johnny.
Obviously, Brent and Johnny, I've met and I've been on a show with them before. And the reason I love Brent and Johnny is I just love both their attitudes because they will bring the whole night up regardless.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm really, really looking forward to Golden Greek because I've not met him before.
Mhm.
His devices look amazing, and they're my type of devices. And yeah, can't wait. But I will tell you,
Interesting to see what he got to show us as well, because there's quite a lot of devices that he's released. I never realised how many he's actually released.
so many devices. Yeah, Brent and Johnny are just 2 guys, and I've got a funny feeling that Johnny's just going to stick around with us through Brent, and it's just going to be an all-out party, to be honest with you, which I'm fucking psyched for. But yeah, to meet the guys from Golden Greek and TKD Coils as well, I can't wait. It's just
Yeah,
really
I'm running
good to
a
meet
set of
new
his
people,
coils right now.
and yeah, that I can't wait for. So.
Josh, I've got my JD sitting waiting for later on in the show also. Although I am not starting on that too soon. I've learnt my lesson for last night.
Really, I'm drinking mine.
Oh God!
Might as well just neck the rest of it.
No.
That was a face of instant regret there.
It wasn't a face of instant regret. It's a face of switching from beer to that. It's straight. It's like, woo!
Yeah.
To not make that face when I drink straight JD, because I'm not the biggest fan of JD, in all honesty.
No,
Yeah,
it's one of them ones you've got to fancy, isn't it?
Because I have to have, like, if I have a JD and Coke first, then I can just, and it's fine. Because you've got that sort of little taste of it. But switching, it's like, ooh. To be honest, with you,
And I was right.
Jack Daniels isn't that good.
No.
no, not really.
Like,
It's
It is if you want to get drunk.
I prefer Jim Beam Black over JD.
Ooh, that's controversial.
I think it's a much better bourbon.
I mean, I've been drinking it because my Tesco, I've got it for £16.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll quite happily sit there on a night, crack open a bottle of JD, and be a very happy man. But there's whiskies out there I'd rather drink.
Yeah.
I was really tempted to buy myself a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue again because I'm out. But it's a lot of money for a bottle of whiskey.
It is. I like that Japanese one you got me on, Josh. That was very nice.
The Yamazaki,
Yeah, that was nice.
it's so smooth.
Yeah, it fucks you up a bit, though.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Is that the one that was like 70 quid a bottle?
No,
You
not that
can,
bad.
yeah, you can get it for about £40 a bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all right.
Yamazaki, it's good. It's good whiskey as well. The Japan, the thing is,
Jeez, I've just googled it. There's one for 68 quid, and then another one for 135 quid.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
that's
they
what
do
I'm
different
trying to
versions.
now.
They
Yeah, no,
do
nothing that
different
much.
versions, obviously. Well,
I've got a
the reason we
55
get-
year old one
Yeah,
for
yeah.
just under 700 quid.
But the thing is, the amount of time, like you do realize that was barreled 55 years ago. They made it, and then it's been sat in a barrel for 55
Yeah.
years.
They've got an 18-year-old one for 750.
And 18, anything 18. If you drink anything 18-year-old, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It's going to be pricey though.
Yeah.
Again, it's sat in it's 18 years of real estate. That's what you've got to remember.
Oh, speckled then. I'm with you there, Ken.
Yeah.
Oof, I haven't
So
had
if I'm drinking bourbon as well, I like wild turkey because if I drink enough of it, it makes my arms go numb.
that.
just my arms. It's one of those weird things. I drink wild turkey, my arms go numb. It's fucking strange.
I'm going to pop that in there again. Let's get sharing this link, people, please.
Oh, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, I've just seen the price of Johnny Walker Blue.
Yeah, £140 a bottle.
253 quid.
What?
Yeah.
No, you can get Johnny Walker. No, it depends what edition you're looking at. You can get, but it's all the same whiskey. They do different bottles and a standard bottle of Johnny Walker Blue will cost you about £140.
So where is it you got your bottle from, Vic?
My bottle.
Yeah.
I got it off
The,
Ireland.
the Tesco's version, well, the one that they stock in Tesco's.
Yeah.
Amazon. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so like if I Google Yamazaki, the single malt, but it's a litre bottle, it's $68.95. Most
Yeah.
of the bottles you'll see won't be a litre, they'll be 70 mils.
Yeah.
So or 70 milliliter, you know what I mean, 700 milliliters. So
Yeah.
they'll be about 40 quid-ish.
Yeah, that's what I got from Tesco. I'm sure it's Tesco's.
But that's
Yeah.
they don't put an age on that, so it would generally be about
No.
8 years aged.
Yeah.
And then you start getting into big money when you go to 12, like 10, 12, 18, 20, stuff like that. So
Grant's whiskey. Bloody hell, I haven't had that since I was a teenager.
it's what my mum drinks.
That explains a lot, Josh.
No, she drinks Grants and Bells and stuff like that. Teachers,
I wasn't a fan of the teachers one.
mate. None of it's
father-in-law-
good. None of it's good whiskey, but
Does the job.
I know my father-in-law loves that Wyatt and McKay.
Andy, I have tried the 35-year-old from them. It's fucking phenomenal. If I go to a bar and they've got good whiskey, I will quite happily sit there, and it doesn't bother me. I'll quite happily pay £50 for a shot of whiskey.
Southern comfort.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
I'm just looking.
It's the finer things in life, people. It's just like, do you know what I mean? I can't take that money with me. If I've got it, why not enjoy it?
Yeah.
My problem is I don't have it.
Yeah, we don't have it to enjoy it.
Okay. I'm fortunate enough that I work with some very good guys, and you know, like Tim, who was in the chat earlier, he's a great boss. We had to work late the other night, and he was like, "Pub?" I was like, "I haven't got any money." He's like, "No, I got it. Don't worry about it."
Jack Daniels make a cider.
Yeah,
Since when?
Oh, quite a while now.
2 years ago.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you this now, Chris. Jack Daniels don't make the cider. Somebody else makes the cider licensed.
Yeah.
Not a Jack Daniels labelled cider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack Daniels make it licensed.
I don't think it could be any worse than Frosty Jack's or White Lightning.
Oh, what classics!
Oh no, that's childhood memories.
Damn right.
Mad Dog 2020. Now that
Oh yeah.
is
Yes.
childhood memories. It used to be a Christmas tradition. We used to go to what we called the Christmas shop because it was a shop that was open at Christmas, and they used to sell Mad Dog 2020. And we used to walk there from my friends because we do Christmas Day. Kids go to my mum on Christmas Day evening, and then we go to our friends and see all our friends because they're like family. Do you know what I mean? It's like it was always the let's walk there, get a bottle of Mad Dog 2020, and it was a Christmas tradition.
You don't want to know my Christmas tradition drink.
We don't. It's too early, Chris.
No, what rude. I was drinking whiskey at like the age of 12. Neat.
Yeah. Oh, there was a beep.
It explains why you've got no hair.
Eh.
There's nobody down there. There's nobody down there.
No, it's in my chat. It's bloody.
It's Nick showing us some kind of metal bar with Jack Daniels Tennessee cider.
So, trying to get Josh. Just put it into perspective. 1 bottle of Japanese whiskey is equal to 54 bottles of Lambrini. Think about it. Just think about it. Yeah. I'd rather buy the Japanese whiskey every day of the week.
I started it too.
No, he did. My child is a smart little one. He found a straw. His granddad drinks neat whiskey. He put it in the cup, sucked it, and then removed the straw.
I bet he regretted that.
So it took us a while to work out who was drinking my dad's whiskey. It was my 2-year-old. But he knew to take the straw with him so they couldn't see the straw.
Could you imagine the shit you would get into for dipping that dummy in your lager or your bitter or whatever point you're drinking?
Yes.
Yeah, I bet all of us have had that happen.
But it's the
done to
old
us as a
wives'
kid.
tale. Like my mum always used to tell me, she's just like dip her finger in whiskey and just put it on my lips to make me go to sleep or stuff like that. And
Yeah.
And now we need the whole bottle.
Give him the bottle.
You don't shut up.
Well, it depends in what way you use the bottle.
if you annoy me too much, it gets smashed over your head.
That's what I was on about. You either knock them out with it or you knock them out with the contents.
Yeah.
I've never done it. I'm not wasting alcohol on my kids.
Here's a Christmas drink that my mum used to love drinking. Snowballs.
Good lord.
Oh,
No.
I had some of them the other week.
Is
They
that-
just don't taste nice now.
Is that why you try and look like one, Chris?
No.
You do look a bit like a snowball.
Snowball, Megamind, Albino Megamind, Cube Ball, whatever. You all take the piss out of me for being bald, yet it's by choice, as well as forced upon, but still.
Keep digging, Chris.
Yeah, you say it's a choice, but it's forced upon because I'm not going any further.
Yeah, because of the middle of it, yeah. I can't help getting a lot of action, my head rubs it.
Oh lord. Chris is too early for that shit, mate.
No, it's not.
It is.
He's looking more and more like Mr. Potato Head.
Albino, Mr. Potato Head.
Least I'm famous.
Oh no!
And I've been in more films than all of you combined.
Now the football. No, you haven't.
Mr. Potato Head has.
Nah.
All for, what's it? Toy Stories.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy.
got,
Appreciate that, buddy. Really appreciate that. All
Cheers,
cheers are a good cheer.
I've been in loads of films. Super Bad. Fucking both. Loads of films that Jonah Hill's been in. I've been in those as well.
As far as you've been in all the Minion films.
Exactly. You see, all the Minion films.
Oh dear. It's getting personal already, people. It's gonna be a lot now.
This is not personal. This is just banter.
And Vinny's been in every episode of Rugrats and all the Rugrats films, so it's all right.
And Henry and the Hendersons. What about Henry and the Hendersons?
That's what my wife's called.
Yeah, I thought you called me Vicky.
I did call you Vicky, yeah.
Shit, man, we're spending too much time together, Josh.
I was script editor for Trainspotting.
Come on, where's Danny? Let's get TKD on.
It's not quite his time yet.
Technically, he's not late yet, so.
No. Oh dear.
Tell you what, like if I was script editor for Trainspotting, I'd be doing all right. So I was only 5-year-old.
Oh, come on. I want it to get flowing, man. I want to get bouncing off people.
Vinny, if you bounce off people, that must be a fucking huge person.
I've got 20 quid in my back burner, and I'm gonna wax the lot, man.
The only person I reckon Vinny could bounce off is Eddie Hall.
He's a lot smaller than he used to be as well, though, isn't he?
God, yes. I was watching one of his video clips the other day.
He's training for a fight. That's why.
Yeah, with Thor.
Didn't he tear his bicep?
Yeah. Tore it off.
Yeah.
Got it reattached. Doing it next year, apparently now.
Yeah, and Thor's taking the piss out of him, saying he's trying to pull out and wimp out already. It's like, the guy's literally torn a bicep. What do you expect him to do?
Did you see the job they did on it? When they reattached it, they actually lined his tattoo back up on the outside where it was originally.
Jesus.
You could barely tell which bicep he's actually torn. It's amazing.
Apparently it's his left bicep.
You see, I've done it and I never got mine reattached to my right arm. So my right bicep is not attached to the bottom half of it. There you go. Next is TKD Coils. Dion.
Wants to turn up.
He'll be here. I've spoken to him already tonight. No, I'm not Giant Haystack's love child, Simon.
Well, before Danny comes, I'm going to go for a beer run.
Quick, Lloyd, quick.
Lloyd, run. Really?
I'm going to go for a beer run too.
Cue Danny.
This could be interesting tonight because both of them two are getting absolutely hammered.
That's why I'm not drinking much tonight.
Nah.
Yeah, someone
just wait till Johnny
in the control. I'm waiting till late. It's too early for me to drink.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Wait till later.
I'm not as hardcore as those two. Definitely not. Plus, I want to have my faculties about me.
Well, put it this way, I don't drink that much. I've literally got 2 bottles of whiskey. One is 5 years old, and the other is 4 years old. And I've got another one in the kitchen that's 3 years old since I opened it.
I think Simon's getting a bit protective here, Hayley. Or he's sucking up for something.
That's it.
What you
do you want?
What's he broke?
I don't know, but why do I need him to fetch me beers? I'm already prepared.
Oh, they have a spammer of coils there. I must say, I'm quite impressed with TKD coils. I actually bought a set and got them arrived yesterday, and I popped them in my Fatality set of aliens from Quick Vape Worthing. and they're really quite good.
Are
Really
the Andy
good.
Bohane good?
I tell you what, mate, they're not far off.
Hmm.
Not far off at all. We put it at 3 volts. And it's proper producing. So I'm impressed.
We got a message.
Who are you talking to, Chris?
Oh, it's just the LXV
I
chat.
just
I forgot.
got.
Yeah, I said, oh, I got a message. It's like, it's just Nick in the LXV chat.
Yeah. Good old Nick. You did a good job earlier, Nick, with tub thumping, mate. Really good job.
Yeah.
Give Paul proud. Oh.
It's all right. I'm back. The show can carry on.
Everything stops
show
when
can-
Josh in here. We just sat in silence, Josh.
It's all right. Lloyd's back. The show can carry on. Do you know my little red spot where my hat just sits right in my forehead?
You got a little, yeah.
Oh, I don't know where you were going there, Vinny.
Yeah. Pulled that one back.
Yeah, don't say that shit.
Yeah, definitely don't say that shit.
That could have been the end of so many things.
It could have been.
So, how are you getting on with that Kumo? Is it Vin?
Yeah,
This fire?
it's really restricted.
Yeah.
It
You
may
got
be
adjustable airflow, yeah?
slight. Yeah, I've got it fully open. I've got the Cyclops on though. I don't know whether I should try the other one.
Yeah, build your coils high, like your coil higher. You put it in and then raise it up, and you don't need much wick in it, and it just opens the airflow up.
I've got quite a bit of wick and the coil's quite low.
Yeah. So in mine, I'll put the coil in, and I'll actually get my coiling rod, and I'll bring the coil up slightly, and then I'll just literally bring a small amount of wick down.
I might try and raise the coil up, see if it affects the flavour.
I think mine's got a build in.
Yeah, mine says it's sitting that high.
Yeah, that's a lot higher than mine, Josh.
Yeah.
A lot higher.
So mine's just sitting there.
See, I tend to bring mine quite close, but not too close to the airflow. Like,
Yeah, that's what I
especially-
like, Chris, for the flavour
Yeah.
enhancement.
Yeah, with this you want it higher because you just want
Right.
It's definitely one of those tanks that I'm definitely like got my eye on.
It's a beautiful mate, yeah, and the Vinny and Lloyd will vouch for how beautifully well this is machined for Aspire. It's so
really
well
well, mate.
machined.
And it's a 25mm, isn't it?
24, I think.
24mm.
Simon, why don't you just come and get involved, bro?
Bless him, he so wants to, doesn't he?
Is he stood there? Like, is he doing something really weird? Because Hayley just started pissing herself and she hasn't taken her eyes off that doorway yet. I have a horrible feeling he's literally stripped down.
God. Did you have to encourage him?
Yep.
Yep, he start bollock naked, whipping it about.
Oh, that's better. That's a good look.
That's not far off my look, Josh.
It's Mini Vinny.
It's shit fat Jedward. That is right there. Isn't it?
Shit, Jedward.
Well, actually, just fat Jedward. There's Jedward for all. Yes, look at that. Fucking hell. Oh wow! That is a fucking waterfall of power.
Now, all you need to do is the Ice Baby in a really shit keto. Well, even shitter than what's it?
I heard a beep. Let's be professional.
Yeah, get the hat back on.
Right, back into professional mode.
I think we must have. Yeah, Danny's down. Danny can hear us. I think it's Danny, isn't it?
Yeah, down in TKB. Jesus, Josh.
No, like I just,
Let's get
you know,
professional. It is Danny,
you know,
isn't it?
You know when you second guess yourself, like, hold on, Danny, we'll get you right on.
Yeah, let's do
Wait,
it.
so would you say about that high? Oh,
Great
He waits
timing,
till
Lloyd.
Yeah,
I
about
know.
that high. About that high,
Perfect.
Lloyd, yeah.
Perfect.
Right, cool. Get Danny on. We'll bring him out on Danny.
Lloyd's having a wicked.
Good
Welcome,
evening,
Danny.
Hello.
Hello.
Evening.
How we doing, mate?
I'm good. How are you?
All good, mate.
All good, all good. Live session number 2 of the day.
It's also Scottish on my right hand side. Sorry. Yeah. Now, even Danny, thanks for joining us this evening. It's much appreciated.
That's a pleasure.
You're,
Pleasure as always.
you're the token coil builder for the whole of our expo this year, so you've done well there, grabbing that.
Yes, very well, very well.
And I must say, I picked up a pair of your aliens yesterday, and I'm very impressed, sir. Very impressed.
Okay. Which set did you pick up?
The 0.1s, I got them from Quick Vape.
Okay.
Fatality, but really good, mate. Really good quality.
Perfect.
We love good quality coils on this show. We love.
So, Danny, how did this TKD come about? Because obviously you've been around quite a while now, and you're well established in the industry. How did you come about with the coils?
Where it all started. Actually, a friend introduced me to the vaping scene back in 2015, and then from there I kind of snowballed into different things and different genres. I kind of picked it up pretty easy in regards to overflow and stuff like that. And then I attended an expo in 2017, and somebody gave me a set of custom coils. I was on pre-made coils, how you say, and from there I got a custom set in my hand, and I thought, that's interesting. I wonder if I could attempt it and try it. And so from there, I went to one of the local businesses and said, I'm looking for some wire. Blah, blah. The boy never had a clue what I was talking about, because I never had a clue myself what I was talking about. And then I done a bit more research. It took me about 4 months to master the aliens. That was the first coil I attempted. Never started with the normal Clapton, never started with the normal Ghost. Went straight for the aliens. Went for the hardest thing to start with.
Chuck yourself into the deep end.
Basically. And then I got to the point where I was testing different wires and different combinations and the best ID for the best performance, to how it wraps and the way it wraps and how it looks after you've actually wrapped it. And then overall, I got to a point where I was getting comfortable building them. Oh, my phone's just died. Yeah.
It's all right, Danny. Plug it back in. Join us again. It's not a problem. There's no rush. Right. There's no rush. Plug it back in. I know you can't hear me, but
Take him out. Put him out of his misery there.
I'll remove him from the stream completely, and then when he comes back in, we will. He can come back on the same link. That's fine. Danny will be back with us shortly.
Technical difficulties, you love it.
He's got to have a charger. He's got to have a charger nearby.
I just have this image of him running around trying to find it.
Where's the charger? Where's the charger? All been there. If we're honest, we've all been there.
Yeah.
He's more like trying to figure out where the charging leads actually disappeared to.
It's usually me on a night out. When are you coming home? Oh, my phone's just up the. Oh.
Oh, it's always run smoothly, doesn't it?
Man, as they say, man, it's just
Such a
one of those
showbiz.
things.
He has got an hour, so we're all right.
There's no rush. There's no rush. He'll be
Well,
back.
while we got
He'll
a
be
break,
back.
I'm going to break the seal.
Don't need to tell us.
No, you don't.
He's a sharer, bless him.
Yeah, he's like that kid that's being potty trained that now accepts that he needs to go for a wee. I'm gonna go for a wee. I'm gonna go for a poo. Well done, well done you. And
Don't
you just
stick
applause
up.
it because you're trying to. All right, you can have a treat now. Yeah, there's a lollipop if you go for a pill on the potty. Well done, Chris.
You think he'll come back on and be like, "Where's my lollipop?"
I've got a shitload of lollipops downstairs. Shitload of them.
Still weak, but it's a Halloween.
No, the kids kept going to. I've got a little news agent around the corner, and they kept going to the shop and buying these lollipops. I was like, they're like selling these for like 20p, and they can't be worth more than 5p. So I bought a box of 500 of them for like £8 off Amazon. The exact same lollipops. It's like, there you go. Saves me walking to the news agents and spending 20p on them.
The whole thing there, Josh, really, if we're honest, is the walking part, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the
No, do you know
spending.
what? Like, I don't mind what it's literally like 200 yards that direction. It's so close. It's unbelievable. But yeah, can we go to the news and get a lollipop? No, you can't. and partly because it's a little news agent, and I've never got cash, and they want on card. On card, they used to have a like a £3 limit, and it's like you only want a lollipop each, and they're 20p. Means I've got to try and find 40p. Danny will be back, I'm sure. I'm thinking. I stupidly messaged Scott Bonner last night, going, "You got any mods?"
Yes, don't forget the clocks go back tonight to British winter time.
No such thing as British winter time.
Oh, whatever it is then.
It's just Greenwich Mean Time.
Is it? Oh, right, whatever.
Greenwich Mean Time, British summertime.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what? Personally, does anyone agree with me? Like the whole clock change thing is now irrelevant, really.
Yeah, it is really. Yeah.
Like it's for farmers and stuff like that. I get, so you get the extra daylight and this, that, and the other, but you still get the same amount of daylight. Just get up earlier.
Yeah. Just to remind people, 8 o'clock, we have Golden Greek. 9 o'clock, Johnny from Overkill. Has anyone actually dropped Johnny a message today?
No. Are we actually getting Imeo?
We are actually getting Imeo.
Fucking sweet. I will drop. Actually, someone else dropped Johnny a message.
Yeah,
I'm just doing it now.
Yeah, I thought it was for the school kids during the war, the old time change difference thing. So
it's been around for it's been for farming to get you the extra, so you don't have to. So you get up and you get that extra hour of daylight, so you can get on your farming earlier.
Yeah, I've got a message from Danny. He's on his way back.
Yeah,
he's just asked for a link. So he's going to get his TKD clan sharing the link, and then he'll be back as well.
There's absolutely no rush to get back on. We've got time. We've got all the time in the world. Really? Well, we don't, because we're limited by the amount of time that Reshin will give us for a live. But we do have. I think it's 6 hours, which is getting us pretty close. But I could be wrong. It could be 10 hours. Could I just check?
I'll be surprised if it is.
The time. Danny's back. Let's bring him in.
Hey,
Danny.
Hey.
Are we powered up?
Yes, we're powered up. I've got one of the big phones in a big case, so I didn't realise my charger wasn't actually going in because it broke the case. So I just
yeah.
So it happens. So it really does
happen.
Where were we? We're talking about how you got started.
Yes. So originally, I found a couple of different companies in regards to wires and stuff like that. So that's kind of at the beginning of the first exhibition I went to, which opened my eyes to the vaping scene. So that's kind of where I established myself. And then the name, sat in the hotel room that night. It was me and my friend that was sharing the hotel room for the expo, Premier Inn, right next to the exhibition.
I know that Premier Inn.
Yeah.
If it's Birmingham Expo, but
Yes. I've not actually, to be fair, I've not been to the Jam or the London one. I've only ever went to the Birmingham because I've always had a better experience. I don't know.
It's the only expo to go to, apart from this
Yeah.
one. But
Yeah.
it's the only expo.
Of course. But yeah, I tried the different companies in regards to wires, and from there I was testing different builds and different wire combinations, and then different wires. And then I found some companies done better wire than other wires. I tried a wide range from all around the world. I mean, from Australia to China to the Philippines to I ordered wire from everywhere. And I don't actually buy a normal wire anymore. I go actually directly to the manufacturer itself. So it's no these spills or re-rolls where everybody goes to buy, or some builders buy 18 rolls at 100 meters or whatever. I don't do that. I buy it directly from the place you get the rolls from. Cuts out the middleman, and there's no extra cost. So, but it does cost a bit more. But that's where I'm sitting today. But it took time. It takes a lot of patience and effort, and a lot of wire for practice wise. But first build I practiced with was the aliens. And then I put a post up on my social media. Didn't think about anything about it. And my friend came up and says, "By the way, can you make me a set of them?" I says, "Yeah, I'll give it a bash. Yeah, no bother." Built my set, gave him the coils, and he says, "You better start producing them. Why? Because they're going to sell well." And I was like, "Shut up." And then I thought, right, okay. Put a couple more pictures up, and more people kept coming to me, and I thought, I must be doing something right. And then it's just snowballed for there, and it's just progressed and progressed and progressed, and then I'm to where I am today. So it's just different combinations and stuff like that. Yeah, it took time, effort, and a lot of to build up the reputation and get into the industry and know the different vendors and know the different people, and yeah, it's been, how to say, it's a blessing, to be fair, because I wouldn't be sitting here today without the people behind me and the people that's purchased the product for where I'm sitting these days.
It's great to see. I mean, today has been, everyone has just mentioned community all day long. It's just been the people. It's so good to see.
Oh yeah. Well, majority, a lot of people don't realise, but 90% of your full experience is by the community. Because if the community didn't share the product or share their feedback or word of mouth in regards to your product, then some of the companies wouldn't be sitting where they are today. For me personally.
It just shows you how strong the word of mouth in the community is as well about something that's a good product. Word of mouth is all you need to get something really out there. That's how the community is great. Yes. I mean, I know people badmouth it, and these people that unfortunately do bring the community down, you're going to get that in everywhere. But it's amazing. Like Josh said, today all we've heard through the first 3 hours is community. The guys from Foghouse earlier on, exactly the same. They were sat there with the guy from Oxford and Chopper Vapes, and they was all there together. It was just great to see. It really is.
I find more. I get the point behind some of the companies are having stabbed at other companies and stuff like that. That's hearsay, and it's always Chinese whispers for me personally. I don't bother with any of that. For me personally, but for working with other companies and helping other companies, it grows the community. That's where it all. That's what it started, and that's what it should contain. You know what I mean? I found a lot of people when the TPD happened were a bit optimistic and didn't know what to do in different direction, and they were kind of lost. But the community built themselves back, found a way around about it, but got to the point where this is here, let's deal with it. And they took it with the horn, and we're still here today. Do you know what I mean? We've had some stuff on legal action put towards us, but look, majorities are still here. Some people gave up, some people haven't. I find the industry it's still driving itself, to be fair, and it's the community that drives it. Do you know what I mean? Majority.
Absolutely.
I see
100%.
your clan members sharing your coils all over social media. The team
Yeah.
All the
you've
time.
got behind you is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
The team, I must admit, a lot of people don't actually see majority of the team and what they do. They'll see the post and stuff like that and promote. We try and know, how to say it. I like to go to pages and ask pages for permission to promote on the page. I don't just go ahead and post on the page. That's not my thing. If there's another coil builder on the page, I leave the page alone. I don't bother with the page at all. I keep it to myself. So it's just respect to the builders, and I'm pretty sure majority of them will actually understand and they'll know exactly because I don't bother them at all, and I don't overstep on boundaries because I keep myself, and the community because it's big enough for everybody. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Definitely.
I've been lucky enough to meet some phenomenal coil builders in my life, like in my time in vaping. And
Mhm.
so the two things I will say about coil builders is they have massive respect for each other, and they, like you said, you never. Well, this is kind of like somebody else's patch. I won't interfere.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'll
As
say is
in,
like you guys,
it's
you're like the Van Gogh of the vape industry. It's just artistry in a different way, and
yes.
it's an absolute art to build coils.
I've tried and I gave up. I made a complete mess. I tried and tried and tried, and I was
But
literally
it's not
like this in wire. And
it's not like making a mech or an RDA and you just go, well, I can put it on CAD and I can machine it. It's not right. Yeah, it's hours and hours and hours
Yes.
sat there burning your like
Time, effort, and
ruining your hands and fucking doing this, that, and the other, and to get it right. And
Yep.
it's an art form. It really is an art form.
And
And
I've always been a firm believer, and practice makes perfection. So you get to a point where you practice and practice. You might fail a bunch of times, but at one point you will make a set of coils and you'll be proud of it. Regardless whether they're perfect, whether they're no, you've still accomplished it.
Yeah.
Practice is key. And I always found you practice enough, you'll perfect it.
I've made one pair of aliens in my life, and I was so proud when I finally managed to do it. So I get what you mean.
I've made a few coils. I've made some aliens. I practiced aliens for a long time, and I can make a set of aliens I really want to. But they're not to the same level of someone that makes them.
No, not at
all
all.
the time because the wraps aren't as tight, and they're just and it's just yeah. I mean, and at the end of the day, your vape can be whatever the fuck it wants. But if the coil's shit, your whole vape is shit. Like, let's be honest.
It's all about the build.
It's all about the build, the right build for the right scenario.
RTA, the right setup. I always I build specific coils for myself, same way a lot of other builders in the community as well. You'll find there'll be a lot of other builders in the community that's got specific builds. It's got specific builds for certain like RDAs, RTAs, stuff like that. Which I try and target certain flavours and certain juices with certain coils that I produce. Or I'll make a coil that targets certain juice lines, or a certain juice or a certain flavour or something, and a juice that nobody really tastes, if that makes sense.
That's different.
It's actually a really good idea.
It makes perfect sense, but it's the first time I've heard a coil builder say like that. I would target a coil or a build for a specific juice line. That's dedication.
I'll find a lot of people. For me, this is how I look at it. It's metal science. You need to kind of know your combinations behind your metal science. A lot of people think, oh, I'll stick NI80 together and put a bit of round wire at the top here, boom, there's a coil. Not that at all. Metal science, you need to know your combinations and your metals. Now, this is where a lot of people sit and go, that makes sense, but I'll explain it. So, for your top pin, so if you're sitting on an RDA and you've got a copper pin or you've got a brass pin and your bottom switch is SS, right? All of these metals combined make up the performance in regards to the coils you're sitting on. NI80, N90, N6, N7, SS, 316L, 317L. You need to know your combinations behind them, because if you don't, your coils burn out a lot quicker than what they should. If you get the correct metals married together, the coils work tremendously. So say, for instance, you had a full SS setup on a mechanical tube or regulated, or say it's SS pins, SS switch with an SS pin on the bottom. You put a set of SS coils in. You think the marry is going to be perfect. It's no, it's going to fry the coils. Because it's the same metal.
That makes so much sense if you think about it.
Does make a lot of sense.
If you start a set of NI80 with a mixture of NI90 in it against the SS, the metals married and work far better, so you get better performance.
I see.
You just blow my mind.
This is why this is why I love talking to coil builders, man, because they are.
So if you're sitting with like the best combinations you can get, right, will be, this is why I take like 6 months of time before I actually put a coil on the market, because I'm testing the wires behind it due to the different metal and structure behind it. I don't just make a coil and go, there you go, no bother. I don't just do that. I'll take like 3 to 6 months and test in different batches.
I know you said you don't buy your coils, your wire from a specific negotiated supplier. I know most of where the suppliers are from. So can I just? You don't have to give it away, but can I just ask what country your wire comes from?
USA.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay.
I pretty much know who it is. So.
Yeah. See, when I actually got your coils yesterday, Danny, the first thing I did was look at them. I'm blind as a bat, so I was like this over my glasses, looking at them, and I was just aesthetically, they look stunning. Really nicely wrapped with nice tension, and you can tell the quality of the materials as well.
Oh.
So your Mohawks have got me really interested. I really want a pair of the Mohawks.
Yeah, I'm just not a big Mohawk fan. For me, you can't beat an Alien or a. For me, a frame staple all day long. But
frame staple, perfect. It ramps up quick and it cools down quicker with the frames on the inside of it. I totally understand that as well, because the frames heat up and cool down the wire in the middle a lot quicker. Overall, the Mohawks aesthetics on the outside look awesome.
Yeah.
They're a nightmare to wrap. They're easy to build. They're a nightmare to wrap. So you're 10% build, 90% on the wrapping.
Jeez.
No word I like.
What's the most popular coil you sell, Danny? Is it just an Alien? Because I mean, Aliens are super popular.
0.1 Aliens, 0.12 Aliens, and I do another one called Dragons.
And if I asked you, would you do custom builds?
I can do custom builds, depending on if I've got the wire in stock, mind you. But yeah.
I mean, I like to go low.
You're all right. I'll go low as well.
I've asked some. I have a very. One of my best friends is a very good coil builder. Unfortunately, not making coils at the moment, and not in the for a while due to illness and stuff like that. But and I was lucky enough, went to visit him the other week, and I managed to snag some wire shots off him because he hadn't wrapped them. He'd made them, but they weren't wrapped. Coiled. But I need some other builds, and but I like to go low in mechs.
How low do you like to go? Advanced users only. Please put that out there. Warning.
Well, no, and sometimes these guys know how low I've been in the past, and but on certain mechs, like on like a parallel or very good parallel mech, I'll go really low.
Right.
But I've asked some coilers in the past, and like, I won't make it that low for you. It's like, fair enough. I'm not stupid low, but 006.
Possibility.
I have had 005s in the past.
I will admit this on a live. I think it was 0.03 I went to on once, and I had a build in one of my parallel box mods. The mod actually failed on it because it was actually under the amp load.
and that's why I said, like, I'm happy for someone to go, no, I won't build that.
Yeah.
But I'm also happy to admit it's my responsibility when I get that coil.
Yes.
So, does that make sense? It's not like,
Mate, well, if that's where a lot of people don't see it as well. I don't mind. It's okay on the website, but I've got like flaws and stuff like that on the web. No flaws, but like safety features in regards on the website and stuff like that for people. So if they come back and say that build was too low, well, it was all described to you to tell you it was a lower build and it only for advanced users and a warning label on it.
Yeah.
But if you're ever in my inbox, you'll see that I'll ask 120 questions, and a lot of people go, "Why do you ask so many questions?" So I can give you the correct build for what you're needing it for.
Good man.
That's what I like to hear.
I love that. That's the way it should be.
I've always done it, and I always will do it. I'm sure the majority of my team will do the same as well. And yeah, I must admit, I never actually shouted the team out as well because I've got the team behind me. I cannot fault them, and what they do for me personally is phenomenal. They're not just here because I do say to them at the start, if you don't want to be here, don't be here. Don't force yourself to be here, and don't, do you know what I mean? I always say to them, don't be here if you don't want to be here. And as you said yourself, you can see them all across the social networks. They will not go and annoy a page or spam a page because that's not the way I can work. I can leave it to their devices. I give them like a wee target to say, right, that's what I'm expecting from you per week or every 2 weeks, and this is what you get at the end of it.
I'll say I don't even see your coils and pages, Danny. I see your coils just from people that I'm friends with on Facebook, and their posts come up on my news feed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you do have a really good team because the exposure's huge. You get like.
I'm just looking at those mohawks.
Stop going on about the mohawks.
I'm just looking through his page as we talk.
Yeah.
Some of these.
It's the only mohawk Chris is ever going to have.
That's what I meant to explain to you as well in regards to the mohawks. Aesthetically, they look awesome, but I could probably give you a set of coils that will perform far better than the mohawks.
I've tried a few mohawks, but I still think a Clapton performs better than a mohawk. Yeah. I'm going to be honest here. Mohawks are beautiful to look at.
The wire, don't get me wrong, the wrap and wetting it up, I find, depending on the wire combination you're using, the mohawks, you'll get, some of them will be good, some of them aren't as good, but then it's the wicking it, it's the pulsing it, it's getting it properly consistent heat on it. It's not as easy because you kind of just going like a lot of people strum. I don't strum any of my coils. Would you believe that?
Good, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I've tried quite a few mohawks, and they're not for me. It's like Josh said.
Back.
Yeah.
I just think there's better coils out there. I mean, I find different coils better for different situations. So, in a lot of like restricted direct line, I'll just use a small Clapton. So I don't think you get any advantage over something like an Alien or something like that in an RDL vape. In a mech type vape, I prefer like an Alien is obviously, or you know what you're getting with an Alien. It's always solid. But for me, like a frame staple or just a staple, about like an actual staple, I really like. They're hot and they're intense. Like the guy that I used to,
depending on how many cores you're sitting on as well. I
used to get a 14 ply staple,
right,
and it's hot. It's hot.
I'd expect that for 14 ply, yeah.
It's, yeah, and Andy does. I think Vinny's tried those 14 plies.
I have, yeah. I've had a few.
They are intense.
Yeah.
They're low. They do come out low because they naturally will. But
just looking at the dragon coils there, they look phenomenal.
I think we're going to be getting some orders, Danny, from the panel.
I'm probably going to place an order in a minute because I need some coils. So
there is a discount code running as well. If anybody's looking for a discount code.
Shout the discount code out if you're happy to, because there are people watching and you might get some. Just go and order some coils anyway. But
the actual code back to front. I don't know if anybody will decrypt it. It's a straightforward code.
Link is in the chat to TKD's website.
Facebook page, is it?
I've got Facebook. I've got quite a few. Yeah, I've got Facebook, actual business page for Facebook. I've got Instagram. I've got Twitter. I've got Reddit. Would you believe I've got a page on Tumblr, which I don't want it, but anyway, it's there. So yeah.
Some of the photos on your page are stunning.
Yeah. Well, those Dragon Fralians look really nice.
That's a different concept. Yeah, different concept. A lot of people say they're polished. It's all down to the procedure on how you finish it. It's not really polished as such. It's let's just say it goes through quite a lot of procedures just to get to where they're sitting at. The coils take a bit of time to actually get them to where they are. Yeah, and it's not just straightforward. A lot of people think it's straightforward, and then some people said you hit it with grip paper and stuff like that, certain sandpaper. I've seen builders do sandpaper to a certain grit, and it's like, it looks like that, but it's not that.
Ah, okay.
I didn't know people use sandpaper on.
Yeah, they do.
You can. Yeah.
And you got to remember, a lot of coil builders will. There's certain coil builders out there that will almost just build coils just for Instagram nowadays.
Yeah.
And you know, it's about how crazy can we make it. And there's builds out there that would never be vapeable. It's just, we can do this. I've done this, and that's cool. I love that artistry side of it. I really do.
Yes.
You know, but
on the art side of things, yeah, it's not vapeable, so it's not something I could put on the market. Do you know what I mean? Some of the coils, most of the coils that I do are not straightforward, but they'll give you the best performance. But yeah, every single coil I've got on my list, I've tested prior with different combinations of wire. So if I'm putting a coil on my website or somebody's posting a coil, then you know there's been like between 3 to 6 months testing process behind the different wire combinations to produce that coil. It's not just a stick it together and fire it. It's nothing like that at all. So I take time in regards to the product because I want to make sure the product is correct, and I've actually not perfected it, but got the realms behind the wire combination, so it gives you the best performance overall with whatever device you're going to use it with. Because I find some of the coils will burn up before it's time, some of the wire doesn't last long, some of the combinations will give you the best performance for a week, and then it dies off. You'll try a certain juice, like I'll test it towards certain juice brands. You'll have over-sweetened juice and clean juice. The clean juice will last longer, or sometimes vice versa, depending on the wire combinations. There is a lot of key factors a lot of people don't take into consideration in regards to wire building or coil building, which you can tell I've already done that.
Yeah, I've never even thought of that, Danny, if I'm completely honest. I say that you just blown my mind with some of that shit, man. Really has. It's like, yeah, it makes so much sense.
It does. Like I was saying in regards to the metals, like you'll come to the NI80 or NI90 SS. A lot of people use different combinations in regards. So the SS is good, but it oxides too quick. So the SS is pretty decent, right? Awesome for flavour. You're not actually meant to pulse your SS coils off at all. You're meant to just put them straight in and fire them there and there. But you know you're going to get a hot spot regardless, because it's a set of coils. It doesn't matter, you still need to give them a pulse. But I find the SS, if you look after them, they will last, but it has to be in the correct manner on how you've pulsed them to start with. Because if you pulse them too much, or you pulse them under much, or depending on your setup as well, like I was saying with the metal combinations, if you've got like SS throughout, you'll find the coils will burn out quicker. If you're sitting with like a copper pin with a brass body or a stainless steel pin, because of the metal combinations through it, they all marry together as one metal. So you get a better I'm nightmare for this word. You get conductivity, something like that.
Yeah.
So within that, realm, you get all the metals in one place. They marry towards each other. They don't bounce off each other. So it's all down to the molecules and stuff inside the metals. So that's, yeah, it takes into effect. It does take into effect. Most people don't realise it, but it does.
No.
I mean, the thing is, there's always, when you think about it down to that sort of level, you're going to get a better performance out of it if that's the way you want to go. And it's so good that someone wants to go that way, because there's some who's like, and to some who's like that, like to all of us now, we're like, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. It's bringing in the chemistry side to the artistry of actually making them, which, that's you blow my mind. You really.
So if someone messaged you like, I want a set of coils, and would you go, well, what's it going in? And what sort of vape do you want? And then you recommend a set.
I'll give you the first, for instance, in regards to some of the questions I asked. So, is it an RDA, RTA? Is it MPL, regulated, mechanical, series? And then I'll turn around and say, right, what device are you fitting on? Is it mechanical, regulated, semi-regulated? Taking the questions. But then I also ask the question, what kind of flavours are you going to be running through it? Because then you can turn around and say, I'm on some fruits, or I'm on some desserts, or I'll do a bit of both. So I'll try and give you the best combinations in regards to doing both of the flavours. Rather than me turning around and saying, I'll give you a set of frame staples for a foot of juice. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you a bit of round wire to give you a bit of coolness, but at the same point, you get a performance you're looking for at the coil because you're running a foot. So in a dessert, you want something a bit rampy, but something that'll cool down a little quick, but you want a wee bit of heat behind it. You bit of frame staple of Napoleon. Works for free.
Just explain the difference between flavors in RDAs and RTAs instantly. It makes so much sense. I'll be back in 1 second.
There's a lot of questions chat feed down here. I'm just going to bring a couple of them up. People asking about combinations and things. So there's one from Dion who's asking about, what if you're using a copper switch with a steel body? What combination of wires would you use?
Right, so if you use, would you say a copper switch with a...
Copper switch and a steel body.
Steel body, so SS body. So copper, you can go down the lines with, depending on what kind of coil and what you're looking for performance-wise. If you want nothing but flavour, but then you need to take into the reaction as well. Some people in the market you'll find is allergic to NI and SS, or depending on the metal. So you can go down the Kenthal route, a wee bit magnetic, but I find the Kenthal's a wee bit dirty. But it's as long as you put the right cleaning procedure into it, you get it out of the coil. Anywhere between the NI80 and the NI96. You can put a wee touch in it if it's got a steel body, because it's the full things, the conductivity in your hand. So behind it, you're already kind of running. So SS, a wee touch of SS when you go on this inside the build. But NI80 or NI90 or a bit of N6, depending on the build he's looking for. But Kenthal, as long as you stay away from the kind of metals on the boot, what you're holding in your hand, you're kind of doing the same kind of realms, but it takes a wee bit of time to learn the different metals and combinations. But so it's so dependent. But for me personally, if you look on the website or you look at some of the builds I do, you'll find I do a wee bit of majority of NI80 and NI90, but it's all down to how you mix them and what gauges you're running. Some of them will perform different with other gauges, so I could go down the lines of a 23 x 24 with a 36 or a 37 or a 39, depending on what you're looking for. So if I turn around and tell you NI80 with like, I don't know, 1 core or 3 cores of NI80 with an overload of NI90, it'll be heat behind the NI90 because it ramps up quicker, but it'll heat the coil quicker. So it's all depending on your ohmage and where you kind of look. It's one of the things we don't take into account. People will probably understand it now and see it now right enough since I've made it aware.
The next one is from our very own Chris, sat next to you on the screen. He would like to know what would suit a hog with a 40mm Valhalla. He mainly uses desserts.
Perfect. I actually do a specific set of coils just for that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Off the books. No, I've not put them on the website yet. They're still in tester stage. So far, so good. One of my clan members is running a set of them.
Well, if you want me to test some out, let me know.
I'll make them first. I'll make sure they're running first, and then I'll build my bridges for other coils off here, basically. So now we're running, what was it again? Aliens 3.5, but they're Omen at 0.35 dual coil, but the 3.5 ID 10 wrap.
Sounds pretty banging for a 40mm Valhalla series.
You've got enough cotton coverage for the coils, for the juice to cover it as well. So it gives you just enough cotton to put into the coils, and the coils, because of the Valhalla, yourself, the coils go inside. So the coils just sit just apart and no more, just to give you the right restrictor so you get the proper punch when you actually take a vape off it. There you go.
Yeah. I think mine need to go down slightly more.
Yes, just a wee touch just to hit the airflow.
Yeah.
Depending on how you
So I try and get them so the airflow's coming in through, obviously through here down, and it comes up and under.
Yes.
The top. So I try and get them central to that opening at the bottom, so the bottom of the coil gets the airflow.
Yeah, as well, yeah. That's what I was just about to say that to you as well, because a lot of people like to put their coils below, which give you the warmth, because the air goes over the top of them. If you set it in the middle, when it hits the middle, and then it curves under the coils, you get a wee bit of warmth with a wee touch of cloudiness. But if the coils are higher, it's just nothing but clouds and top end flavour, but it's more cooler.
Just as I said to these two before, like they were talking about the little Kumo RTA, and I was like, I have my coil higher. And they were like, oh, geez, like, yeah, I have my coil much higher than they have their coils. And it's just like, placement is huge, and wicking is huge. Wicking is massive.
Yep.
Like, people don't understand. Wicking is so important.
Wicking comes down to at least 25 to 30% of the actual flavour overall in regards to your full setup. Always does.
Massive.
Yeah. Now, I find, let's see, this is a debatable subject in regards to cotton as well. How do you like your cotton? Do you like it fluffy? Do you like it a wee bit of synthetic? Do you like the squeak off it? Do you know what I mean? Do you like organic? Do you like Muju?
Cotton candy only for me.
Right. So for me, I was on Prime for a while. I was on Vaping, and then I went to Prime, and then I moved up.
I always use Prime because I know what I'm getting. It's just solid.
Yeah. There's one cotton that I've always stuck by in regards to like an RTA build, which as long as you don't put a lower build in it, like under 0.1, you're fine. You get top end IV UK. I've always found the flavours tremendous in IV UK. I've tried a bit of fuzz. I've tried majority of the cottons out there. I have to because I'm a coil builder, so I want to know what cottons react to the coils best with the different flavours, different combinations. The one cotton I've not tried is the cotton, the candy.
We have the connections.
Well, it's not the easiest thing to get. In all fairness, I mean, Bernard Cotton Candy is a fucking legend. We give you that, but.
It's not known as cotton candy anymore, though. It's changed names, hasn't it?
Yeah, but no. Cotton candy is still available. There's about 20 tons of cotton candy left before we change the name. So there's quite a lot of cotton left yet before the name changes.
I've been on the Dr. Coyle cotton. I really like that cotton.
I've tried the laces and that. They come in a nice wee tub.
Yeah, that's what these are. They're still the laces.
Right. What size did you go for? A 2.5 or a 0.3?
0.3.
Right. You get different combinations, different sizes. I find a lot of people don't realise that in the market. See with the laces, you get different sizes for inner diameter. See if you type in pure running 2.5 ID coils, you can get laces that will fit that. Rather than chopping a bit off it. And there's other companies that do 0.3. For me right now, I use Apex. I've been on the Apex cotton laces. I've had no issues at all. Flavours there every time.
Yeah, Mr. Hodges doesn't miss a trick at Apex.
See, I've learned over the years to feel when I'm actually peeling the cotton apart, roughly the right thickness that I need for the coil.
It's for the Scottish roll.
Yeah, right. Yeah. All I do.
The Scottish roll is amazing, and there's a particular. I always used to find Celtic cotton really good for the Scottish roll. Like,
See, all I ever do.
Celtic. It was expensive though for the amount of pads you got, but it's really good cotton. It's difficult to get now, and that's why I went back to Prime because Prime I just know.
See,
where
all I
am at
ever
Prime
do is just twist the end. I just twist the end, but I actually add that amount on to the other end of it. So when I pull it through, I get from the end of where I've twisted it, that hangs over the edge of where I want it to go. Cut that bit off, fluff it out a bit, and then just put it down into
See,
the
I always roll both ends, and then I fluff them out evenly from there, so I don't get the same amount of cotton every time.
Yes, that's what I do. I kind of roll it to a certain degree, certain thickness. You kind of get used to it after you've done it for a wee while, depending on what you're working up. In regards to 0.3, 3.5 IB. But then I find, do you actually loop your cotton on the one strand and put it in the coil, then snap it, or do you use two separate strands?
I normally go two separate strands, but I did used to do the old loop trick.
With cotton bacon, I'll generally just cut it in half. Like I'll get it to my size and I'll cut it in half and then use half for each. But I'll roll both sides to the same, put it in, and it means I waste cotton, but it means I get a good wick in.
Yes.
And
because it gives you the same consistency for both.
That's it. So doesn't matter. The cotton costs nothing really. So that's the way I see it. I'd rather have a good vape than go, fuck that shit.
And I'm pretty sure I can say we're not going to run out of Muju anytime soon.
No.
Right then. Thank you very much, Danny, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. So, like I said, you opened my eyes. You really have. To the
I didn't know there was so much science behind it. I knew there was a lot of artistry behind it. I didn't know there was so much science.
I'm gonna order some coils.
Yeah, I think you're going to get quite a few orders from us.
Set the smoke alarm off.
Shit myself.
It was Chris. It was Chris.
Oh my ears!
I didn't know Megamind had fire alarm smoke detectors in his house.
Yes, I do. One of my big concerns about putting my desk where I've put it.
There's a smoke alarm right above your head.
Yeah, it's literally just there.
Is it
just over my right shoulder.
Is they wired or are they battery?
Wired.
So is it smoke or is it heat?
It'll be smoke, otherwise it would have gone off.
Yeah, I was going to say. To be honest, I haven't really smoked that heavy.
Heat alarms will go off much easier with vapes than they will with smoke alarms.
Yeah, that doesn't go off as bad as it used to. When I first had it in, literally, I'd only have to take a pull of a bloody little pod system. It would go off.
The joys of living in your own house. I just took the smoke alarm out.
I kind of would, but there's only one problem. There's a fail-safe system in it because it's wired up to those bars behind me.
You can't take that as wired. This is very different.
I have a Sparky as a brother-in-law, so I think he'd know how to do that. But the only problem is...
Probably not. There's two.
If he gets disconnected, that would stop working. Yeah. That's a vertical lift for my wife.
Yeah.
They've kind of linked in. And if that doesn't work, that doesn't work. And if that doesn't work, actually, that's a good idea.
That doesn't work. Chris has to carry everywhere.
No, she could just stay upstairs. Sorry, just leave her up there.
Danny, it's been an absolute pleasure. I've learned a lot, and I think you'll be getting some orders. And
thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Do you know what? If you're up for it, we'll have you back on a full Friday night show, and we'll just talk coils for a couple of hours. Unless you don't want to talk coils, talk anything you want.
By all means, anytime, just give me a wee belt. I'm usually free at the weekends because I used to take the weekend off and work right through it. Nowadays, I need to take time out. I've not had one out in a couple of weekends now because I've been non-stop. But there'll be a weekend I'll take off. I'm off next weekend, mind you. I'll book that in, but no doubt that won't happen.
I'll definitely be sliding at your DMs for some custom coils soon.
Yeah. Well, my PM's always open. and there's plenty of links to lead you back to my cell or the website or whatever. If you PM me directly, I could probably sort you out with some stuff that's no bother at all. I don't mind that.
Definitely keep me updated on the hog coils. That is definitely something I'd be.
The hog. Well, at the moment they're running. I've got one of the clan members using them now, and this giving me the all thumbs up. So it's looking pretty decent at the minute. So I can't argue. I don't own a Valhalla. I've never owned a Valhalla, so I couldn't tell you. I'm no one for big massive. I'm no one for big massive. I've heard stacked and I've heard the hog stuff like that, but I've never been one for a big massive RVA. Don't get me wrong, it's fun to build on, but the vape I like to keep it simple.
Yeah.
One single tube, I'm happy. RTA, done. Easy. Make it easy. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me on here. It's been awesome.
It's been nice to see you as well, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much, Danny, for your time. Really, really appreciate it. And it's been awesome.
No worries. Thanks for having me. And yeah, have a good night and all the best.
Thank you, and you, Danny. Take care, buddy.
Take care.
See ya.
Bye-bye for now.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, Imio's having some issues. Josh, can you chat with Imio, see how we can get him on?
Imio has his OBS camera on.
So he needs to change his feed, doesn't he?
Yeah. It should be under the settings, Imio.
I don't think he can hear us in the green room.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I can only hear. I was gonna say, if you're in the green room, you can hear people talking.
You can see everyone.
It's just we can't see you.
Yeah.
That was amazing. That was fucking awesome.
That was really
We'll
cool.
get him on in a minute. Really interesting. It's lovely to see that someone, like I said, coil builders are artists. They're artists. And Danny just seems to be taking it to a level.
You know what that was for me? That was the guy from Dogpo last year. That was that kind of mind-blowing moment of knowledge.
Yeah, stuff that you don't think about, but you really should, but you don't, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I can't do anything to Emio's camera. It's not. I'm trying.
You need to change your camera setting, Emio, off OBS onto your normal webcam.
Or whichever cam you are using.
It will be a webcam. It's on a PC quite clearly, Chris, because it's on OBS. Let's bring him. I'll put his camera up, Josh, just so we know when, and to make sure he can actually hear us. If Imio's got a mic going, he can actually talk to us, and we could hear him.
Yeah,
as well.
I
can hear him.
I think I can hear Emio in the background. Emio, if you can hear me, it might be worth logging out, logging back in. And when and if you can see the link down below, you have a little camera icon. If you click the camera or next to you, you could click the camera icon. It might be your camera's set to something that is not picking up. Oh, there we go. And now your camera's just off, Emio.
Now my camera is off. Enable. No.
No, it's gone back again.
Yeah, when you
as it was a second ago, it said I would probably be perfect. And
Can you see Can you see 5 little buttons at the bottom of the screens? You click on the cog, the one on the far right.
No problem. There's no rush, so don't.
And it should be the top option.
OBS κάμερα, γιατί χρησιμοποιείται η OBS κάμερα, ρε φίλε?
Yeah, you can off OBS.
That is an OBS cam, isn't it? You can see that. That's what I mean.
Settings, show, rendering settings. Settings,
Hi, Emio.
Camera. You still can't see me.
No.
I can't see you, I can hear you. A minute ago, you changed something and it changed your OBS logo to an I, and that would be perfect. But your camera's just off, so if you can see below you, you've got like a little mic logo and then a camera logo. If you can hit the camera logo, it should bring you on.
Unless it's got a red stripe through it.
You still can't hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
You hear me. Okay, I'm trying to see what about is going on with the camera. 1 minute. To see video, Let's see general.
I'm gonna
no.
say Imio sounds damn hot. Like Imio sounds like a holiday romance. Right? Summer loving.
So,
Oh my god.
Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can do anything. Hold on. I don't know if I
You can't do
can.
a thing, Josh.
No, I can't do anything. Can I?
so I know where you can change it. It's just in that wee settings cog, next to like the camera, disable camera part, and it's in the video input. So there's that OBS virtual camera option. So
I'm trying to see about the camera option. Yes.
Yeah. So you should have one for like just your webcam.
Yeah.
Sorry, Emir. There is no rush.
Yeah, absolutely no rush.
Rush or no rush, guys, I still can't find it. But I will.
We'll get there. There's no rush. It's
Is OBS actually the webcam? Or is that the ways of accessing the webcam?
You can get an OBS virtual cam, and that's what that logo generally is.
Okay, 1 minute. Let's check OBS. OBS, do you remember how it works? How I can turn off the camera on OBS?
You stream on OBS? Yeah.
Yes, I'm on OBS right now. Yes.
Right. Out of OBS.
Go out of OBS.
Close it completely.
Yeah, I think what it's basically trying to do is trying to get your OBS, but it's not linking. So come out completely, and then you might need to come out of here as well, and then just come back in.
With no OBS.
OBS was closed before I went to the chat, so I'm not sure it's OBS.
If in the settings cog, you go to video.
Let's see a little the settings of OBS. OBS, I can't find how OBS use my camera. 1 minute to open it again. OBS here. OBS.
But you might not need OBS. It might be mucking around with it. So you might need to come out of everything completely and just come back in and just ask.
I will do it. I did it 2 times with OBS closed, but nothing happened. Same stuff. Okay. So maybe I have to work with OBS, but I can't find how to close camera on OBS. Settings. Let's go to
cog settings. Go to video input.
Okay. Video is video resolution. Output schedule resolution. Filter. No, I can't see my camera anywhere here on OBS.
Emio, come out of OBS completely.
Okay.
And are you in the restream with us, or if you use the restream link, you should see 6 icons across the bottom. The little cog icon. If you click that, it should bring up your video input, your video resolution, and your video input should have a little drop down arrow. And if you click that, you should just be able to click it to your normal camera rather than your OBS virtual camera. Because I think if I went to OBS virtual camera,
your English look very nice, but mine are not. I didn't understand.
I'm sorry. So, do you see 6 icons? Like
yes.
So that's what it is. So down the bottom, you've got your little one that's your microphone, your camera.
Yeah.
I see that. Share screen. Go to the one on the very right hand side.
Settings. Okay.
Yeah. And then your top one should be video input.
Yeah, it's default. It's not OBS. If I push OBS virtual camera.
Do you have a drop? Do you have a little downward arrow on the right hand side of that?
Yeah. On video input, it has 2 options. Default. If I push the arrow, it has OBS camera, but I have default.
Okay. Well, try OBS virtual camera. See what happens.
But I can't find OBS how to close the camera. Let me go in. Sorry, guys, I broke the live.
Emio, it's fine. Just maybe maybe come out completely of Restream and come back in.
And just try it again.
I did it twice, but the same thing happens. It seems that I have to work with OBS. I don't see any other thing.
Right, so maybe close it. Maybe close it down. Open OBS and try and come back in.
Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, leave. Okay, I'm leaving.
We always get these lovely technical issues. We'll sort it.
And yes, Tracy, I was giving tech advice. Shocking.
Scary.
Very scary.
Right. So it's come up as the same thing.
Why
Still
can't
nothing.
they give us control so we can change it? That's annoying.
Well, you guys wanted to change the platform, so I did.
Same thing.
Yeah, we could say.
Yeah.
Have you-
It's all right, Emio. We can just talk to you. That's fine.
Yeah, sure. Not a problem. Just give me 2 more minutes. If I
Yeah, we can
don't
take
correct
we can take some time. We can try a few other things. There's absolutely.
Okay. Restart.
That's an idea. As Kev just said. Just video call him. Put him up as a second screen sharing on one of your other screens.
Yeah, it'll look super laggy, and the sound will be super laggy.
Yeah, true.
I'd rather have good sound and no video than bad sound and bad video. Can you see us, Emio?
Yeah, I can see you. Yes.
It's annoying.
I know this is going to sound like stupid, but maybe try unplugging your webcam out and back in. If it's not like select like in the drop down menu, it might just need re-registered.
Yeah, let me do that.
That's a good idea, actually, Lloyd.
What webcam are you using?
That's the equivalent of turning it on and off again, isn't it?
That's the classic.
It literally is
Yeah.
turning it off and on again. Emia, what
Obviously,
webcam are you using?
Logitech 920.
Do you have Logitech?
Yeah.
Logitech Capture. Use that. Open up your Logitech Capture program.
Yes, I have it. I have this program.
Yeah,
use it to
open up
capture.
that. And then obviously run your webcam through the Logitech, and that will be in the video outputs, in the Dropbox of the video output.
I tried,
Right,
but
input.
it says that camera is used by another program.
Yeah, you
and
need to
so-
stop using. You need to close down any other webcam program you're using.
So what you need to do is close down OBS, close down Restream completely, close down.
It works. It works. Camera, it works on software. Logitech. Yes. Okay.
Right, now go back onto the settings on Restream, and then in the video input, click on the drop down box, and then click on Logi Capture. That's literally what I'm using to stream right now.
Same here.
Okay. So now, still nothing. I put Logitech now. Yes. Let me close the Logitech software.
No, don't close the software.
close
Keep that open.
Okay.
Keep
That
that
needs to be
open.
running in the background.
Just maybe come out of Restream again and come back in with
Yeah, that
Logitech.
might help.
Logitech open.
Okay.
Yeah, just
okay.
always keep Logitech open.
Okay.
Just minimize it. Logitech capture. Just leave it open but minimize, and then come back and we should be laughing.
I don't even do that. I'll just leave it in the background.
My
Okay,
cameras went really dark.
Yeah, it's still the
What?
same.
Better than me earlier, where I was like being burned by the sun.
That's because you're ginger.
It's still the same, Emmy. I'm not quite sure. It might
Still the same. Yes.
you might just need a complete restart of the PC.
Mm.
Oh,
And we've
close
got
the
and
camera.
we've got time. We've got time. We've got time
Okay,
to
now
burn.
I will come back with Logitech camera closed, the software, because now it was open and nothing happened. 1 minute.
No, if you're using the Logitech Capture on here, you need it open.
OBS should let him virtual, but it just
Yeah.
seems like his camera's auto set to OBS.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
OBS, always OBS. It's because I make some live streamings every Saturday, every Friday, and maybe camera is connected with OBS. I don't understand why.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Yeah. I don't see any other solution to hear my voice. We will not see my pretty face. Sorry. Okay.
It's all right,
Kylie's
Emio.
brought
It's all
tech
right.
support with her.
It's all right, Emio. It's
No,
all right.
tech support's here.
We can just talk you through it. So we can just talk. It's fine. There's no issues.
Okay.
Perfectly fine.
First of all, I'm very glad that Vinny called me on this company. Guys, I really don't know you. Really sorry.
It's fine.
Can I know your names?
Guys, introduce yourself to Emio.
My
I'm
name's
Chris.
One at a time, people.
So,
Come on.
Chris.
Yes,
my-
I'm Chris.
Lloyd. My name's Lloyd.
Lloyd. Okay, Lloyd. Chris. Yes.
Yes.
I'm Hayley.
Hangley.
Haley.
Haley. Okay, guys. Okay,
Look it
forget
up.
the names. Forget the names. Forget the names.
I was gonna say I'm Josh, but don't worry about the names, Emio. Don't know about the names.
I will not remember them anyway.
Nah, it's all right. We're here to talk about you and your company. So don't worry about our names. Don't worry about our names. I mean, yeah, that's what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about what you do and how you do it, and that's why we're here. So
Yeah. Are you doing lives every Saturday, or it was just a live this time?
No, we do a live every Friday night at 8 o'clock UK time. But we're on our 5th hour today of live streaming, and tomorrow we've got another 6 hours tomorrow as well with other companies coming on as well.
So Vinny, we do exactly the same our lives. I do it 10 Friday at 10 p.m. Greek time.
Yeah, exactly the same time.
It's exactly the same time. Yes.
Well, I think we need to collab on this live at some point.
Unfortunately, it's in Greek language.
Yeah. Okay, well.
No.
Maybe Vinny had to know some Greek because every summer he's on in Kefalonia.
I am every summer, yeah. I'm trying to be. It's very hard to learn for a very thick English guy.
Next time, I would like to hear from you some Greeks. In 5 years, you will be ready.
Hey, if I get fluent enough, I'm moving over.
Yeah, it's a beautiful country. Beautiful country you live in.
Thank you.
Country.
Yes. I have gone almost everywhere in Greece. My father was a police officer, but he liked a lot traveling. And every summer we went somewhere in Greece. And I think I have gone to every place except some islands. Okay, we have a lot of islands. I need some more years to visit all of them. but I will do it. Thank you very much. And I think that enough people, especially English people, prefer Greece. Am I wrong?
No, we love Greece. We love Greece.
I'm very glad to hear that, guys. I'm very glad. Really.
It's a beautiful country. It's lovely and warm. Probably too warm for me most of the time, but it's got great food. So what's not to love? and you know what? It's got some of the.
Sorry, you stuck. Josh.
Yeah,
he's frozen.
Am I?
Yeah, it's me.
You're not now, Josh. You're back.
You wanted to say something bad. That's why.
It's a beautiful country. It's got hot weather. It's got great food, and it's got some of the best vape designers on the planet, in my eyes.
Fantastic. That's a very huge compliment. Thank you very much.
The stuff that comes out of Greece is insane for such a small country. It's just you guys just know how to do it. It's just like there's something in the air in Greece that just creates, especially RTAs. RTAs at Greece's thing, and they're just phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Now that you say RTA, I'm working on a new RTA. I want to have this RTA everything. You know the word everything. I really mean it. I mean more than you want to use. I wanted to make it as small as possible, and if I manage to make it as I think, I hope that this 30A will stay on the market for a lot of years. If I manage to make it, I have some ideas. I really want to try to achieve. How can I say it? The excellence. If there is a word like this in English, I don't know.
Yes.
Excellence.
Excellence. Yes. I will try. Anyway, this is for later.
Ivio, your English is very good. So
Yeah.
My English are good. Okay, thank you very much. I am sure that they are not, because my daughter knows very good English, and every time she hears me talking, she's laughing. Okay, laugh as much as you want. That's my English.
You've got 5 English people here saying your English is good. So your English is good.
It's better than Lloyd, Timio, so you're doing fine.
To speak the truth, every time I do an interview, no one of the persons are English persons. So this time, I was worried a little. I say, oh my God, I have to talk to 5 English persons with my crap English. And I felt a little strange.
Your English is very understandable, Emio. So it's
better than mine.
It's better. It's better than most English people. So.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. You give me kudos. Thank you.
So.
Go on. Sorry.
No, you crack on, Vinny. I was going to say. So, is there anything? Obviously, you just mentioned there's a new RTA in the works, and I was going to say, is there anything else new you're working on? I mean, you have released a lot of products over the years, and a lot of amazing products over the years.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you.
So what?
Yeah.
So what's new for?
I'm working on several things. First of all, I want to make an SBS mod that will be a little different than the others. I had some nice thoughts 1 year before, and I'm working on the electronic right now. But as time passes, I see that one by one these ideas are discovered, one by one, and I hope that I will be very quick before all ideas got discovered. Anyway. I think that it will be a nice SBS mod. I'm also working on a billet box atomizer with new features that doesn't exist in the market right now. I'm working on this RTA with a lot of features. Nothing new. RTA, okay, it's an RTA, but it has to have different ways to work. I don't want to tell you more. Okay, but
that's fine.
Yeah,
you don't have to tell us anymore. It's a cheeky little question going.
Yeah.
What you're working on, but we understand.
What are you willing to tell us?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you, my dear.
Hayley, what did you say?
No, I said that question is a way of saying, what are you willing to tell us? What are you working on?
By the way, I'm working on a lot of things, but as you know, when I make something, I have said it a lot of times on videos, on interviews, that I have to make something special. If it's not special, and when I say special, I mean features. What is special for me is features. Now, the materials or the look, it's important. It's important because most people buy the look. I understand that, but except this.
But your looks are phenomenal anyway. So,
But except this, to my opinion, something new is the features. If you have more features or new features, that's something new. If I don't want to make something that exists on the market, doesn't have any meaning for me. I don't want to make it. I feel strange. Why to make an atomizer that exists in the market because it will say Golden Greek? I feel a little stupid. Okay,
That's putting pressure on yourself, Emio.
Yeah. It's a lot of pressure, yes, but it seems that I like this pressure because I can handle it. Because as you see, I have a lot of ideas, and I'm not afraid the pressure because I know that I can do it. If I was afraid, yes, this pressure would be big.
I think some of the panel members have just sort of clicked onto what you said there about a side by side because I'm not a massive fan.
Yeah.
Side-by-side
He does not like side by
I
side.
imagine a lot of the panel members have just thought in their heads, I bet Vinny likes that bloody side by side.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
we would
Vinny
think a thing like that, Vinny.
We would never think a thing
No.
like that.
So
And you
Vinny,
do know that we'll hold all the voice clips of you going about side by side and be like, Vinny.
you know, I'm trying to make some things to satisfy most people because sometimes I say, "Hey guys, I'm making a Boro tank," and people say, I wanted an SBS mod. When I say, "Hey guys, I make an SBS mod," email, we would like Boro tank. I say, okay, let's make both to feel all of you happy.
And then they'll turn and say they wanted a Met mod.
For me, I'm quite happy if you just stick making RTAs and some mechs and some other stuff, because for me this is what and not just yourself, but the people from Greece just have this way of making RTAs that are just special, like restricted like restricted RDL and MTL tanks. It just seem to be a speciality that come from Greece.
Yeah. That's good. That's good to know. And the guy from Bangladesh and the guy from Egypt, they told me that they feel that Greece is the paradise of vaping. And I said, "Wow, I didn't know that you have this opinion." But now I hear it from English people too. Guys, I'm really impressed. Thank you very much.
I mean, there's some amazing manufacturers over in Greece that just do stuff, and it just seems to come out so well every time. I mean, we've got you guys. There's a few others. I won't mention names because it's your slot, but it just seems to be absolute quality that comes from Greece. Absolute quality.
Okay, I will post this video on the Greek page to make all Greek people happy.
I couldn't believe the quality in here when I got your RTA. The actual finish and the design was completely faultless. We're not used to that. A lot of the time we get things and they're not completely 100% perfect. As I said in my review, your RTA is virtually perfect. I was blown away by that finish.
So you like Perseus. Okay, if you like Perseus, wait for the next one. I really believe that Perseus in front of this atomizer that I'm preparing is rubbish.
Wow.
I really hope that you will like it. Yes, I'm sure. And you know something, if I like something, I suppose that also people will like it, the rest of the people, because I'm a vapor. I'm not someone that makes vaping stuff and I smoke, for example, or doesn't smoke at all. I'm a vapor. So if I need something, I try to make it, because if I need it, most people, if or not all people, will need it. That's how I think. And I'm trying to make something very easy for the customer, because, you know, if something is not easy, maybe it has a lot of functions, okay. But if it's not easy, it will go to the drawer. So the thing is to make to put as many functions as you can on construction, but they also have to have an easy use. If you can't put both of them together, to my opinion, you don't make something that people will love, and you will not sell it, in fact, and you will not offer something to the community. Yeah, but I'm not sure if you agree.
No, it makes a huge amount of sense. It makes perfect sense. It makes a huge amount of sense. It's got to be everything. It's got to be everything in one device. It's got to, for a lot of people, it's got to look good, but it's the way it functions is more important. And if it functions well, then, and if it gives you a great vape at the end of the day.
The thing is, obviously, with the Perseus, it's design and the aesthetics in one as well. If you say you're better in this, Emil, I cannot wait. I seriously cannot wait. I will get on a plane to Athens and come and stalk you.
Very excited, Vinny.
If it is ready, because you know TPD is a big problem. If there was no TPD, I would bring it on the market in 1 month, but I have to wait. And all my constructions have to have TPD. I want to be legal. I have a lot of people that love me, and I have a lot of people that are waiting for me to make some mistakes. After all these years, this would happen. Okay, I'm 12 years in the market. So I have to be careful, not only because of this, but it's my style. I want to be legal. Okay, maybe because my father was a police officer. Maybe, who knows?
From what I hear about TPD, Emio, there will be changes afoot at some point, and the tank size will be increased.
That's good. That's very good.
I'm hearing it will be 5 mil standard.
I don't really care, Vinny, because I'm making,
Extensions.
Extensions. Yes. So if they ask for 1 ml, no problem. I will make 1 ml and
And
I
the
will add
extensions just make it look even more beautiful.
Nice.
It is an absolutely stunning piece of artwork. Obviously,
Guys,
Vinny tells me, and I appreciate words Vinny tells me. It's amazing, and I got him into that style of vaping. So.
Josh, let me tell you something about extensions. When the regulation of TPD came about 2 ml of on atomizers, I thought of something. I said, okay, I will make a 4 ml atomizer. At that time I was making Eagle, Telemachos Eagle. And I thought of something. I will put a small plastic part inside Eagle, and when customer receive the part, they will remove the plastic part.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a nice idea, and I saw that some people also thought it was a nice idea, some other modders, and they did the same. I said, good. I said, good, nice, the trick is working. Then they said that this part have to not be removable, so you really have to make a 2 ml atomizer. And then I thought of extensions. Okay, and I started making extensions. So I think that we can pass any regulation. Any regulation. If they ask for the modders, for example, to pay for every construction a ton of money, maybe we can't pass this. But with tricks on mechanical tricks, we can work on mechanical tricks, whatever they do. But I'm afraid that TPD is working against modders, against vaping, and I think that they want right now to drive the vaping community to something more industrial.
That's where now the UK, we've officially left Europe, where we're going differently. The UK government, Emio, announced this week that they're going to start making vape devices available on prescription through our NHS. It's very different in different countries. I think as time progresses, the UK market is going to become the primary market for probably the whole vape industry, because our regulations are going to be a lot lighter. With us being out of Europe.
If you get a friend request, it's just me.
Josh, sorry, I didn't understand. Sorry. Tell me again.
If you get a friend request on Facebook, it's just me.
Okay. Okay. So, what do you think about the vaping? Because my opinion is that the big industries try to drive to the people to pods, and the reason behind this is that pods are electrical devices made by factories, and they are cheap devices. So maybe vaping lose its personal character, and from hobby becomes something like I go to the market and buy a packet of cigarette. Cheap product, easy, push a button, vape, and that's it.
The way it's seen currently in the UK, Emio, we have got a rising, unfortunate use of underage use because of the pod devices. There's no denying that. But a lot of the companies in the UK are seeing smokers switch to vaping to pods, and then they're progressing into the hobbyist vapors, like we all did eventually. So they're then going from the pods to the sub-on kits, and then the rebuildables. It's very much seen in the UK as a stepping stone into mainstream vaping.
That's very good news, Vinny, because, with all these changes, I'm afraid for the worse, because no one supports vaping, or at least at past years. All people were against us. The governments, the factories, the pharmacy industries, everyone. But now I see that they see that vaping is growing, so they decided to buy some vaping companies, and they will start to make vaping stuff. But is this good for us? That's what I'm wondering. Is this good, or all people will buy something cheap and they will never go to high end? Because I think that some way we will disappear here.
Yeah, well, I started in here with the original cartomizers that came out 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and to me, they're probably no different to the modern day pod. If you think about it logically, because they was cheap, they was about £10.
I agree. I have said that on my live. They are exactly the same style.
And
yes.
it's just a progression. Obviously, technology's improved and things like that. So the pods are the smaller version of our old cartomizers with a silicone wicks back when we started back in the day. And we progressed. So given the time scale, I think the way we look at it, today's pod users in 3-4 years' times is your next generation of rebuildables and higher end devices as well. It's just the lag. Obviously, at the minute, the vape industry globally is pushing pods, which isn't great because it's getting in the underage people as well that are trying to find that nicotine kick, that hit.
By the way, yeah. Sorry.
It's the regrettable side of it, but like I say, hopefully within sort of a 3-4 year structure time frame, you'll see them pod users moving into the higher end rebuildables and rebuildables in general.
I really hope so, Vinny. By the way, the other day I saw a pod. They said it's a pod from China. It had a 3000 mAh battery. It was big, it was fat, and I said, my friend, why you call it pod? This is a box mod. Are you joking?
Yeah, a lot of the Chinese companies now in here have replaced the old-fashioned sub-on tanks with something that's basically a pod.
Because it fits into a
companies
nice
like
little
Smock.
box.
I know Haley there's got the Smock RPM 160. That's very much a tank, but it's a pod.
Vinny's favourite mod, that is.
It's not.
Especially in Rainbow.
It's fine. He's
Vinny's
fine. I
favourite setup
dropped
ever
it.
is in his
I
hands
dropped
right
it
there.
last night, so it didn't work.
Right there.
Vinny's favourite setup right there.
Yeah,
right.
Vinny, yes. We have the same. I can't show it in camera, sorry. The girl of the company, what she show us?
Sorry?
The girl of the company. I don't remember
Haley.
her name. Haley. What you show us, Haley, before? It was
That
a
is
pod.
a Smock supposed pod.
But it's a mod.
It's a box pod. Huh?
Yes,
It's 100.
Yeah.
It's 100% a box mod. You are correct.
Yeah.
We argue this all the time, don't we, guys? It's always like that's just a box mod now.
But yes, it takes 2 batteries.
It's a box
Sorry,
mod.
it does not take 2 batteries.
Yes. But by the way, about the pods, they are very expensive. I mean that they are very cheap when you buy it. Okay. And then you have to start paying for cartridges. That's another problem that people don't see it. And because after 3 months, maybe you have paid so much money, like you were buying a box. And after 3 months, you will have paid for 2 boxes. And after 3 months, so in a year, maybe you have paid for 3 boxes. But you don't see it like this because you pay a little. Pay less money, pay small amount of money every time. But when you check it on a year, you say, oh, my friend, I could buy 3 box mods with all this money. I think no one thinks like this. But, sometimes the market changes by its own. People see what is going on, they understand, they talk each other, and slowly, I hope pods,
the UK scene in EMEA will always have an area for the high-end rebuildable market, because the hobbyist side in the UK it just grows and grows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's
can't
pretty
speak
big
too
here.
much for Europe, but with you guys producing what you produce in Greece and all the other companies in Greece, most of the high-end rebuildables are not in the UK.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And by the way, now that you say that they are not in UK, I know how to make good constructions. Maybe I'm not very good to, how can I say, to finding stores, to communications, to make friends on the industry. You know what I mean? I'm more a mechanical person than a social person. And I'm wondering about this because you have a lot of stores there. And I'm not sure why these stores don't contact to Greek people to sell the products. Maybe they contact to other sellers. I don't know what is going on. But does other Greek products sold in the UK? A lot of Greek products are sold in UK, high end. I mean high end. Do you know?
Not
No.
a lot. I mean, not a lot at all. Josh, dude, get off.
Josh,
Yeah.
don't worry about it. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me now?
No,
No,
it's Josh.
I'm good for the minute. I'm fine. Just in a bit.
Sorry.
Just let you know.
All right.
No, Emio, don't worry. I'm hanging around for that.
Imio,
Okay.
is there any plans on bringing back the Cybrillion V2 at all?
Cybrillion version 2 and version 3. Look, what is the problem with Cybrillion and why I can't bring it back? Cybrillion version 2 was 23, Cybrillion version 3 was 25 millimeter in diameter. The problem is the plastic. Cybrillion version 2 had two plastics, one on the negative side of the battery, one on the positive. Okay, these were very thin plastics, and after some time, this small plastic ruined its threads because the threads were small. If you want to make something at 23, if I make it 24 is okay. But at 23, I try to squeeze everything. So the threads of the plastic get worn. On 25, I did the same thing. But on 25, I made a very big sleeve where the threads, I had to make threads only on the negative. And very big threads. There was no problem at all. That was very nice. And I said, hey, my friend, I find a solution. But the problem is that this plastic is so thin after the threads that the factory told me, look, Emeo, we made the run of Cybrillion version 3, but if you want to make it again, you have to do something with the plastic. I said, my friend, we did it once. Yes, we did it once, but we throw to the trash the 2/3 of the plastics. 2/3.
Blimey.
Yeah. And I said, okay, guys, how much money you want for the plastic? They gave me a price which is not exactly very, very high. But, for example, I have to sell it from 136. I have to go to around, if I remember well, 190. 190, you know my style. It's not to, I don't want to sell so expensive. I feel a little something like I don't know, something like thief. It's a lot of money. It's
a lot of money. That
yeah,
is a lot of money.
I don't want to do it. That's why you see Perseus, for example, even if it is an atomizer that it had to be sold according to the other prices that I see in the market. To my opinion, I could sell it 250, but 250, my friend, is a stupid price. I can't do it. I don't feel well, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it doesn't sit well with you.
Yeah. Well, we do a little segment on our weekly show called The Cool War, where we say whether or not we personally think a mod is really, really bad looking, or what features are really bad, or
good,
or really, really good. And we rate these from in the bin, which throw it away, or Sub-Zero, which is basically the coolest of cool. You cannot get any colder kind of thing. And your Cybrillion actually made it to the Sub-Zero category last week.
Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know one.
Yeah, it was a very nice idea. If I want to make a Cybrillion again, I have to make it with the same battery. It has to go 24. What do you think about the 24 millimeter Cybrillion? Because if it is 24, it's okay. I can remake it. But
That's
I'm
24.
not sure at 24 is
25 millimeters is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, you do get some mech mods that are up to 30 millimeters in diameter.
This is a very different style of vaping, though, Chris.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying,
not
like,
made
the
for
raw.
that. It's not made for that.
Yeah. You know, this style it has to run via pre-order. And I say pre-order because if I make a quantity, you know, CNC machine shops require a big quantity every time. So if I make something and it doesn't run, you know how easy it is to lose a ton of money.
Yeah.
Oh, very easy to lose a lot of money.
Yeah. And if I make a pre-order, I make a pre-order if you don't know it, but I made for the fat Telemachos, 30 millimeters, 31.5 and 32.5. There were not a lot of people came there for this run. It was around, if I remember well, 100 people. But the CNC shop doesn't require 100 units. It requires much more. So if I make 100 units, the price will not be the same.
No.
They're charging more for it.
Yeah. And this is a trap. You don't know what to do. To make 100 units for the people that I ask for it and charge them a ton of money, they will say, hey, we can't pay it. And I will say, guys, this is not my problem. This is, and not your problem too. It's a problem of someone else. But who is this someone else? It's the quantity. We can't do something about the quantity.
Yeah. It's even if you can get, say, 1,000 people to want to buy that specific mod, you can't always guarantee that 1,000 people will buy the mod, even though they said they would buy it and they do want it.
Yeah.
There will be other external circumstances.
So
that's
much
true.
upfront or
That's
the full
true.
cost.
Yeah.
It's a very tricky situation in Imeo to be in as well because of that. I fully understand that completely.
Vinny, all these 12 years, I tried a lot of thoughts. I see what other people do. I have my ideas too. And after 12 years, there is no real solution on this. There is no solution, really. Yeah, you don't know what to do still. Every time you try same stuff or previous stuff, or you pick a solution and you go with it. Yeah. If I had my own machine shop, I would be very glad, but I don't. I don't, yes. And you know, CNC machines, I'm sure you know about that stuff. They ask for a lot of money because they spend a lot of time. And when I say spend a lot of time, I see my CNC shop. He wants to make just one part of Perseus, for example. He spent the programming to program the machine 5 hours, 6 hours. I said to my friend, 6 hours. And you know, these machines cost a lot of money. And he made me a table. And he told me, look, Emil, I paid for this machine that amount of money. I spent that time of electricity. I spent the oil, because the oil, you know, it has a cost. And he made me with cheap prices. Okay. But if you add all these cheap prices, the time he wants, the money he wants to earn because he has a family, the amount for every small piece, he told me that if you want to make a small piece, you have to pay me 200 euros. If I pay 200 euros for every small piece, Perseus has 10 pieces, I need 2,000 euros. 2,000 euros for just a sample. If the sample doesn't work well, you need to remake some pieces. If the piece that has a problem affects other pieces, you have to make the other pieces too. You pay and pay and pay and pay, and then you have to sell it. Okay, and you put a price. Usually my price is small. it had to be bigger. Okay,
Yeah,
it had to be
yeah.
bigger, really, yes, very big. But I want to earn less. I want to earn less. Sorry, I don't want to earn less. I want to be a millionaire. Okay, like everyone.
Don't we all?
Yeah, but I want to have a reasonable price. And sometimes when I lose money, I can't charge them to the customer. It's not a good move. It's a little stupid because I prefer more people have my units and not just to sell it expensive to earn the same amount of money from 10 people.
Yeah.
I don't want 10 people. I want 1,000. Can I do it? If I can do it, okay.
I'll certainly do my best to get that for you, Emio, that's for sure. A Ferrari each, then, my friend.
I mean,
Thank
that
you,
is
thank you
the
very much.
big problems for small companies, where you got big companies like Smock. They can swallow those mistakes. They can swallow those kind of prices for like productions and things like that. And Josh, I'm still muted.
Josh.
They don't pay that anyway.
No.
No, but
Yes. Yes, they can absorb this cost. Yes.
Yes. Whereas smaller companies like yourself, that could make or break you. Just one bad turn somewhere, having to redesign everything could break that mod and break you financially.
Yeah. Just one run. Yes, it can broke. Yeah. yes. That's true.
That's always the problem for smaller companies. Or
Yeah,
if you've had a set amount done and a shop has promised to actually pay half up front and then the other half for their stock later on once received, but they pull out the deal. That means you've got half of what it's what you should have got for that mod at retail wholesale, but you're still losing out because then you have to then try and find someone else to buy that product if they've pulled out, things like that. And it's very, very difficult for guys like you, and I do feel so sorry for you when things don't go the way it goes, especially when you have a big passion for the product and for the industry you're in.
Yeah, and it's the quality, Chris. That's the big thing, the quality. You can't compare a lot of things to what Emio does. It's
Obviously, I'm not comparing any of his products to anything else. No. His business side of things, it's very hard and difficult for small businesses to keep afloat or to become big.
Yeah,
it's very difficult.
And that's why I'm very careful on samples. I'm working on 3D software and I'm looking, for what can I say, for 1 week without doing anything. I'm just checking, turning it around to see how it is inside, how it is. And, every time I see something small, a small mistake, which will affect all the other parts. And I can't pay 2,000 euros for 3 times. If I pay 2,000 euros 3 times, my runs are really small. I make usually, and the big problem, of course, are the cloners. I make usually 1,000 pieces. Okay. For 1,000 pieces, if I earn without taxes 20 euros per unit, I will earn 20,000 euros. If I pay 6,000 to the sample, okay, and then I pay the taxes, I will stay with 10 or 15,000 per year. I can't make a living like this. The
figures don't add up, Emio. No, definitely not.
Yeah. And that's why I'm trying to be careful and to keep the prices as low as I can, because some people, they complain about the price. It's very expensive. To start explaining to that person what is going on, it is useless, because first of all, maybe he will not understand, but you can't explain the same things to everyone. That's the price. Okay. I'm not a thief. Okay, that's the price. If you like it, pay it. If you don't like it, okay, you can buy something cheaper, a China product. China product is okay. Who said that China products are bad? But, we have something special. If you want something special, okay, you have to pay some more.
Yes.
But
the thing is, the UK market, that will happen as well. It's just we need to get more people to know your product. Doing things like this, and hopefully I saw Todd's review on the Perseus as well, and he had a lot of love for it, didn't he, as well?
You know what is going on with Todd? Let me tell you. Todd was a very big fan of Golden Greek. Very big fan. He made all the videos of Golden Greek until 2014, if I remember well. I'm not sure. And at some time with Todd was a collector of GG. He had all the GG stuff. And we had a misunderstanding one day. We changed some PMs. You know, they were not very good PMs. Okay, if they were good, we were still with Todd good friends. Anyway, and after all these years, Todd didn't contact me. I didn't contact Todd. We had some, I saw him on some vape expo. We said some things. Okay, but until there, no, nothing more. And he decided to make a review about the Perseus. I don't know why. Okay, maybe he liked Perseus. Maybe I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, yeah, it was a very, very good review. I was really impressed that after all these years, Todd started again. Todd, maybe I want to tell him something on live about Todd. Todd, to my opinion, is a good person. He's a very friendly person. But you know, we all have our bad moments. Okay. I don't want to say who fault is it that we are not connected as much as in the past with Todd. But you know something, who cares? It was a fault. Okay, no problem. We can be the same as before, because you know my style is not to fight anyone. And I think most people want the same. We want to be friends. Okay. If you want to be a friend, okay. If you don't want, it's still okay. We don't keep bad feelings for anyone.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Emil, I will ever fall out with you, I promise. Quite the opposite. I think my love will just grow.
Yeah.
Even if you do bring out a side-by-side.
Please make it rainbow, just to please him that little extra.
No.
I would say just buy it to watch Vinny every time.
About reviewers, now that we said about Todd, let me tell you what I think about some reviewers. I think that reviewers sometimes are like, I want to say that they don't like to be criticized. They criticize other people or other products, but they don't like other people to do the same to them.
Yes, very true. Very true.
Vinny being one of them. He's regularly crying.
Oh, yeah.
He's regularly in tears. He's regularly crying over
I'm a
people
very
criticising.
sensitive man, Emil. And I get ridiculed for that. I'm quite a sensitive soul, but I try
Commonly
to get
known
on
as a
with
snowflake.
everybody.
That's
These
the trick,
days,
Vinny.
I keep myself to myself, reviewer-wise, and just lead everyone else to get onto things.
That's true, Vinny,
Kev, yes, they've got one RDA that's dual coil. I can't quite remember the name of it.
Sorry, can you tell me again?
You've got a dual coil. I can't quite remember the name of it.
Dual coil is Amadeus.
Amadeus, yes.
Amadeus had a lot of features. Now that you talk about Amadeus, it was, to my opinion, the ultimate atomizer tank RTA, RDA, RDTA. Sorry that I say it's better. Don't think about me bad. But when I say it was the best, I mean that there was not something like this in the market before. That's what I mean. Okay. It had moving pins for long or small coils. It could be a tank. It was the first time that a dripper could be a tank. It was the first time that a tank had a BF option. And still, to my opinion, it's a very, very good atomizer, because if we talk about the air that go inside Amadeus, it has a 80 square millimeter air. 80. It's like breath.
Yeah.
Okay, it's huge, which of course is regulated, and it has dual coil. It is dual coil. And a friend of mine, for example, that we do the lives together every Friday, he use only Amadeus, only. It's the atomizer. It's made for me. Imeo, he told me it's a fantastic atomizer. All air open. Okay, he take very huge inhales and make clouds. But yes, Amadeus was something new at the market at that time, and introduced a lot of new features. And is still, to my opinion, a good atomizer to vape, because sometimes we are used to the new stuff and we say new and fresh, new and fresh. But what is fresh? Fresh, maybe it's something that combines some older features from 2 or 3 atomizers. But when something is old, doesn't mean it's really old.
No.
Maybe it's more new than the new.
Yeah. Quite often it is the case in here.
Yeah.
It really is. It's just reinventing the wheel.
Yeah. For example, Amadeus, I don't know, and I don't think that there is still something like this in the market, like Amadeus. I told you, it has everything. You can make it a tank, you can BF option, moving pins. I don't think that there is an atomizer with moving pins, to put them away from the coil or more close between them to make smaller coils for MTL.
Yeah.
But
There isn't anything else like that on the market. Definitely not.
I'm really interested in that that atomizer.
Good luck finding one, Lloyd.
There is still a store that has it in stock. It had to be out of stock. It's only a bit fumo on Italy. He bought a lot of units, so he has some stock. I don't have anything, of course. If I had, I would be glad to send you, but I don't have. Yeah.
I need to keep an
There you
eye
go,
out
Lloyd.
for
You need to
that.
search Italian vape shops.
Guess what me and the missus are going on our first getaway. We're touring all the vape shops in Italy. What for? None of your business.
Before we let Imio go, has anyone any questions for Imio? Josh, I'm looking right at you.
Yes and no. So I'm just gonna say no for the minute. So if I've got any questions for Imio, I'll message Imio direct.
Yeah, maybe you don't have any questions because you don't see my face. Because if you see my face, you will have more questions.
We will get that sorted, Imio, and we will have you back on anytime, brother. Anytime.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm when I say that, my wife is laughing. I'm absolutely available. And she told me, no, don't say this. You have to look like a difficult to find person. I said, no. I am absolutely available at any time, any hour for everyone.
That's on Fridays at 8 o'clock.
No Fridays.
Yeah, there we go.
You can find him, but you just can't contact him because he's not on air.
We can work around that. We're flexible.
I really want to thank you guys for the invitation, Vinny. Huge thanks. Okay, I tried a little hard here with your English. I'm very focused. Really to understand what is going on.
You've done amazing, Imio. Don't worry, my brother.
Your English has been spot on, Imio. So
He's definitely better than Lloyd's.
You can ignore your daughter laughing at you now, Imio. You've done grand.
You can tell her.
Thank you.
5 English people said he's good.
You make me feel very comfortable. Really, I know that you don't mean anything of what you say, but that doesn't matter. Thank you for your nice words. And, if at any time if you want to contact again, don't worry about this, Vinny. Okay, and
we keep talking all the way through, brother. Don't you worry about that. I'm not going anywhere.
I will leave you to continue with your chat. How long will you stay chatting? How much time?
Until midnight.
We've got at least another 3 hours to go, I think, roughly tonight, and then we've got another 6 hours live tomorrow.
6 hours live.
Yeah,
Yes.
we did 3 hours earlier today,
Wow.
and we're on 3 hours for tonight already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to see if you speak Greek. How much hour will you do?
Efaristo. That's about as good as I get with my Greek. And Yamas, of course.
Guys, really, thank you very much for the invitation. Okay, continue your live. Wish you.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Leave us some Greek, Emia. Leave us some Greek.
Some Greek. Ήθελα να σας πω ότι πραγματικά πέρασα υπέροχα και σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. I mean that I had a very nice time and thank you very much for the invitation.
We will welcome you back anytime.
Yeah.
Take care, guys.
Take care, Emio.
Thank you, Emio.
Have a nice evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Very much wow.
Emio, thank you.
I will message Johnny, letting him know he's free to come on at any time.
That was amazing. I mean,
he couldn't get his camera working.
Even though we couldn't see some of what he maybe had sat there, and probably his handsome Greek face.
Alright. Go to sleep, alright. Thank you. I just said some Greek, dear. Yeah, Emio was I said Faristo.
What?
Faristo.
I said it wrong.
Yeah.
The one Greek word I said it wrong.
Typical Vinny.
I said Yama, so that was alright.
You am an ass.
Yeah, well, I thought about doing that. Then I thought you'd laugh at me if I checked with you, dear. So I just went with it. And I still said it wrong, yes, dear. Thank you.
And we're still laughing at you.
Yeah.
Right, I will be back in a moment. Won't be
You
too
guys
long.
can all take the piss out of me all you want.
Don't worry, we do.
I'm
You
not
are,
taking
Alan?
the piss. I don't know any Greek.
I'm trying to learn bits, but yeah. Well, thank you, dear. You're a bit late now. He's gone.
It's just so fast, isn't it? Like
It is
like,
really fast. Yeah.
so quick.
But they speak really good English.
Yeah, he was worried about his English. His English was fine.
He did brilliant. It's just a shame we couldn't get the camera working, but we will get it back on and sort that out.
Yeah.
This is the joy with lives.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
get this.
Something had to go wrong, didn't it? And
But he sounded clear. He sounded great. So
yeah, and his words were so resounding. You could hear the love he has for what he does.
Yeah.
And I think that reflects in his products and his passion as well. So, and now we're going to go totally full killer and bring in Johnny. He's just going to be, wah! And then Brennan. It does, Kev. I completely agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, I hope Emio does well. I mean, he's been around for 10, 12 years already. So, yeah. Okay. Let's just wait for Johnny. And our compatriots to come back. Oh, getting a bit chilly.
you got no door, have you?
No, I've got a hoodie. I might just stick that on in the little gap. Start getting my bully woolly hat out soon as well.
I think it's really warm up here today.
Yeah, you're indoors, Lloyd.
True.
I literally have the great outdoors just sort of 10 foot that way. I ain't going nowhere. Came prepared. Oh, who's chatting to Johnny then? Was it Chris?
Yeah, I think so.
Johnny. Oh, there was a beep.
Johnny. Oh, I see him. I see him. I see him. I'm gonna play the bumper. I'm gonna change the bumper. I'm gonna play the bumper, and I'm gonna change the logo. And I'm gonna bring Johnny in. Let's do it.
The LXV meets the Squid Game.
It's the bumper.
He's not red light, green light.
Tell me you've made that mask, Jolly. Your character as well does not speak.
Yeah.
Your guys' audio is all choppy for me, and I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
100% have made this mask.
I knew you would have made the mask.
It looks epic. It looks spot on.
I'm needing this. Is that better?
That sounds better on my end.
Yeah.
Does it sound better for you?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is why we love Johnny.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, with this sort of thing, I have to improvise, adapt, and overcome. So I'm on my abyss tonight for normal reasons.
With the world's longest drip tip.
Yes. So don't ask why I just have spare surgical tubing laying around my workshop.
That is scary, though, I have to say.
Yeah. I'll take this off because my face is sweating out of pores I didn't know I had.
There he is.
There he is.
The front man exposed.
How is
It's a
everybody
beaut.
tonight?
It's a beaut, John. That's an absolute beauty.
It came out so well. It took 20 hours to print.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah,
Now make
it
it
turned out really good.
now make it into a mod.
It's really the
You know
only
we
thing
probably
to
could
do.
do.
I know he could do. I know he could do.
That wouldn't be hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how is everybody tonight?
Oh, good, mate. How are you?
I'm starting to flag a little bit, if I'm completely honest.
What was that? Sorry, the
Well-
audio's like,
Really?
yeah.
That's annoying.
I don't know if it's me or if it's.
You're coming through clear, Johnny.
Yeah, you're
Oh, that's good. It's just hearing you guys. It's like it goes fine, and then it's like choppy. So I'm only getting like half of what you're saying.
That's weird.
Hope that's not being an issue all night. Or all day.
Oh, Chris
Nice.
actually wants the makeup off.
Put the makeup back on, Chris. Jesus Christ.
No, don't take the mask off. Don't do it.
The first thing we need to ask Johnny is, how's the daughter?
She's doing really good. So she has bounced so well.
Excellent.
This second time around, she was a bit. It was a bit higgledy piggledy the first time we were in hospital. The second time, she had a worse time in hospital. But since she's been back home, she's bounced back really nice. So yeah,
Superb news.
and now it's just picking back up with work because, as a lot of you will know, or yourselves, like once something like that happens, it's like everything else literally just gets put down. So yeah,
100%.
it's I'm looking forward to getting back to work. So yeah.
Family
It'll be
first,
good.
bro. Always.
You can probably hear my 3D printer buzzing away in the background there.
Can't actually hear it, but we can see it definitely.
You can see it, yeah. Did anybody see the post I put up on the Facebook page of the mess?
No.
So I have a resin 3D printer. So unlike these ones here, they don't extrude plastic. What this uses is a liquid that is basically cured with light, right?
Yes, I've seen those.
Yeah. So
They're really cool.
a build platform goes down, submerges itself in a vat of liquid. A UV light shines up from the bottom, so it like squishes the layer down to the layer that it's doing, cures that, and then lifts back up and then goes back down and repeats the process until you have a physical object. And they're awesome when they work. And this did not work that one time. The print failed. It then fell into the vat of liquid resin, which is very toxic. It went everywhere inside of my printer, so I have to use isopropyl alcohol to like clean the printer out. When I was taking the vat out, now this is not a small resin printer. This is, I mean, it holds a liter of liquid. This
nice.
one, so there's a lot of liquid in there, and it probably had about 500 mils in it. I took it out and realized that there was a puncture in the bottom of my vat of liquid.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
So it's just like pouring out. So yeah, it's the printer now is completely useless until I replace the bottom of the vat, which is basically just a very thin sheet of plastic. So yeah, so fun.
Couldn't you pop the hole with like a bit of epoxy resin or something?
Nah.
Just for part time? No.
So basically what the vat is it's a metal ring, right? And on the bottom of it is what's called the FEP sheet. And the FEP sheet is basically a really thin plastic that is meant to flex ever so slightly, because as your print goes down and cures, it then has to peel away from that FEP at the bottom.
Right.
And there must have been like a foreign body or something inside of the vat while I was printing, and what it's done is it's gone down, squished it, punched a hole in it, and then it's come back up and it's ripped it even more. So yeah, thankfully the kind of expensive parts of the printer, like the LCD screen and all of the electronics in it, were completely unaffected by the spill and everything. Yeah. The downside is this FEP that I bought was like a premium FEP, so I was expecting to get a lot more life out of it, and it's just been really disappointing. So it's back to the cheap ones, because they're like mega thick. But anyway, I was printing the master copy, if you like, of the new resin mod that I'm designing and building. So what that means is I was going to then use that template as the negative for my oh Christ, all the words. Use words, Johnny. Silicone. I was gonna pour silicone into a small enclosure with this negative to then make my mold for then casting in resin. So I'm now trying something different. So what you hear about is a 3D printed version of this mod to then mold.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of molding, you do realize who's coming on after you, Johnny?
Who is Viking on after me?
Yes.
He's on straight after you.
That's
Yes,
what
my
I
friend.
was. That's what I was talking about the other day when I said it's a special thing.
We've
It all
basically
makes
already
sense
said
now.
that. You've basically already said that you'll probably end up hanging around.
It's gonna be 2 hours. It's gonna be like 2-3 hours of me asking a lot of questions.
One question.
Sorry, guys, I
Did you
did
sort
try
your
joining
soldering
earlier.
iron out? Sorry, Nick.
I
missed all
only
that.
just saw you, Nick. It's nice to have you on, mate. Don't worry. Go on, Chris.
Did you sort your soldering iron out? As you was on about it yesterday, that it was broke?
I thought you ordered a new one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the audio is doing that thing again, but I think I got the gist of what you were saying. So yes, I have the new soldering iron, but it would appear, so we all know that the soldering iron was very loud and it should not have been. So that part was pretty fucked. But it turned out, I think the thermistor or whatever it is that reads the temperature on, the actual gun part was also broken. So I am now back to using like old school non-modified soldering techniques.
Soldering iron.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. So
You've had a rough shit few weeks, Johnny, haven't you? I think it'd be fair to say.
Eh?
You've had a shit few weeks, it'd be fair to say.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest month. I've even so it was my intention to have 8 Halloween themed mods, right? Ready to go this week. Well, that went down the fucking toilet. So, but before that, I was like, right, I'll just do 4. So I've printed them. They're printed out. They are ready. Like, they're black and orange. I've not had time to wire them, and I've got the back plates all ready to need epoxy resin. So there is gonna be 4. They are gonna come out after Halloween, but I don't think people will care.
No.
So we've got a Hellraiser one, Pennywise, Freddy Krueger, and Jason.
I would quite happy.
Johnny, would you be able to make one again after Christmas? Because I've got to wait until after Christmas before I can actually buy my overkill and Freddy, Jason, or Pennywise. But it's got to be the Tim Curry version Pennywise, though. I like the Tim Curry version.
This is the updated version.
It's still acceptable.
This is Skarsgård.
But see, if I was doing them now, I printed these ones and I looked at them and I was like, oh, light bulb moment afterwards. I really wish I had done the chassis in the color of candy corn. But I missed the boat on that one. So,
Well, you might be able to do it on mine.
Oh yeah, if that's what you want. Yeah.
So
we'll talk.
How long does it take for your 3D printer to, make a mod, like a shell?
So for the 21, like the one that you've got, that single shell will take about 8 hours.
That's not too bad.
It's not too bad, yeah. Depending on obvious, if I was doing it quick, it would be 8 hours. If I was doing it, I was gonna do a Nightmare Before Christmas one, but then I was like, has it not been done to death already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suicide got quite a few designs.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah. Normally, if I'm pushing the boat out in terms of like wanting to squeeze every ounce of detail out of it, and depending on the filament as well, because not all filament plays the same with universal settings, it can take up to 12 hours sometimes.
Blimey, it's that long?
Yeah.
Gee whiz, Johnny.
Yeah. So, yeah. But so there is some new plans in the works for Overkill in terms of how we operate and stuff like that. This is obviously months away, but essentially, long story short, my partner is gonna come and work for me.
Really?
Yeah. So
that could be a good thing or a bad thing.
It's going to be an amazing thing because she is the queen of organization, and I am not organized in the slightest. So, yeah. Long story short, she wants to spend more time at home. We are wanting to buy a house for ages. So
for Overkill to continue making mods and stuff like that, we need to keep everything in-house. There's no point in me trying to rent a space because, I mean, it would just take one bad month of not paying that place's rent, and then I'm either back at square one or I then end up owing money to somebody I can't not pay back. So the plan is to buy a house. We have been saving. She's been saving. I've been saving. Buy a house, move into it, build a workshop. She stays home and looks after Rosie and handles all of the kind of admin stuff. So customer questions, emails, all that. And I do what I absolutely love and just focus on the builds. Literally a monkey in a box. She just passes me a slip under the door, be like, make this. And be like, okay.
You look so stoked about that as well.
That's the dream, though. That's all I want to do.
I mean,
So,
you
yeah.
can work from home in your PJs, so you save money on washing and clothes there.
Hey, I'm not even wearing pants right now. Like, I'm not, like, I'm just
same here.
from the
I've
waist
just
down.
got this on. I've only got this on.
Chris,
Totally
please
right.
don't stand up. For fuck's sake, don't stand up, Chris. No!
So I was always wondering, how detailed can you go with the 3D printing? So, like, if someone was to come to you with, like, say, a paisley design, would they be able to handle that?
It depends on the actual design itself, and what we're using as the kind of base. So what 3D printers can pull off some incredibly detailed stuff, but it's all a matter of scale. So that paisley design, if I was going to do that on like a dominatrix or a dominator box, that's a lot of surface. So we can blow that design up and make it bigger and get that kind of detail into it. But if we were then to shrink that down, how with 3D printing works when it comes to printing on that plane, when you're kind of looking at line work and stuff like that, it has to be a certain width. Otherwise, with the nozzle that we use, the printer will go, okay, well, we've got X amount of space that we can print with, but this is under that. So what will happen is it just won't print it. It'll print everything else, but if something gets too thin, it will just leave it out of the slicing. So it really does depend, and there are workarounds for how thin we can make things and compensate in other areas to squeeze that detail out. But then you're left, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. So yes, we could get a really nice fine line, but if there's like gaps or, you know, stuff that needs filled in between those, you might not get that. Or it might be really, really frail when it extrudes it out, and you could easily just wipe over it and wipe it away. So yeah, it's not, I mean, it's not like, you know, engraving or, you know, super high detail work that you can get out of the FDM stuff. But that's why we started doing like the resin back panels with like the HD graphics, is to give that option of like really detailed stuff if people want it.
Yeah.
Saying that, I mean, we have pulled off some pretty cool stuff in the past.
And knowing you and how you are, Johnny, I just know you wouldn't produce something that you wasn't happy with as well. That's, I
mean, there's something that I've kind of come to terms with over the years is I've got to draw a line somewhere in terms of, it's not so much what I'm happy to put out, it's what I like. So there's some things like I will let slide that in the beginning I would not normally have let slide, but as I've grown and printing and stuff like that, I think sometimes I've expected too much of what is capable. So for instance, like I've got, I won't show you the size of them, but so like this is a mod that we make. This is the mini lip.
Yeah.
And I've just finished 6 of these, right? So there's a little section just here that has a little notch out of it where the print head has like extruded and then maybe double backed, and it's moved that a little bit, or it's like pulled the filament back and it's gone to put more in, but it hasn't come out. And some filaments will handle that no problem and it will be flawless, but other filaments, you might get that little defect,
that little flaw.
Now I would look at that and go, fuck, I want to throw that in the bin. And somebody else is going to look at that and go, I don't see any problem here.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I have to get out of the mindset that these are not miracle machines. You know what I mean?
No.
They are not going to produce perfection 100% of the time. So there are some things that I do let slide. And other things that if it's catastrophic, I'm like, no. That's not legal.
Yeah. It's where you draw that line, isn't it? Obviously, it's knowing you.
And it's not even ego. It's just my own kind of. It's not. I wouldn't even call it OCD because I'm not that OCD. But it's
You
just
don't
like
think?
I get in my own head and I'm like, I look at something and I go, I don't know.
You mean like Vinny's blend mod that we've all agreed would not have been an issue whatsoever?
Well,
Yeah.
Like just 1 millimeter thickness of like the resin on top is like
it's stuff
I
like
wouldn't
that.
even
Yeah.
know that. I would
But
not
I
have
think
noticed that.
But
I
it's
think
not
also what
OCD,
I do
Johnny.
is no. I think what I do is I unfairly compare myself to other brands when it comes to mod production and stuff like that. So I'll never be able to produce something that like Aegis make or Lost Vape make because one, their manufacturing styles are entirely different. So it's unfair to directly compare what I make to what they make. Two,
Johnny, you don't have millions of pounds behind you either.
Yeah, exactly. And then I look at people like Stuart at Vape Smarter, who produce those incredible art. Like I genuinely think they're just pieces of art. What he makes, they're absolutely stunning. It's unfair to compare me to his work as well because, again, totally different materials, different processes. Like, yeah. So I think what I do in the field that we do it in is very good.
Yes.
So I'm happy with that.
That's what matters, Johnny.
Yeah. I just want other people to be happy with it. I can't wait to make it.
I know,
It'll be good.
But I know one thing, I'll get to hold it and then husband will look at me, I'm like that, mine!
Johnny, OG.
Yeah. See, there you go. What's some of the comments saying? Mike's got his saw mod. That was a fun one to make.
Mike's been around all day waiting to see you, Johnny. He's literally been around all day.
Yeah.
Last 6 hours.
Yeah, we just kept lying down saying he's on next, just to keep on.
It's a good mod. I was really happy with it was a new filament as well. We list it as one of the color options, but up until then, I hadn't used it before, so I was really happy with how it turned out. The results are good.
So is the filament the plastic part that obviously the 3D printer?
Yeah. So it's basically just one long continuous string of filament of like plastic. It's just
That's
one great
why
big long
on
string.
other less quality printed mods, you see the lines.
That's not true. That has nothing. No. So the layer lines are there regardless.
Oh, right.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter quality. I mean, quality. When you talk about quality, I immediately jump to layer height. So the thicker the layers, and the thicker the layer, the more evident that lines are going to be.
Right.
But even at the highest detail that I can print at, and when I say detail, I mean layer height, you still see the lines. Like the lines are still there. I mean, you're fusing plastic together by squishing it.
But I literally have to get yours that close to my eyes to see it. Other companies are a lot more evident because that must be the filament height then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it's funny though because actually the finer the lines are, generally tends to the weaker the print is.
Oh right, okay.
I mean, when you have big fat lines, you're talking about like thick layers.
Yeah.
So you're going to end up with a more robust and strong print when you
Well,
print with a
Don't
thicker...
quite know about that, Johnny, because Lloyd over there has already drop kicked yours. So
yeah, and I was panicking
and
when I
I
messaged him. I was like,
stick
"Can I
to
fix
dropping
it?"
things. Yet Lloyd has already drop kicked his.
Yeah, I
In a
dropped it
day,
after
wasn't
one day
it?
of having it. One day after
Older
having
Vinny.
it. I think that needs to be changed to a fucking Lloyd, like.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the material we print with is it's not a specialist material. I mean, I use a PLA plus, which is like kind of like your standard material. The plus just means it is a little more tougher than kind of the standard stuff. But there's a huge misconception when I read on like forums and groups and stuff like, oh, you can't have a mod made out of plastic. You can't have a mod made out of plastic; it'll melt. And it's like, well, no, it won't. Like, if you have some dodgy wiring, or you've got you hammering the shit out of your mod and generating a lot of heat, yeah, you're gonna run into problems.
No, it really
but
won't melt. I've had this since August 2018, and it's still not melted.
Yeah, like, and then that's just it. Like, the mod, like any mod, will last as long as you how well you treat it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, this fell out of my pocket, so like waist height onto concrete, and there's not a scratch on it. I did message
That's
you
good.
saying, "Oh, can I fix it?" Because like the innards fell out, and you're like, "Oh, that just slides back in, and you're good to go." I'm like, "Oh,
Yeah.
yes." But yeah, no.
So
I
yes,
couldn't
that
couldn't
is
even tell you
true.
what it is.
Mike does bring up a good point there. So yes, it will melt in direct sunlight, but I mean it's got to be hot.
So
Yeah.
I
if you live in
had
England,
one
you're safe.
guy. I had one guy who left his 500 mil squonker sitting in his window, and the door shrank with the heat.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Don't leave your overkill in direct sunlight.
Yeah, but you shouldn't do that with a normal mod
No,
anyway. It's
because
like
of the batteries. Yes.
The same rules apply with an overkill mod as it would any other mod from any other company. Don't leave it in your car when it gets hot. Don't leave it sitting in direct sunlight in your window. Like, don't drop it in the bathtub. Like,
drop it in the bathtub.
don't drop it in. Like, if it falls, shit can break. Like, they're not indestructible. like, yeah.
Oh.
It's quite a sad day yesterday. I had to decommission my fat lip.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah, I caught myself out with the building of these 6 mini lips and realized that I was one XT60 connector short from finishing it all.
Sacrificed your own.
So I'm like, right, it's got to come out. Like, it's got to come out. So yeah, I'm down a fat lip.
Oh. It will rise again, Johnny. It will rise
again. I've already got another one coming. I was actually going to strip the innards out of that and put it into the new resin mod, because the resin mod is going to be the fat lip resin edition.
Ah, okay.
And it looks good as well. Like, it does.
You're right, Josh.
Shit me, that'll wake you up. Sorry.
You all right, Josh?
I'm good, yeah. So I just had some shit going down. I just had some shit. I just had some shit going down. It's sorted now. You now have my 100% undivided attention, so I'm back. Family stuff. You know how it goes. You get those little scares, and it's just like, ugh, but no good. So I decided to grab a very strong beer, and fuck me, this will put hairs on your chest.
Speaking of hair, Johnny, where has your beard gone, my friend?
Yeah, so I had a haircut a while ago. I went and got it all smartened back up again. And then
you look very normal.
I was gonna say, yeah, it looked all smart upstairs, and then down here it was like hobo, and I was like, but it's always a very difficult decision for me to shave. So I still have some facial hair there. I can't clean shave at all. I haven't been able to since I was a teenager because my skin breaks out so badly when I clean shave. So I basically just have to trim it down to like stubble and then leave it. So yeah, I was looking at myself in the mirror. I was like, fuck it. But it takes months. It takes months and months and months for my facial hair to grow. It's very irritating. I am follically challenged when it comes to facial hair.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but you have a beard. Do you know how long it would take me? Do you know how long it would take me to grow something that we're talking years? Years.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started on Nick's facial hair.
Well, Nick,
I would literally would have had to have started growing my beard from birth to get where Nick is right now.
we had Death Wish mods on earlier today, and Chris Lee Prince was on with the new owner. And he's got a beard.
He's like Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is about 5 years in the working, Johnny.
He's like fucking Gandalf. Like, honestly.
And your newfound stalker's asking when the CNC is coming out the box.
So I'm still kind of holding off getting the CNC out for a couple of reasons. The main one being an enclosure.
I remember you saying that last time.
Yeah, I just don't want the hassle of. I mean, I lost my shit when resin spilled on my countertop. Like, I can't have sawdust and stuff flying around. But I did have an amazing idea. So I generate a lot of plastic leftovers, right? In terms of like support material and things like that. And I saw somebody online did something amazing with all of his scraps and failures and everything like that. And he basically chucked them into a mold and then banged it into his oven at a low heat and let it melt into a skull, right? Decoration.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know for a fact the person we have on next does a very similar thing.
Yes, but it then dawned on me, why don't I do that into squares or blocks to make blanks for CNC and completely recycle all of the waste that I produce with making the other mods.
That's
so yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how the product will look, and so I'm gonna have to play around with some stuff, but it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Always worth it.
Absolutely.
You see, where I thought you was going with the blocks there, Johnny, was to say you're going to use the blocks to make the enclosure.
Yeah, I thought
Lego
you
blocks.
Yeah.
Why don't you just melt the blocks and then stick them all together and then machine them out into a mod?
Yes, that's.
Is that what you just said?
Yes, exactly what I just said. Yeah.
Sorry. I was too busy. I did a proper Chris then.
Chris, that's a bang, Josh, that's a banging idea, man. I am totally
Sorry.
on board with that.
Sorry,
think
like,
that one earlier.
I'm a little bit spaced out. I'm sort of like
You just having a moment.
having a moment, yeah.
So Michael has been dying to find out about some progress on the CNC machine. Like,
we just
wow,
did that.
are we living like? Are we like?
Oh, I went.
We thought we went button. Because I'm just like.
I went away for a couple of minutes. Remember?
Yeah, you was here while he was talking about the cover.
Yeah, and about the fact they couldn't deal with sawdust.
Oh.
But yes, Michael says
It's been a long
recycled
day.
Addy stands. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh,
Like that would be awesome. Yeah.
Right. Anyone got anything that's not recycled? Sorry. I'm sorry.
I've got a coffee that's not been recycled.
I
Does anybody
don't
else?
think it's.
Does anybody else drink tea and coffee at a ridiculously slow rate, and then by the time you get to the last third of the cup, it's absolutely cold, but drink it anyway?
Yes.
Normally me, yeah.
I do that all the time, and it winds my partner up.
I do the opposite.
It's cold now.
Someone hands me a cup of tea, I drink it, I burn my mouth, and I leave it for about 45 minutes, and I just neck it.
See, Jen is the same. Jen is the same. My partner, she will literally drink a tea, the minute after I make it, and I'm like, how on earth are you still alive? Like, if I
My
drank
wife
that,
does the exact same thing.
Oh, no,
my insides would set on fire and melt.
I don't want to do that. I just do it every time and then burn myself, and then I'm like, I don't want that anymore. And then you think I'd learn after 35 years, right? But because I'm so British, I want the tea. I want the tea there and then. But,
yeah. I'm getting back into, me and my partner used to drink tea every night, and it was great. And then she got pregnant with Rosie, and she went completely off tea. So we have now, 2 years after Rosie's been born, getting back into what I like to call our teevenings, where we just sit and drink tea and eat biscuits all night until it's time to go to bed. Yeah.
You
So simple
old
things.
fogey.
I was like, that is living the life. That is living the life.
And what you mean, Johnny, is until she goes to bed and you go to the workshop to create.
Well, that's just it. Yeah, on nights that I'm not working, it's yeah. But no, I'm looking forward to getting.
The dream happens, of course, Johnny, because then you'll be working all through the day, and then you can do your tea and biscuits all night.
See, this is it. Like, I can't wait. Like, I genuinely can't wait. I would literally, if it meant having a workshop at home and Jen was home all the time, I would quite happily live in a cardboard box. Yeah. Like, I genuinely would. Like, to be able to work from 9 to 5 every day, Monday to Friday, and have all the evenings to myself and the weekends. Yeah. Because just now, our biggest bottleneck is turnaround time. Yeah. So, once you remove that, I mean, I would be looking at doing mods, getting mods turned around within a week for people. They order it, I make it, it gets sent out. End of. No queues, or at least not long queues. And yeah, so yeah, it's getting there. We're getting there. We're slowly moving that way, but yeah.
Are you staying? Is the plan to stay north of the border then, Johnny, or are you looking elsewhere? Or?
Oh yeah, I'd never live in England. No,
I can't say I blame you.
We do have a radius. We do have a radius of where we're kind of looking for houses and stuff like that. That's still within good travel time to like her folks, and stuff like that. So yeah.
I've got a question, but I don't know if it's already been talked about or not. After that,
you mean the CNC box?
Yeah. So
that's Simon taking the piss.
No. So I was going to ask. With the CNC machine, are you going to stick with plastic, or are you going to move over to metals?
It's going to be everything. It's going to be everything. Obviously, there's going to be like a learning curve because I've never used a CNC machine before. But 5 years ago, I'd never used a 3D printer either. So yeah, it's. I'm going to start out with kind of simple things. So probably like the plastic blanks because they're waste anyway, so they're good to cut my teeth on. I'd like to do a good run of wooden mods. Because I would love to do a nice run of just really nice all wood mods. I think that'd be really nice.
And wood does feel so nice in the hand.
Mm.
It does. I enjoy wood in the hand.
Yeah, most people do.
Yeah. I do have plans. I have a design already for a burrow device. And I think that would look amazing in wood.
Is the burrow device market on the decline now as well? It seems to be on.
I think it's going to be like tube mechs. There's always going to be a niche. There's always going to be a group who are like hardcore users of that item.
Yeah, it's got to be the first wood mod though. Needs to be called the Woody.
The Woody, yeah.
And Disney will sue your fucking ass.
I want about that kind of Woody.
But yeah, I would love to do a run of wooden mods and yeah, then move into kind of resin. I want to do a lot of resin work and stuff. I also want to do a lot of stuff with like aluminium as well. But yeah, it's a long-term goal. Yeah. I mean, when Overkill started, we had one mod. That's all that we sold was just one particular type of mod, and then we started, adding on to that and adding on to that and adding on to that. So I think that's always going to be the case, and it will fold another mod into the collection of what's available.
Ooh, how about one made out of horn?
Of what?
Out of
horn.
what? Sorry,
out of a
a
horn.
horn.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought you said horse, and I was like, I do not. I was like, I do not think they are going to enjoy that at all.
Thank God
Just
it
got
wasn't
one,
fail.
one on.
Yeah.
Where would the batteries
See,
I'm gonna take down to
Horn-
Friday night. She'll never forget.
go?
Let the man speak.
horn might be tricky. With
Quite
just
tough.
it's not that it's. I mean, it's not that it's tough. It's more
be brittle.
the overall shape, and yeah, it is quite brittle once you kind of break it. But hey, you never know.
It'd make a good pipe.
It would, yes, it would. I know. You are eager for that pipe, sir. You are eager.
Like I told you
And
when
I-
I was talking, Johnny, when you're ready, brother.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
I have been thinking about it.
Then I can do my Gandalf. Then I need to grow my beard a lot longer.
Yeah.
And you need a
Um,
pointy hat.
CNC front and back panels. Yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, I imagine once I cut my teeth on enough practice material, it's going to be a pretty quick transition to knocking out things for other mods. So like, yeah, wooden or even Delrin. Delrin's easily machinable on a CNC machine. Delrin panels for all the mods that we make. Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't see why not at all, Mike. Yes. But yes, the first step is what I'm currently working on now. So is to make a mold, see what that looks like cast, and then kind of go from there. Because obviously, if I can cast something, I can then make multiple molds and cast multiples of those, which would be awesome. Yeah.
Exciting.
I
Yeah.
just bought a mini bench grinder actually from Aldi of all places.
That middle aisle, it'll always get you.
Now I walked past it and I was like, yeah, I'm having that for 24 quid. So I need to get what I want to do is get some polishing wheels for it, some like buffing wheels.
Yeah.
So that
I've
once
got the version of the Dremel, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah. So I mean, these resin mods, they're not going to come out looking pretty. They're going to need a bit of work in terms of like sanding and then polishing. So that is part and parcel of why I got that, is for polishing. So yeah.
Ooh,
I can't wait.
I'm excited, Johnny, for you.
I'm excited. Yeah. I'm excited. And then when we can get into the CNC machine setup, I can then start doing like metal face plates and top and bottom caps and battery contacts and all sorts of stuff. So yeah,
Need laser printer, Johnny.
it is on the wish list. A laser, like a laser engraver. Like I want one of those fiber lasers that like it's on the there's
according to the Russians.
lasers on there. A UV flatbed printer is on the wish list. What's it called? Spinny thing. A lathe. A lathe is on there. Yeah, that's on the wish list.
Jesus, how big's this house going to be you're trying to buy, Johnny?
Well, see, this is just it. Like wherever we move to, like I'm going to be building the workshop. So yeah,
my house is Vinny. It needs a shed.
yes, I need
just
a
take
big
up half
ass
the garden.
shed.
So if
Yeah,
my house
it
is a
will.
big garden and take up half of it just for your workshop.
Yes, that is the plan. That is
That's
100% the plan. I want a proper like walk-in workshop with everything and we'll get there. But yeah.
I don't doubt you for 1 second, Johnny. Actually, I really don't.
Me and Jen were talking about this yesterday. She's like, it's risky because obviously she's like the breadwinner in our house. She's the one who keeps us in a house basically. And so I would be taking over all those responsibilities when this happens. But I know that, money will get made when I can put more time into making stuff. So it will come. But I was saying, it's not like I can't turn my hand at other things with all of these tools that I have. I was like, if Overkill fell apart, I could literally start an Etsy shop tomorrow and start selling keychains, or other custom 3D printed things. But yeah,
as Sean said, many good things are made in sheds.
Agreed.
Yep.
Agreed. So yeah.
Yes, we know.
Sean, bless him, he ain't got a shed anymore.
No.
We do love men in sheds.
And garages.
Garages. Yeah.
I would love a
Depends what I'm
garage
doing.
workshop.
Bit
That'd
cold,
be
Johnny.
great. Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Not if
Yeah,
you
a bit
into
cold.
it.
I was going to say, not if you actually do a proper job and insulate it first.
Shut up.
Yeah.
So just throw drywall up.
What the hell was that?
See,
That's
it's
drywall.
falling to pieces as we speak.
It's the drywall. Mike, I actually did a line. I actually did a run of Overkill keychains a while ago. I think I made like 30 of them and just chucked them into people's orders when they placed orders and stuff like that.
See,
I might
you
have to
shouldn't
do
say
that
'cause
again.
Everyone that didn't get one's going to cry now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I should
I'll
make
bet-
more.
Yeah. Yeah. When I order mine.
Okay.
Could go on my bike keys.
Chris, you are turning into more of a free shit hunter than I am.
I didn't say I wouldn't pay for it. That's just
I
like
wouldn't.
your mind.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't charge somebody for a keychain. Come on.
That's down to you,
I
John.
wouldn't.
So I would happily pay for it.
I
One
would.
pence is still payment.
Yeah, it's very true. But yeah, but no. CNC will come. I think I'm gonna have to actually drop a printer to make room for it, which is it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard.
You could just knock through into your bedroom.
To be fair, to be fair though, the rate that this resin printer is going, I'm ready to lob it out the window. So I might have some spare room. I might have some spare room quicker than I thought. Yeah.
I heard a ping. I thought it was Brent. It's not. It's okay. It must have been a ping elsewhere.
I'll let Brent know it's coming up to his time to come on.
Thank you.
It's going to be really interesting with this mold that I'm making, because obviously when you pour the silicone in, I mean, any little detail is picked up in it. So effectively, there will be layer lines in the mold that I'm going to make.
Right, and they might come off in the cat.
So what my thought process is well, why don't I put everything in a fine coat of resin first before I mold it?
Yeah.
And this will do two things. One, it will make the end product really shiny, because the smoother the surface, the nicer the finish of resin casting. So yeah, that's I'm just gonna have to see. If not, I'm sure that they could probably be sanded and buffed out. I mean, I'm doing this at a stupidly very tiny layer height to squeeze out as much detail as possible. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
It's all interesting, all exciting.
Is that you, Josh? Just put
Yeah, I want a DNA 75 mod that takes 8 batteries and just never have to change my batteries.
It could be done.
It can be done.
It could definitely be done.
How much power are you running, bro? 45 watts.
How long's that gonna last you? 6 years.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll let you know when I've run out of
So
batteries.
I'll have to change the batteries out because of their lifespan before they die.
Or you just have a 75C LiPo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not?
It can be done. It can be done. It can
Just
be
have a
done.
little solar panel on the other side of it, so you can just charge it up as well, just to be safe.
Johnny, are you gonna hang around while Brent's on the show? You gonna stay live with us?
Absolutely. Just try to get rid of me. Honestly.
I knew it was a good idea to put you two close together.
I said that as soon as you two were together. It's like Johnny's gonna hang around. Why not?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah.
I know.
Let me know when Brent's on his way in because I'm going to jump out.
Okay.
Okay. See you later, Nick.
Yeah. Fuck off, albino.
Well, you just said you was going. Not saying goodbye. You fucking.
No, he said, "Let me know." He said, "Let me know when."
Oh,
Brent's
he
on
was
the
going
way,
to jump
so I
out
will
then.
then jump out. Yeah.
Hard to tell.
I just thought they were going to jump out.
All
Hard
I'm
to
gonna
tell
say
with
is
his Welsh Mancunian accent.
this stout is pokey as.
Actually, I want to say, Lloyd, how far through that JD are you?
Me poking Chris in the face.
This is my first one.
You on your first one?
First one of tonight.
It's Free the Parrots. It's called.
Never free the parrots. They're vicious animals.
No, I think it's I think it's from Poland.
Horrible
So.
creatures. Well, they're a different breed of people, though, aren't they? They're much manlier than most.
No.
I don't know. Free parrot. We fuck them. Yeah.
Oh, I got a different show. I wasn't paying attention here.
My name Nick. I am stronger than the bear. The bear, I fuck the bear. The bear is no more.
We love the bears. We love bears. Leave the bears alone.
No, we fuck the bear. The bear is no more. I'm imposter.
All right, I am the machine.
I fuck the machine. The machine is no more.
That is a scary accent, Nick.
Saturday night's getting weird. As I expected it to. I'm not back in the game. I'm ready. I'm primed.
Yes, but I am from Poland.
You've freed those parrots and you're ready to fucking rock.
Yeah. Well, apparently I was allergic to parrots, so I'm quite glad I freed them because I'm no longer wheezy, which is great.
What a weird allergy to have. How do you even discover that?
I'm allergic to
I'm allergic to bees. I was stung by one. Like how? Like I was just strolling through the Amazon and a fucking parrot landed on me.
I'm allergic to anything with like feathers or fur or horses, cats, dogs, guinea pigs.
Gotta watch them horses. Gotta watch them horses, man. They're like spiders in the wintertime. They just creep into your fucking living room.
The weirdest thing was I actually owned a horse.
I am allergic to iron brew of all things.
Weird.
Scotsman allergic to iron brew?
Are you even Scottish, Lloyd?
Man, your credentials are getting badder and badder.
You might as well just chop off your penis and move to Devon.
I mean, that being said, I am like a fake Scot.
Allergic to iron brew, doesn't like Buckfast.
Do you know that is something I've never tried?
Probably hates square sausage and haggis and tablet. Like
I
don't
I hate square sausage.
What?
It is the most useless fucking sausage on the planet. I don't even think it should be allowed to be called a sausage, right?
You're all right there, Johnny. It's definitely not a
imagine
burger.
Could you imagine though? Could you imagine? Right. Picture this: you're on the hub. Woman walks in. She's like, "Let us see your sausage." And the dude whips it out, and she's like, "Why is it square?" Like,
what's your thoughts on haggis then?
I love haggis.
Haggis.
Haggis has got great flavour. If you can get over what's in it, the flavour of haggis is phenomenal.
Yeah.
We make at least weekly here. So my partner's a vegetarian, so I quite often buy in vegetarian haggis, right? But I make dirty fries with haggis. So we make up chips, top it with haggis, cheese, and then gravy.
Oh, that actually sounds fucking banging, Johnny.
It's so good.
Although swap the gravy out for some peppercorn sauce, I think you could be on a real winner there.
No.
Yes.
What, Lloyd? Just
Listen.
Just move to Poland.
Do you know what? Though? Funnily enough,
just move to the North Pole.
Peppercorn sauce on haggis is amazing.
You don't like
we
gravy?
use the gravy from we use the what's it called? Southern fried gravy from Bisto, the Southern style gravy.
Oh yeah,
that's what we use for our dirty fries.
Just make real gravy.
I don't dislike gravy. I love gravy, but you swap out the gravy, put peppercorn sauce over the haggis. Like haggis and peppercorn sauce is just a match made in heaven.
No,
it really is.
I'll try it. I'll give it a go.
So then, swap out the gravy, put the peppercorn sauce on that, and the dirty fries will just take a whole new level.
I think
we're doing that next. We're doing that next week.
You see, I'd go cheese sauce myself.
Oh,
your guys'
I
audio
now
is all
want chips,
funny.
cheese, and gravy. That's all I'm thinking about. I want chips, cheese, and gravy.
Nice.
There we go.
White
cheese and gravy is
sauce
god
and a
tier.
kilo
Right?
of cheese.
I'm gonna say something a little controversial.
Chips, cheese, and curry sauce.
Also,
chips, cheese with gravy, and mayo.
Yes,
yes,
yes. Somebody else gets gravy and mayo.
That.
Somebody else gets gravy and mayo. Gravy and mayo just works.
That is just a banging combination.
Johnny,
I'm disappointed.
It's just so good.
I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy.
I've never tried mayo with gravy.
Yeah, but
man.
There's a good reason.
YouTube channel.
I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest. You can't just slap mayo in your roast because that would be fucking weird. Like,
Yeah, agreed.
But like with cheesy chips, gravy, and mayo.
Yeah, see, I'd already put the mayo on and then covered in gravy, and I was like, oh well, just go for it now.
Maybe bang some good nugs in there and a few other bits.
Emma said no.
Is it my headphones? Is it my headphones that's causing the issue?
I think it is, Johnny.
I think it might be Johnny.
All right, I'm gonna swap headphones here. Hang on.
He's going to his Nora phones.
I'm putting down the Nura buds.
I saw
Putting
them.
on the Nura phones.
Johnny getting the dog dick out.
Yeah.
Hang on, I
Can't
can't hear
switch the audio
anything
over first.
sexy people are saying. Bear with me.
Johnny's getting the dog's dick out.
Because Johnny was on, I was already rocking one overkill. I had to just break out the other overkill. I was like, Johnny Kill was like, oh, I've got another one. I need to vape that.
Still can't hear anything.
With the trilogy. This is a combo. Overkill and trilogy. And randomly, a blotto drip tip on top.
It looks good,
Come
though.
on.
It looks good.
It looks the tits, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Goon 25 on that.
Although, see, the more I'm looking at your doors, I wish I went for that blem.
Sorry,
Well,
guys.
I didn't specifically choose this blem. There was a few of them. I just got sent one. But if you wanna change a panel, though, we can change panels.
No, I think I'm going to get a contact over Mr. Overkill after the year.
I think I would do, but I think I've just ordered myself a TFX. So.
Okay, there we go.
You've got to get something
And
that
yeah,
you can
the
some
problem's
panels.
still there, so it's.
That's weird.
Not hot.
Maybe it's just. Are you getting like a weird electronic hum?
It's actually worse now.
No, I can't hear that.
We can't hear anything.
No.
Hmm.
No.
You are wearing with superior headphones, Josh.
You guys.
Yeah, my headphones are pretty expensive, but.
Oh, Johnny's just like, no, this ain't working.
I'll try leaving maybe and coming back in.
Yeah, do that, Johnny. I'll let you back in.
I didn't think you guys just said, but I will do that.
Oh, you gotta love the Saturday night shows. They get weird as. They did last year as well, didn't
That's
they?
only going to carry on, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Just waiting for Brent. I have sent him the link Did tell
He knows
someone
it-
at any point.
He knows he's in because he came in the chat
He
earlier.
kept coming in
Yeah.
earlier.
What are you
Did
guys
he?
doing live now? It's like, yeah, he came in earlier. He's like, why are you guys live now? I'm live later. It's like, yeah, you are live later. That's fine.
I love randomly Nick every sort of 5 minutes keeps
Yeah.
waving his overkill in the camera.
You guys are just making me jealous because I've got to still wait for mine.
If we're just waving
This is
overkills
not
at the camera,
fair.
then there we go. That's just a
And I've
overkill.
already got my second. I know. But yeah.
Chris is just like, hey.
Johnny's back.
Just imagine it.
Well.
Mine's waiting to be done. Poor Chris has got no chance.
No, not until after Christmas.
Yeah.
No,
Johnny,
You gotta
I
wait.
don't know why, Johnny.
I don't know what the deal is.
Ooh, key lime apple pie. That was quite good.
What?
Can you hear us, Johnny?
Does anybody have a pen and paper and they can just like hold up to the screen? Because I have.
Try your audio settings, Johnny.
Chat.
No, trust me, restream. That's a great time to give me a special offer, but I'm already a member. Fuck off.
Try my audio settings. How do I do
So
that?
what you should have won.
Oh, here we go. No. Settings.
And we all go quiet when Johnny's trying to work out his audio is working or not.
I'm typing a long message to him.
Toby, can you
This is me
hear us?
trying to.
I think that's a pretty banging idea.
And you had it, Lloyd. I'm shocked.
Yeah?
Just hang in the comment.
So you going, Nick?
I am, yeah.
All right, buddy. Keep
No worries, mate.
your eye on the chat, yeah.
Yeah.
Try listening to something on YouTube and see if the others out, and then you'll know if it's the earphones or us, right?
Oh, I'm getting caught now as
Isn't
well.
it?
Yeah.
This is what the LXV is. Things going wrong. I bet the sweeties.
All thriller and no filler.
Guess what? We've got to do it all again tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so good.
Okay, it is also the YouTube.
It's
So,
definitely not our.
I'm getting-
Also, it's definitely not our stream. I've just listened back to it. It's coming through fine.
So, it,
So maybe it is me.
It is you, Johnny.
It's that Scottish internet.
Oh, Lloyd's all right.
yeah.
They're in the same city.
Yeah, but we worked out he's not a proper
Oh.
Scotsman, so it doesn't
Oh,
affect
Can you hear us?
hear us?
Hang on. Hang on, I have an idea.
Hardwire.
Best thing to do. Unless you forget about it and then pull your mic over and just give everybody a loud thud.
Yes.
Oh, we got light as well.
He actually does pay the electric bill.
You always had lights. They were just red, people. They were just red.
I know what fell now.
What was it?
What?
So mud. You
Bear
what?
with.
Snap
What though? Ah.
Snapbacks made that kind of loud noise.
Two of them, yeah.
What did you have in them? Bricks?
No, snap back. Keep making noise because Johnny's trying to check his audio.
Yeah, what is it? Oh, quiet.
Yeah, he doesn't pick up the clapping.
Oh my god, now that's annoying.
You're not Thanos.
That's a smack in the face noise.
So yes, we have Brent coming on soon, people. He's already commented in chat. He's on his way, so
Hey.
Oh, he's on his way, or he's doing something else.
Only you.
I just like how we're all really, really quiet.
Yeah,
Vaping into that
We're all
music.
just watching him.
I'm just vaping into that music.
I'm getting little blurbs. Hang on. Let me try.
Try turning it off and on again.
I did.
Yeah,
That's a bit better.
It could be that graphics card. I think you should send it me to check it out for him.
Back in the mo.
Moo.
See, I had a hardline cable for these headphones, just in case it's my Bluetooth that's playing up, but I can't now remember what I did with the actual Aha!
There's a professional in the building.
We have a Brent down below.
We do have a Brent down below.
Evening, Brent. I can see you. I can hear you. I'm going to get you on. Give me 2 moments. What was I doing again? This bit.
Bumper.
We have a Brent. We have Mr. Bearded Viking Customs in the house. How you doing, Brent?
Brent.
I think it says it all up there. What's up?
Yeah.
Who we got here? Josh, Vinny, Lloyd, Hales. Hi. Chris. And Mr. Overkill. Hi. So what's happening? Don't you think God's just... He's a funny fucker, isn't he? You know, give somebody like me, like OCD and ADHD at the same time. So like I can't fucking do one thing right because I'm doing 100 things.
I just want to say that I can now hear everybody perfectly.
Congratulations!
So,
Yay!
thank you.
It only took you an hour.
I know. Yeah.
Josh, how do we go logo looks? There we go.
We just highlight the logo. We get it off because it's a bit big in it.
Yeah, I've got it.
We've got Brent's logo is clearly in the background anyway.
How's life, Brent?
How's it going?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm asking you.
We're good. How are you doing, bro? How are you doing? Oh, how are you doing, bro?
To the left.
I don't know why I didn't.
I'm sober tonight.
At least one of us are.
No, it can't. Do you know that South Africa has alcohol lockdowns?
Oh, really?
Oh, do they?
Yeah. So, we like during the lockdown, we couldn't buy any alcohol or tobacco, including vaping products.
Really?
And then it opened up for like a month or something, and then they closed the alcohol sales again, and then it was restricted alcohol sales. It was only from like 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. or something, Monday to Thursday. And then every time you want to have a barbecue, it's like on a Friday, and it's like say to the wife, like, hey, let's have a barbecue. And she's like, yeah, let's do that. And I go and I buy some meat, and then I go to the bottle store, and I just stand outside there with like 12 other dudes just going, fuck. So, yeah, yesterday I didn't go to the bottle because I thought it was closed, but it wasn't. It was actually open even this morning because it's the restrictions were lifted last week. So I have no beer. I'm sad. Tear face.
Cheers, Brent.
Talking of beer, I might go get me some Jack Daniels.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. But hey, you know what?
Let's not
I'll
rub
just-
it in.
I'll just open
He
this
takes a
little-
swig.
I'll just open my little drawer next to me here that's full of THC products. And
Yeah.
oh wait, no, it's legal, so I can say it.
That's
And-
fine. You can.
Yeah. So keep your beers, mate. Keep your beers.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Now, Brent, I take it you do know Johnny down at the bottom there, Mr. Overkill.
Johnny down at the bottom. That's a fucking cool name. Hi, I'm down at the bottom. Johnny down at the bottom. No,
Down with the bottom.
I am down with the bottom. Yeah.
Overkill, I've been on a stream with you before somewhere. I remember
On
we
here.
had a chat about the 3D printer in the background, I think.
Simon's show.
No, it was on here as well.
No. They
Is it
weren't
on here
the
as
show
well?
together.
Yeah.
No, they weren't on the show.
We weren't.
Yeah.
We weren't on together.
No, you weren't.
No, you
together.
weren't on together. No, but like you was on.
Was he in chat?
Brent was in chat. Yeah.
It was a chat. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I felt like, okay, so what's up, dude? How you doing? Last week.
We did say you two needed to meet because you've got very
Yes.
creative minds and you two could make something extremely fantastic.
I think we could.
Just get it out
Always
there
good.
early, Chris.
Yeah, I've got a few projects up the sleeve. We'll see if they get going. Obey Robot. That will
Nice.
launch. It was supposed to launch on Monday, but somebody fucked up the DHL, and we'll have to wait for DHL to get back to us. So hopefully Wednesday. We'll launch on Wednesday, but the website's. I wonder if I could do that. I can.
What
screen
is
share
it?
you. Well, it's better if you see it.
I kind of like that answer, but it's
It's like yeah. If I, you know what? Nobody's bought an audio book barely 18. You know, it doesn't, like you can't tell people what a pole dance looks like. You have to see it.
Audio description porn.
Hustler magazine, audited by Sir David Attenborough.
And here,
that would be
and
a
here we have the ample bosom of the redhead, and we can confirm that the drapes do match the carpet.
Yeah, I can.
Morgan Freeman
the
next.
brace traps and then puts it back quickly to tantalize the young man as the male gets
Yes.
flustered.
I would probably buy that.
Actually, you know what? I'll buy anything narrated by Samuel L. Jackson or David Attenborough.
Or Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. I'm
God.
aroused. I'm good.
Could you imagine that? Could you imagine Hustler as narrated by Samuel Jackson? It's a pussy, motherfucker!
Sucking on those titties, man.
Oh God. What's going on?
I think you and
Didn't
Vinny
all
have
of
just
us-
literally lost complete control.
We haven't
All of us
had
watched
control,
that
really.
fucking March of the Penguins narrated by Samuel L. Jackson. Was it Sam? No, it wasn't. It was Morgan Freeman.
No, it was yeah.
Yeah, but that,
Morgan
like, I watched the whole thing. It was boring as fuck. Even my kids fell asleep. But I watched the whole thing because I was just like, the guy's voice is just amazing.
No, it's just so soothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, Morgan Freeman's voice is just.
Do you know that
It's
Samuel L.
perfect voice.
Jackson narrates a kid's bedtime story?
No. I need to
gotta
find
look
this now.
But we get it all the time over here because we have CBBS bedtime stories, and they get
No,
some
no, not
crazy
CBBS.
people to do it. Yeah, but they get some.
No,
crazy
it's Samuel
people to do it.
Jackson. It's this, and what? And my darling, as I wrap you in your bed, why don't you just
Go to bed, motherfucker!
I mean, I will say I've never seen anything more awkward than the Tom Hardy bedtime story when he's trying to be pleasant.
Yes.
I don't know, but I know a lot of mums that, they recorded that.
Including you, Hayley.
Oh, hello there. My
No,
name's
I just
Tom.
got to repeat. It's fine.
I mean, Josh, you've got that like repeat sex offender voice, like you can like.
That was another life, Brent. It was another life. Leave me alone.
All
I mean,
charges
are you
were dropped.
moving?
All
Are
charges
you
were
like
dropped.
moving with the signs of the times? Like no more like a white van with candy. It's like a BMW with airtime, or like. You want my Wi-Fi password? Get in my van.
Nowadays, it's like if you want a gig bar, get in my fucking van.
Jesus, that's fucking rough.
I'll slag off our industry just to make a cheap joke. Fucking
Well,
Anyway.
talking some serious news, how about the FDA in America getting hammered by the Supreme Court justice and saying that what they're doing is unconstitutional?
Ooh,
Did you know? Did you know? Go watch Grim Green's Halloween stream.
I haven't had a chance to watch Grim this week. I used to watch
Yeah,
Grim
that's
quite
what I was doing
religiously.
before this, because I put the kiddos to bed and then I was like, now what do I do with my life? So I
I know the feeling.
Oh, I watched
Sometimes I
Grim
just
Green.
lay there on the floor.
Aren't kids the most magical fucking like gadget you get? They
Yeah,
upgrade
become
like, constantly,
teenagers.
and the upgrades are like insane, and you don't have to pay for them. You don't need Apple Music and shit. You just wake up in the morning, and all of a sudden they know new stuff. And then you like fight with them for 2 hours to eat their dinner and bath and wee before bed. I always forget that. Wee before bed, brush your teeth. My 6-year-old's actually like picking up the game. She's like getting her little brother to do shit. And then you fight with them and like, no, lie down. You lie down. No, you come here. No, go turn off the light. Why are you unpacking Lego? Fucking lie down. And then you're like, as soon as they're asleep, you go lay on the couch and you take out your phone and you look at photos of them on Instagram. And you're like, oh, I want to wake them up. They're so cute. I want to play with them. Like,
I didn't.
Brent,
you don't like your children?
I've got the one, and she's a teenager, so I don't have any of that problems anymore.
Oh, yeah, no, don't worry. We'll all suffer.
My oldest is going to be 16 in 3 days.
Oh,
Yeah.
How have you got a 16-year-old, Johnny? That's not right.
Yeah.
Without your beard, you're legit 12.
Yeah, but you're like a 10-year-old.
I know. I get it all the time. This is another reason. This is another reason I can't fully shave, because I do look like a fetus if I clean shave.
Well, I mean, you fit the criteria. You've got the little schoolboy haircut. You've got like metal shit in your face. You've got a 3D printer. You're 16, bro.
And a vape. Yeah.
Well, no, I would have.
All you need is the skateboard and the Monster Energy.
It's not a geek bar though, is it? So you can't be that.
It's got to be a geek bar or a jewel or something.
A geek bar.
I've got a jewel.
No. It must be like 6 jewels at the same time. Oh, I just did the. I found it the weirdest thing in the UK because, oh my god!
There's his jewel.
Johnny at the bottom, you fucking awesome, dude.
Now, does it pay?
That's not a jewel, that's a touche. When somebody
It's
says
a-
jewel,
yeah.
you go touche.
It used to vape. Now it just sits proudly on the shelf.
That's so good.
Oh, that's the world's biggest jewel, or Johnny's turned into a borrower. I'm not quite sure.
I have Shrek.
He is a borrower.
But have you seen, like, when I was in the UK, in South Africa, when you're cruising around, you see somebody in traffic vaping, like the little cloud comes out the window. You try to get next to them so that you can be like, hey, like I vape too, bro. Like yeah, you know.
It's
and then
the exact opposite for me.
When you're like in a bar or something, you remember when we were allowed to go back in public, and then you want to like you can't smoke indoors nowadays. I'm old enough to know that. Well, I'm old enough to remember. I smoked cigarettes watching Jurassic Park. The first Jurassic Park that came out, my mate and I sat there smoking cigarettes watching Jurassic Park in the cinema. And so the whole like. When you want to signal to somebody across the room, like you want to, go outside for a quick fag. Now, what do? As a vapor, you're like,
bring your mate.
They go outside and they're not getting what they want.
It's so strange because like your mate knows what you're talking about because he vapes, he comes outside, but there's always like 3 or 4 other older gentlemen now like
and just walk away looking unhappy.
Yeah. So what are you lads drinking? Nothing from you.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, isn't this the direction we're supposed to go in?
Yeah.
I love Jeff Bridges' stuff. Jeff Bridges is just my...
Dude, that's such a cool name for a fucking borrowed bridge. Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to get Dogpo to make me a borrowed bridge called Jeff Bridges. And then it could also have like that hashtag, like, my name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. It's Hefe, bro. Go into incredibly descriptive detail about the stories we all know and love. Fucking love that film. But there was Dora.
Josh, have you thought of trying edibles?
I definitely need something in my life.
I think you should.
Yeah.
I love edibles. Edibles are brilliant.
Unfortunately,
Actually,
edibles of that caliber aren't legal in this country. So,
but they are, because there's a couple guys on my Patreon Zoom in the UK.
You can get them prescribed.
And they're like, they got their little silver foil bags, and they're like,
they could be.
Everyone's like, cheers, have a beer. I'll have a little edible or something, and then they'll be like, and everyone's like, where the fuck do you get that? And they're like, no, it's medical, whatever. You need like a.
No, I know somebody that gets prescribed.
Yeah.
But
you can buy it from them.
I can get I can do, yeah, but he's got to send it, and yeah. Unfortunately, my GP says to me that apparently me wanting to murder everybody in my near vicinity isn't enough to give me that shit, so that's fine.
Oh yes, and the UK on public doctors to prescribe rapes for people to quit smoking, dude. Well done. Fucking leaps and bounds. We're winning this week, guys.
You see, Brent, I played devil's advocate on that because I turned that round and said, "What if they turn around and start putting nicotine on prescription?"
For me, it would just be, why don't you try these antidepressants first? Or you're too fat. Why don't you just lose some weight? Because that's what they usually say.
Vinny, I know your name's Vinny, but because of dyslexia, every time I look at your name, I'm like Vinyl. So Vinyl, Vinny Vinyl. All right, let's play a game.
You can sort that.
Devil's advocate. Tell me the bad part about it, and I'm on both sides of it. I've already got the rebuttal pre-programmed. I know what you're going to say.
The bad part of the prescription would be the cost of the prescription.
No. it's not. It's NHS. What the fuck's the cost?
No, we
it's a
pay.
script. Go downstairs
No,
to the vape
no.
store, and you can only use that.
We pay
It's
for
nine.
prescriptions.
It's £9 per prescription.
Oh, wow.
Not in Scotland.
Not in Scotland.
Or if you're
Not
unemployed.
not in Scotland, not in Wales, not in Northern Ireland, just in England.
I think that the real downside to it would be because it's prescribed by the NHS or the government, is provided by the government, it would have to have government sanctioning or authorization, which would cost a lot of money for any one juice manufacturer. I mean, maybe Riot Squad could afford it. To have their thing kind of like the TPD done on it, and that it's okay and it's safe and whatever. So really it opens the door to big tobacco, getting another foot in there. You guys have Vuse, you've got Blue, you've got Juul.
Yeah.
Blue are done in this country. Blue are done.
They will be the prescription ones. But you know what? There's all of us sitting here, big things in the mouths, but we've got the little things on our desk here. We dual use. We use not dual use in tobacco, but we use pod systems because it's nice to have a pod system in the car or in the mall or whatever like that. And it's the same thing. One or two. It's going to be the same thing because you're going to find that doctors are prescribing this thing to the person. They're going to be introduced to vaping through a pod system, and let's say 40% of those new vapors will gravitate towards our illicit products.
Yes.
That's good for business.
I did play both sides off, Brent, when we had
you
on
have
Friday night. But yeah, it will do. And we did the same thing. We had Golden Greek on earlier from Greece. And I was explaining to him about the rise of the pod system and how that's leading people along the vaping trail. Because obviously he was quite concerned that they're just going to take over and that'll be it.
I mean, I deal with vape stores daily. And I do see the impact that pod systems. I mean, we've even got stores here now that only sell disposable pods.
Yeah.
It's an entire store dedicated to pod systems.
Yeah.
They don't do rebuildables. They don't do 18650, 21700 devices. They just have shitty little plastic waste. And I see that my concern is the waste and stuff like that. Yes, great. We're getting more people off cigarettes, which is the end goal.
Yeah.
But how many more people are not going to vape in the long run because they're like, that's a kid's thing. I've tried one of those pods and they tasted terrible and the nicotine was so hard and it gave me a head rush. And who's regulating that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? How fucked up can you get on 3 milligrams? Like you'd have to vape this whole tank, like chain it to get that, what I call a nick high, you know? So yeah, it might damage more than we understand in the industry. Whereas if you've got a million sort of pod devices available and people just keep on being shoved pod systems down there, and one day they meet us and we're like, why are you smoking, bro? Why don't you vape? I'm not putting that little pencil thing in my mouth, but you don't have to do that. So I think that there's an opportunity there for us to capitalize on people starting on disposables.
Yeah.
There will be. It just has to be.
Yeah, I have to. That is my hope, Brent. Really, it's the
rationale of statistics. It's odds.
Yeah.
I'm putting it at a safe bet of 40% of people that are prescribed a pod system, disposable or whatever, will gravitate towards something more because that's our nature. We're hoarders. We want more. We want bigger. We want better.
It's about education and support. If you educate someone and support them, then they'll move up.
100%.
Yeah.
And it's also, it's the information that they're given, that leaflet that they're given along with that pod, and for them to ask the questions. Why can't I have more flavor? Why can't I have something that's more sweet or less cloud or more cloud or, something that suits their vape appetite.
It'll also be who actually dispenses the said prescribed vape as well.
Yeah.
Because if that's an actual vape shop, then obviously they'll get them people coming in the vape shops, and we can move that on.
Well,
Hopefully, it won't be through chemist dispensaries.
it more than likely would be the prescription would be fulfilled by the vape store in the hospital.
But there's only 3 of them at the minute, bro.
Because there's no ways they're writing you a script and sending you somewhere else to cash in your money. They want you to go downstairs and spend money with them. Just remember,
They'd be able to do without
is a
go.
business.
Sorry, Haley?
They would have to go down the route that they have for fat people, where you get a voucher to go to a Pacific Slimming thing.
McDonald's.
They would do a voucher that goes to a vape shop, and then they would then be able to receive the money back to that vape shop. That's how they would do it.
Oh. And you know what? They could, if only you had intelligent people in your government, could write off that discount that the person is given by the doctor. They could write it off to the vape store in taxation instead of repaying that to the vape store.
Yeah.
Forcing the vape stores to become taxpayers, because a lot of them are just like, no, we don't sell much. Cash under the table type stuff.
You cynic, Brent.
There is another thing. The reason why they like vaping here in the UK is because it's saving the NHS money.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
So by putting the nicotine onto prescription, surely, even though we're paying £9 for a lot of them, those that work anyway, there are still a lot of people that don't work that do smoke and that will move over to vaping, where that's going to end up costing the NHS / the government money. So by them moving it to prescription, it's counterproductive. Yes, I'm still in a way saving money because there's less people smoking, but it's still costing
there's
money.
less people getting cancer. There's less people having lymphomas. There's less people that they have to treat. So if they see I'm telling you, the government would be on board if you could guarantee 10%.
I can give you the statistic.
Yeah.
You give your statisticals.
Yeah, basically, smoking-related illnesses cost the NHS £2.5 billion a year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If they get rid.
If you say vaping would take away 10% of that, they're fucking game.
Yes, exactly.
But then also, if they continue keeping it where we buy the nicotine ourselves, they can tax it and make money off it, which is the route I reckon they would go.
Well, they are doing. They're going to tax the nicotine.
Yeah, but I might bet they can tax it a bit more instead of putting it on prescription.
But you have to look at human nature, right? Say if they give us these on prescription, you get to go and get one of these. It's like anything, right? You get shown a pair of trainers and the bog standard ones. You want to upgrade. You don't want this. You'll take it for now, but you don't want to be seen with it, so you'll upgrade. And that's what they'll do, because this will be a starting block and be like, no, I want a shiny. And you will go off the prescriptions onto something like this or another bigger pod.
That's the way I see it'll happen.
Because you
People
just
have gone
agreed
there for a
6
while.
different points at once. I'm not quite
Huh?
sure.
I agree with the fact that people will go onto that. It'll be for a short period of time when they will start to prefer to be on the vape than to have cigarettes. And then they'll either quit the vaping completely and smoke it, or they'll move on to like hobbyist vaping like we do.
It's like branded food, right? Heinz tomato ketchup. People buy it because it says Heinz. It's the same as Aldi's. Probably made in the same factory. But because it says Heinz...
I hate that shit. But
Iceland food and Marks and Spencer's were made in the same factory. But people would go and spend the extra money for an M&S food. Because it says M&S.
It doesn't mean it's made the same, though. Made in the same factory.
It came off the same line.
Materials.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It did.
It all comes from
factory.
The tomatoes contain nicotine.
Yes, they do.
There we go. So ketchup, therefore, should be sold through a dispensary pharmacy.
There we go.
No, you're just going to see it all around vaping tomato sauce.
It'll probably taste a lot better than 88 juice.
Oh, yeah.
Johnny, your mic's not on.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Johnny.
I was wondering why he was so quiet down the bottom.
Yeah, I thought it frozen at one point.
No, his
Johnny
mic
in the
is
bottom.
his mic is on.
No, because he went off just now. His camera went off, and then when it came back, he was silent.
He sorted his headphones out, but now he can't speak.
But at least he can hear us.
Anyway, Brent,
Yes, sir.
as you're the whole reason you're on the show is because
Hello?
and,
Yay!
and about bearded Viking customs and what's new with I know you've got a lot of other things going on as well apart from bearded Viking, but what's going on with bearded Viking at the minute? All still good. Any new things in the line and
Well, I've all but completely stopped doing lives.
I've noticed I haven't seen you pop up recently.
Yeah. Just because of the other companies that I've opened up recently, and the collab companies I'm doing, and the vape projects I'm doing. We've got a few more people in the factory downstairs, so I was just finding it a bit much, and I never went live to do anything except promote my own product.
Yeah.
You know, I've said this before, it's when you invent a product, you know, it's very difficult because people don't talk about your product because it's not the new thing on the market. It's a whole new thing. Acrylic tank windows, nobody knows they exist. So I had to, for the first, I think I still have to do it. Still, like, explain to people, but it's acrylic. It doesn't break. It doesn't, you know. So it was just how to get my product out there. I never wanted to be a YouTube-y, facey kind of person. Wouldn't care for it. But I did it because I had to promote my business. And now that I've got a few more extra businesses and a few more extra products coming out and an extra child, and I was taking a bit of pressure. COVID 2020, all of that shit hasn't helped at all. So I thought that, you see, my jiu-jitsu classes are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So it would either be like finish jiu-jitsu at 7, get home, shower, bath, put kids to bed, everything before 8, and it takes me about an hour to preload my show. So I was just like, well, I'm just gonna go beat people up rather. And then I've gotten a bit into mountain biking, and I feel better for it. I feel like I'm a more relaxed person when I'm home. Spend more time with the kiddos, and I don't know. Maybe the lives will come back, but we don't know yet. There's some other things. There's a lot of things happening, and I actually didn't prepare myself to go down the route of what I can discuss just yet.
No, that's fine, and that's fine. You know, it's actually just a pleasure to have you on because it's always the last time we had you on, it was just a lot of fucking fun
I
to
can
have you
tell you
on.
that there is a tube mech in development. There is that's going to be made by a small manufacturer, a private manufacturer, somebody we all know. I've got an RDA in the developments. I had a meeting on Friday with Dogpo, so hopefully that comes off. That's fun. And then I've got a something. I've got a something. Yeah, that's we just had a bit of a hang up last week with it. The development of this product. It's for vaping. It's for a super popular device, and it's going to change the game of that device. So that's fun. I just want to drop it. It must be on the website ready to go, and then I'm just going to do a huge week-long social media blast. But I want to have it in reviewers' hands before I do the release type thing. So yeah, that's going to be a big fun one. And then personal matters. Is somebody playing fucking music in the background?
Yeah. No, we have some slight music in the background. I can turn it down.
Oh no! As long as I know that it's there, because I think it's
Yeah.
in my head, and I'm like,
It's not in your head. It's just one of those things that just kind of keeps the
yeah,
stops
but
you off the silences.
it's not loud enough that I know what song it is, and then I can put it to rest in my head.
Yeah.
And my ADHD keeps on going back to it, going, I know that song. I don't know that. Like, what song is that? And then you see, then I go off track, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Personal life updates. It's not a possibility. It's this shit's happening. Immigration. Gonna move the family over to Portugal.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Be close to you fuckers.
It's still quite a long way away, but closer than you are.
No, but my shipping like more than halves, and you guys don't face custom charges because I'll be manufacturing from Portugal and South Africa. So
Well, we still do it in the UK because
no. Oh, fuck.
we're no longer part of anything, are we?
Just move to the UK.
Yeah.
UK.
Don't do that.
I'm not going to move to a country where all tomato sauce is the same, but it comes from one factory and different labels. Yeah. So, well,
do that.
okay. The rest of Europe, if you're watching, looking at if Birmingham's happening in May, I might do that because I've got to go over to Portugal to sign for the house and stuff like that. July, I think there might be something in Dubai and in Stuttgart, so might pop over for that.
Vape July, yeah.
Yeah, and then back in November for Birmingham, and there's a French vape show.
Yeah,
in
Paris.
France.
Yeah.
Is it in September though, or October?
It's just before.
And it's something like
October
that.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fun because I plan to be over living in Portugal like the middle of August, so I'll be there. So yeah, and we're gonna all the two of the companies will continue to go with us in Portugal, and then the other three will stay here. So yeah, it's BBC will still be locally manufactured in South Africa, but it'll be internationally manufactured in Portugal.
Cool.
Yeah, and it's just getting that all done. Because why? Because I can't live here anymore. It's not healthy. For upstairs, yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta do what's right, Brent.
Yeah.
Simple
100%.
as.
It's for the kids, you know.
Yeah.
Yes, it'll the lifestyle change would hopefully benefit my wife and I. It'll certainly benefit the business. And weed's legal in Portugal as well, so we can make we make a lot of molds for people that manufacture edibles and stuff like that. So that's another business that we've got Make So Do. So that will continue in Portugal. So that's pretty cool.
And Portugal's beautiful.
Yeah. Use Markle OV mod. Still costs 20 quid or more postage.
From Portugal.
Michael is.
No, I've looked into it. I've got I think we're looking at around $8. I don't know what that is now.
It's not too bad, $8.
Yeah. Because from Portugal, we've done with our DHL and some other companies, and from Portugal to UK, I wouldn't use a courier service. I'd use the postal service because it's reliable. From South Africa, not a fucking chance. You can't. What about? Because I've got a million people's addresses all over the world. So we just fed a couple of these addresses through to the courier company in Portugal, and we're like, how much? This is the size of parcel. This is what it weighs. How much? And yeah, I think it was about $8 to the States. think Australia was a bit was like $14. Most of Europe was under $8, I think. So
It's not too bad.
Michael will get the price down. Because I know we lose a lot of sales. Like fucking our what do you call it? Like dead cart society is fucking banging. We've got more dead carts than sales because people like put their orders through and they want this and this and this. And have so many people like, oh, your products are so cheap, that's fantastic. And I'm like, wait until you get to the shipping. Yeah. So that's it. That's me in a nutshell.
Right, now I want to give Johnny a chance to ask you some questions. Because I imagine
he's
Johnny
dying.
So,
a lot of questions.
Brent, I just need to know all your secrets, please. You just wanna-
What you do is you put the cookie part with the biscuit part.
Oh. No, so I'm getting into doing some resin things myself. Currently have a negative. Yeah. So yeah, it's really just to bend your ear a bit. Not here, obviously, but I'll send you a message just for some tips.
Dude, I promise you right now, I can tell you the precise products we use. Well, I can't because we make our own resin, but I can tell you something that's fairly close and that works well enough. I can tell you the entire procedure, what machinery you need, and I'm pretty sure it's your failure rate's gonna be about 90%, and you'll give up after a year.
I mean, probably, but it's
Johnny doesn't tend to give up. Johnny
Johnny won't give up. He'll just melt the failures and carry on.
That's what it is. I mean, I've had just in South Africa, because obviously my products are quite popular in South Africa as well. And there's been a lot of local people that have like tried to start the drip tips, and they want to make resin things, and a lot of them pose the question like, hey, so like what resin do you use, because I want to make a table. I'm like, that's completely different resin, so I don't mind telling that. Yeah. And then they try and make, and there's a couple of people that almost got it right, but most of the time the custom tip guys that have started up have like legitimately sent me a message and said, Mr. Beard, I just want to let you know that I'm in Cape Town, so I hope I don't affect any of your business. I'm going to try and make resin drip tips, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, 100%, thank you for the heads up. Appreciate the courtesy call. And I'll send them a couple kilos of pre-made resin so that they can put it on their lathes and see if we can work. You know?
Cool.
And there's a couple other people that have backdoored it and asked the same questions, and none of them have lasted a year. Like maybe out of 8, 10 maybe, none of them are existing today.
Wow.
No, yeah.
So
Johnny,
I don't mind.
Does do quite nice work, Brent. This is one of Johnny's pieces of work.
I mean, it's really sexy work. Look, if I didn't like what Johnny does, I would have just said, cool.
Fuck off.
No, but I mean, you've built up a pretty good brand. I mean, I've seen it all over, and your quality of work is improving, and that's what I like to see. It's like people don't understand what it takes to do what we do. Is it me or am I fuzzy?
It's just you.
I'm pretty sure it's just me. Yep, there you go, crystal. It takes a lot of hard work. Probably the best advice I can ever give you is, number one, read your spec sheets.
Yep.
Know them like the Bible, bro. You must know absolutely everything. Temperatures have a lot to do with it. Ambient room temperature, namely.
Yep.
Pressurization and degassing, that's up to you. You'll learn your way of doing it. And number one advice, learn from your mistakes. Take note of it. I mean, when we were first 3 years, my first year, I never made a cent. Like, not a fucking chance. And I went into it full time from like day one. Everything that I made that year, I threw away. Because in December, I would have more time to sit and work on my recipes and procedures of what goes in at what time and what pre-curing, post-curing, and then I would find a better way of doing it, or I'd work out a better way of making the resin. Or every year for 3 years, I threw away all of my stock. And people are like, wow, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just sell it? Because it was average quality. It was great quality to them. And I'm like, because that one person that has a trip tip from 2016 will never buy anything again if that drip tip, something goes wrong with it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I just threw everything away and I scrapped loads of, boxes and boxes of finished product, like good looking, that shit that was for sale. And one day I woke up and just went, everything off the shelf, start again. And I did that 3 times over. And you can understand, each year it was more product. Don't be ashamed to do that. Own your defeats, get rid of it, but learn from it. I used to write down little squares of paper and I used to put it under each mold and put it in the tray. And then when I opened it up, I'd see what did I do here? And then I'd take the piece of paper. I was like, oh, this is what I did. That's what I added. This is the weight of that. The post-curing time, the degassing time was written on there, and just learn and know that shit methodically. Because if I go down to the workshop and somebody they just take, something went wrong. We don't know what happened here. And I'll take it, look at it, and I'll go, you did this and you did that, and then you didn't do that part. And they were like, how do you know? I'm like, it's the same as I have 260, maybe 300 RTA tank windows. Pick out any one, give it to me. I'll tell you which one it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
They go into the workshop and something falls on the floor, and I'll walk in and I'll go, hey, who dropped this? And then I'll name it. And they're like, oh, we didn't know what it was. And I'm like, you got to know your game.
Yeah.
Johnny's stunned silence.
I'm just absorbing that. That's good advice. It's good advice.
I would actually like you to play with some Total Boat, because they reached out to me. They love my videos and they want to sponsor me resin to do videos. And then I was like, yeah, I'm in South Africa. And they're like, oh, fuck, we thought you were in the US. And I'm like, no. I said, send it to me anyway. And they're like, no, they can't send it, obviously. So, yeah, otherwise I would have picked up like a sponsorship from Total Boat to make videos.
Total Boat.
Yeah, apparently it's resin.
What kind of resin is it?
The liquid kind.
Oh,
You'll see when I get asked a question I don't want to answer, I just go, yes.
Deflection. Yes. Deflection.
Absolutely, buddy. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's a 2-part. It's epoxy cast resin, so.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's an acrylic resin, but it is an epoxy resin as far as I've seen. I didn't get too deep into it, but I just got a message from the guy that Total Boat USA. And he was like, bro, I love your work, blah, blah, blah. I love the way you make videos.
I don't live in the US either.
Hey?
I don't live in the US either.
Where are you?
I live in Edinburgh in Scotland.
We're all in the UK, Brent.
Oh,
He's got an American accent. He's got an American accent.
He had an accident and he just started talking American one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through American schooling and stuff, so some people think I'm from America, some people think I'm from England. I'm not. I'm international, bitch.
He will be when he goes to
Portugal. Okay, so you're in Edinburgh.
I am, yeah.
Oh, that just destroys all my plans. Oh, speak to Nick. Nick knows how to make resin.
Nick from Next Steps.
Yeah. He's a good lad. I like him.
He's on tomorrow. He's on tomorrow night, yeah.
Oh, I'm going to troll. Oh, I'm just thinking what email address I can sign up a new YouTube account.
No doubt Simon will get the blame for that one.
Yeah, no, he's on tomorrow night. I can't remember what time he's on, but he's on tomorrow night. He was a late addition. It's like, so
first question I'm going to ask him is like, why don't you make your tips with Juma wood? That'll fucking make him angry.
Next
You know why
tip
those,
is on
like
4 o'clock.
Russian mods and like made with Juma? You know why that shit's so expensive? It's like the inner core of a certain tree that grows in Malaysia, and it takes like 3 years to cure it dry, and it's a fucking 100-year-old tree, and you buy like husks this big that fucking are so expensive, and then you have to stabilize them, otherwise they're like a fucking bath sponge. And yeah, I've always get people like, oh, can you make me a tip, but it must look like this, and it's like this Juma mod. And I'm like, no, I can't do that. Can't even do honeycomb like that. But yeah, maybe that's an inside resin business joke. Sorry. So Johnny, more questions. Johnny,
I'm drawing blanks now. I'm actually I'm making a negative. I should have written it down. I'm making a negative for a mold in the background there.
For mold? You 3D printing your negative?
I am, yes. What do you use for making yours?
Yes.
It might be a question for in private if Brent would like to answer.
Oh no! Oh man, I'm an easygoing guy. I'll tell him to fuck off.
We know you. We know you.
So
well, no, just because I know there's a lot of different ways to do it
because of the lines. So
yeah,
I actually use a 3D printing service company that does liquid printing. I can give you a tip.
I have one of those as well.
You're not going to like the in part of this. 100% full.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. Yeah, it's expensive.
Oh, geez, I want to say something so much right now, but I'll get into trouble.
I have a funny feeling you're in trouble a lot anyway.
Yeah, no, I'll just tell them. Sorry, I was drunk. So, for ODB wraps, we made a pickle Rick Eddie stand.
Ah, nice.
Oh.
And the pickle comes off of the base. So it's like holding a tube neck, and then there's a base. So it's like that. And the pickle comes off so that you can hold it in your hand while you're doing things.
Oh,
that's really cool.
I like
that liquid print of that pickle Rick nearly ended half of my workshop. Oh my god! Every time I open the pot and the silicone is not cured, just around it. It's cured everywhere else, but it's not around that. And I'm like, what the fuck? And what it was is the liquid that you use for liquid printing. I'm not explaining this to you, Johnny, because
I know.
I'm explaining it to everyone else. The liquid that you use is always liquid until it's stabilized by UV light.
Correct.
So if you've got a shell structure on the inside, only the outside is cured. The inside is, and it just kept on weeping this fucking liquid that does not agree with silicone. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Lessons learned. So, also made a bogan skull Eddie stand with a mullet.
Let me guess, that nearly ended you as well.
No. I've reverted back after the failures, like the 5 failures with the pickle Rick. I reverted back to my old process of 3D printing, 2K filling, priming, flatting, sanding, painting, flatting, polishing, painting. Yeah, it's painful.
Yeah.
And then
that's
one day.
That's essentially what I'm going to be doing with this once that finishes. And I was telling the guys
please
before.
Tell me you're going to make fucking Eddie stands.
Yeah.
You fucking dick.
Not like your one. So I recently picked up a CNC machine. So it's very much.
I'm having a daily argument with two of my partners in Obey Robot about the CNC machine.
Yeah.
And we thought we'll get a desktop one that's like small and cheap, and we can just see if we use it enough, then we'll buy a proper bigger one. The other partner wants this fucking huge printing press fucking thing that costs hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And myself and one partner want the CNC. And the other partner is probably right about the printer. We do need that more in the long run. It'll save us more money. And he kind of just gets us every time because we're like, okay, so we found a CNC that will work for aluminium and for carbide, and we're going to do. And then he's like, and what are you going to use it for? And then Craig and I go, to make stuff. And he was like, no, tell me the project you need it for, what the value of the project is, and how it's going to pay itself back. But we need it.
Yeah.
It's a new toy to play with.
Did you just point at a big cardboard box that's not unwrapped yet saying, I have a CNC?
Yes.
Yeah, he said he just got it.
How the fuck? Dude, I would have just told these guys, sorry, my dog's got flu. I can't come on tonight. And I'll be opening that box on my lounge
I know.
floor.
Believe me, I so want to set it up, but where I work, my workshop is a
In the
room in
house.
my flat. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I need to get an enclosure made for it and then figure out where I'm going to put it in the workshop, sort of thing.
You know what's a great thing? You know what? If you had a CNC, you could make an enclosure.
Yes, I know. I know. Like, it's so annoying. But yeah, I was telling the guys.
3D bots.
I was telling the guys before. So I've got a large format resin 3D printer.
What's your bed size?
8.9 inches. It's a 190 by 120 by 200 millimeter. It's a decent size.
Hold on, everyone. We'll go for a ride. Oh, fuck! It's huge.
Yeah, it's a decent size. So I was making this mold negative the other day in it, and the print failed, and I caught it really early on. So I removed the print from the bed, from the build kit, and it fell off inside of the machine, splashing resin everywhere inside of the printer. I then had to take everything out and clean it, but then I realized that I had a hole in the bottom of my theft sheet. So there was just liquid resin like dripping out of it. So I now have to replace that before I can start using it again. So
these are all words that I don't understand.
It's an amazing printer when it works. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh. Let me take you for a ride.
Are we gonna get a bit of a
oh, nice.
You're gonna give us a factory. Oh, I was gonna say you're gonna give us a factory tour, Brent.
Is that an Ender 5?
That's Ender 5 Pro.
It's an Ender 5 Pro, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. So Ask
me if I know how to use it.
I've got 4 CR. I have Creality CR10s myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a CR10 at the office.
Such a good printer, isn't it?
Yeah. This one's just here for when I've had too many edibles and then I'm talking to you people and then something pops into my head and I'm like, oh, yeah. And then I put it onto print and when I come back in the morning I stare at it for hours going, what the fuck is that? Or like I'll go down to the that is so sick.
I printed that last night just for doing the shows.
Wow. That came out so clean.
That is
so nice.
Squid Games.
I want one, Johnny. How much is it going to cost me?
More than you can afford. Ferrari.
Send me your address and I'll mail it to you.
Oh, look at that.
Prick.
Johnny, we're both in Edinburgh, mate. Just popped into me.
That's a good point. Send me your address and I'll drive it to you. No, but that took 20 hours to make that. But it was totally worth it.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Now
That's
you
cool.
see, one of the things we've got an available space downstairs next to the workshop. That's another apartment that we're renovating at the moment. So our house, it's a double story, is 5 apartments, and
Alright.
I live in a 2-bedroom on the one side, on the top floor, with my kids and wife, and then next door to us they're all like single room, like bachelor flats, and then we use this one for the office, but the big one downstairs and I want to move it in there because here in South Africa, we'll go, what is the temperature? Right now it's 15 degrees. See, I've got a big jacket on because 15 degrees is cold for me. But today it was like 32. So if I put on a 20-hour print, I have to build an enclosure with like like a temperature controlled chamber so that my prints go through 20 hours. Because in 20 hours, you go from 32 degrees to 15.
Yep.
Everything fucks up.
Like it's quite cold in Scotland a lot of the time, and I keep the heating off in this room because even in wintertime, even in the wintertime when I have all 4 of these printers running, I mean it gets like 30 degrees in the room. It's absolutely roasted.
My wife would love that.
It's not pleasant when
Going
you're
to
sitting.
sleep in a warm room with 5 3D printers going all night.
Yeah, like because I work at night most of the time. So yeah, 30 degrees, 32 degrees, and warmer in the summertime at like 2 in the morning is not pleasant at all.
Yeah. But also like if you can explain to other people about 3D printing, the mask took 20 hours to print. And how many of those hours were you standing watching it?
19 of them, just there looking at the print bed. Like
it's incredible. It doesn't matter. That machine's probably done 20 kilos of resin, and I've probably watched about 12 of those kilos just 1/2 millimeter at a time. It's so mesmerizing.
Especially when you've been on the edibles.
I mean, that's the problem. And we're like digging into the drawer, like putting the hand out. Oh no, I'm printing tonight. I can't do that. I've literally been sitting here watching the 3D printer, and then just like out the corner of my eye, like looked out the window, and the sun's coming up. I'm like, oh fuck.
I thankfully I've been doing it long enough now that I don't watch them as much as I used to, but yeah, every now and again I do.
All that means is you have more. You have less failed prints than I have. Dude, I'm not watching to see a perfect product come out. I'm waiting for the car accident. I'm staring. I'm like,
do you want to know a product that I use that is phenomenal? And I bought this really early on.
KY jelly.
Of course. Get yourself a can of spray 3D lac.
Why? For adhesion on the bed.
Yes.
Oh.
I have never had a print fail due to bed adhesion ever.
Neither have I. It always fails halfway up or like 80% complete.
Yeah.
It's like I actually get like anxiety if I'm printing anything over like 150 mils.
Really?
Yeah.
It is nerve-wracking though, isn't it? It is nerve-wracking though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I was worried.
It's not even the cost factor. Like how much
It's the time.
It's the fucking because it makes you feel useless a little bit inside, deep down inside. Like, if you had a soul.
With this printed basically exactly like this in the print bed, and it was just this top edge here that was attached with supports, and I was like watching it print, and I was like, "This is not."
Dude, I would have angled it up like that and just wasted the money on extra support.
But it stayed put, and I was so happy when I came down this morning, and I was like, Yes.
So I've got a question regarding the 3D printing. So I seen a TikTok recently where someone's making a massive Deadpool like bust, and like about like as you said, 80% done. The film was running out, and he said he had to change the film out. How do you do that on the fly?
You don't. You take your roll off, you weigh it before you do the print, and you calculate.
Well, there is that if you're going to be super smart about it. If you get caught out, you can pause your print.
You can pause them.
I mean, I've got mine set up that if that should happen.
No.
I'm about to learn something. Yeah, I've tried everything.
I have both run out sensors on all of my printers that will basically automatically pause the print should filament run out. But if you can see that it's like getting to the bottom of the spool, I can manually pause mine and it homes like where at the height that it's at, and then I just switch it over. It then preheats the hot end, which is the end that the stuff comes out of. Once it's like a color change, it will home. It'll purge the old color out until the new color's coming out, and then I just hit resume and it goes back to work from where it left off.
Yeah, now I see you using words I don't understand.
I love how you actually look away from him as well.
Yeah, but
it's
how it.
I send the STL file to Quentin, and I'm like, Quentin, make it happen.
Yeah, it's how I do like the multicolor and stuff like that. You like for things like that. Yeah, you bake it into the G code so that it pauses. Yeah. So yeah, you bake that into the G code so that it will pause the layer just before it then starts making the new color, and you swap the colors over.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So if you write it into the code, that's actually I never thought of that.
Yeah.
So was that panel a bit of a bitch to do then? Because it's obviously got the border right round it.
No, so if you imagine it as
you've done layers. That for ages, haven't you? You've done the old fuck cancer for a long time, I think, haven't you, Johnny?
Yeah. So like it'll do like the base color all in pink, and then when it's in the slicer, you can see each layer individually. So basically in the layer that it then isn't doing the base anymore and will start on the raised bit, that's where I would pause it, and then it would change colors and then kick off. And we do that multiple times depending on the different colors and things we're putting in the panels.
Sorry, my dumb ass thought it was like it would go along, then stop when it was getting to green, then it would do the wee bit of green, then stop, then you have to put the pink in, then it would do the pink. I'm dumb as fuck though, so
no, you're not actually too far away. There are products out there. So there's a product called a palette that is basically for multicolored prints. So for instance, if you were going to make like a figurine, right? And you wanted that figurine to be all color correct. So, for instance, a bust of a woman, and she had red lipstick, right? There are products that you can use that will automatically change the color correctly. And it does exactly what you just said. It will literally print one color, stop, purge out the old color to the red, go back to printing, print the red, go back, purge the old color, and do that. It generates what's called a purge block. But yeah, you end up with a print that is all completely colored.
That's how it would all, like, if you were wanting like a flush one, they would be the sort of tools that you would need.
Yes.
Okay, like, if you weren't wanting it raised, you were wanting it all one sort of level, nice and smooth, that's the sort of thing you would need.
Yeah. I mean, there are other ways to do that.
Block print up at the same time so that it can...
Yeah.
Right, 3D printing really, like, intrigues me. Only because I know I'll never own one, because it's...
what you do is you get Johnny down there to tell you which is the printer you should get, and then you buy it, and he knows in about 3 or 4 months' time you wouldn't have used it or you would fuck it up enough, and then you'd sell it to him at half price, and at least it's one that he wants.
Like, the guys across the road from where I work at, they're at a computer shop and they 3D print some parts for their custom builds.
Yeah.
And what amazes me is they 3D print parts that move, like that are flexible.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, how the fuck does that happen? Like, what the fuck? Like,
The spanner and the bearing and the gecko, it's because it goes up in layers. So even if the moving part goes in between each other, you're printing one layer at a time. So it can print the ball bearing over here and the casing over there. There's the octopus.
yeah, it just amazes me that's a thing. Like they
So
like
that-
3D printed some like dinosaurs and stuff, and they all moved, and it's fucking crazy.
So that was all printed. So the legs were all like straight on the bed, and yeah, basically it just prints each layer and avoids.
So
joining
was that octopus printed as one part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Well, not one part. It's multiple parts, but it was printed at one time.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant.
So yeah, there's loads of awesome files and stuff like that, and
Yeah,
I've seen
those.
some
If you
really
wanna
dialed
get
in
into
printers.
3D printing, go on the website Thingiverse.
Yeah.
Well, I love that.
That is
amazing.
exactly that is where I got this.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
If I get onto Thingiverse, I'm there for hours, and I've got like 100 tabs open, and I use 3 screens across here, and I just download the files and I put them into like random collections and albums, and
This was printed. This was printed with my liquid resin printer.
That is gorgeous, bro.
Wow, I want that.
Mm.
Nice.
I actually had, I think it's a UK brand, Samurai e-liquid, I think. And they wanted me to make a range of Addy stands like with those things. Look at that.
That's Dove Polo, huh?
Yeah, this is a Dove Po. That is the reason why I bought that mod.
I love the
I think
whole
what
like
Johnny's
Hanya
holding is Malaysian.
I don't know. I just thought it looked cool with the file, so I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna print that."
That's the thing that Sam's got on his neck. It's a Malaysian thing. There's a good one. There's a good one, and he's got the bad one on his neck, on the back of his neck.
I would have said that like at first glance it was like a Hanya face.
I would say Hanya as well.
So yeah, but that's what I know that my printer can achieve. I printed a really tiny ring as well that had like dozens of little skulls on it, and it's like super tiny. So yeah,
liquid printing's flippin' cool.
I genuinely think the reason that the prints failed was the liquid itself that I was using. Because I made a mold, and I know that you make these, and the only reason I made one is because I know you make one, and I really wanted to crack, but I made a Suic side sleeve.
Oh yeah, nice. Liquid printed.
This is the molds. This is the molded one out of resin.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it came out all right actually. I was really impressed. But I'll see if I can't find the negative. Hang on.
So what do the molds do? Like is it like
Johnny, the white one you're holding is the casting.
You want to hear you tell you puts his earphones back on.
Oh, Johnny, the white one is your casting.
Yes. And that is the negative that
The
I
master.
printed. Yeah, and then I basically I 3D printed a tube to sit around that, and then I poured the silicone and then finished that. And yeah, it actually came out really nice. It just didn't come out shiny because obviously this isn't shiny. So it needs polished, it needs sanded and polished and stuff like that. But I'm really happy with how it's turned out.
The durability. Now you just got to heat test it. Makes it get hot.
Yeah.
Just throw it in the oven at like 80 degrees and see what happens.
It'll
Can I not just use this?
No.
That's my type of thinking.
I mean, yes. Go for it. But you have to do it live.
No, I doubt very much it would hold up well in the oven. I used glass cast for this.
I don't know the product.
It's
Read your spreadsheet.
yeah.
What's your thermal saturation? What's your peak time?
Couldn't tell you.
You,
I need to look at the sheet.
Look, read the spec sheet and always write your own. What you encounter, because even the people that make my resin, I go to them. I use a lot of their like off the shelf items for make so do, and I'll go argue with them about something, or I'll be in their shop and they'll have a customer asking questions, and they're like, basically like, we don't know, we just work here. Ask that guy sitting on the couch. Because like some of their things, then I'll go back to them. Last week there was something, I'm making like these like mini glove boxes for a particular car brand that keeps on failing and breaking, and you can't buy just the glove box from the agents. You have to buy like the whole dashboard. So the car salespeople have asked if I could make them. So we tried out a few products to do it with, and I went back to them and I was like, no, you're wrong. This product doesn't do that. And then also heat was an issue. You can imagine like a hot sunny day and the resin turns back into fucking, well,
liquid.
Not liquid, but it becomes very malleable and it'll just fall out of place. So we've done another round of tests and now they actually just give me the product. They're like, okay, well, maybe this works. And I'm like, okay, and I give my card and they're like, no, you just take it, test it, tell us if it works for this application. You know, it's because it works for them that I'm doing all of these tests. And then also like failure tests. Like that white one, I would print, I'd be like, oh, I'm so happy, this looks great. And then I'd throw it on the floor as hard as I can because that's what somebody's going to do. And then you have to, and I used to take my resin when I first started making the drip tips and the acrylic windows, and I had these little glass Pyrex Petri jars, and I had like straight dishwashing liquid and acetone and petrol and diesel and everything I could find, and I'd put the acrylic in there and see what happens to it, and some of them like turn frosty like with acetone and like this and that. And then I'd break them. I'd like purposely hit it on a corner of a table until it broke. And then I'd keep that in a little bag and it would be like repeatedly beaten. And I can see the way that it fractures. And like my products have like, I don't know, it's not official, but it's like lifetime guarantee. I've had probably 8 people in 5 years that have come back and said, oh, this thing, like it just fell over and broke. And I'm like, yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah.
But I don't mind. I'm like, okay,
we've all had customers like that.
I'll see a new product, so I'll meet them halfway. You know.
Yeah. But
no, I was gonna say I'm gonna hate to be the bearer of bad news, but our live stream time is gonna run out shortly.
Oh shit! I was only supposed to be an hour.
New platform. And no, we can stay. I just have to end the live, so in a couple of minutes.
That's okay. I've got to go to bed sometime.
Yeah, I was going to say I probably need to be chatting as well.
And to be honest with you, like as Lloyd's just texted me, it's a conversation. I could literally sit and listen to the conversation for hours. But
it's so intriguing, you know. Is the whole 3D printing, like you know, the world that you guys are in. It intrigues me so much, and just like listening to you bounce off each other is really, really entertaining.
It's really entertaining, yeah. Super entertaining.
Cool.
Just as much as the start where you were just taking the piss.
but our new live stream platform only gives us a maximum of a certain amount of hours.
We're fastly approaching that.
Yeah, we've got about half an hour left.
Cool.
Not quite half an hour.
Not quite half an hour.
No, we got 8 minutes.
Oh well then.
Well, 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, well.
But no, carry on. I was just there was a bad time to say it, but
yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, with that one, I'm gonna coat that in some resin, just a thin coat of epoxy resin, and then mold it, and then fire some resin into the mold and see what happens. Basically, this is all just trial and error just now.
So, I mean, trial and error sounds like the best way to do it. Innit? You just,
Mhm.
as Brent's been saying, you just do it. You learn from
Yeah.
you learn from it. Everything you do, you learn
Yeah.
from it.
Like I'll get that mod built up when it's all finished and cured and everything like that, and put it through its paces, and then see what works, see what doesn't work, see what's yeah. That's the whole point of like R&D though. Like
Yeah.
you'll just never get anywhere. And I would hate to make something and just rush it out the door because it's shiny and new, and then 2 weeks later the person's like, well, this broke or this happened, and it's like, well, I could have avoided that had I just taken the time to test it first. So yeah.
So if you're playing with resin, I mean, not that I haven't thought about this, but you 3D print a mod, and it's got an embossed area, and then you've
Yes.
got the color. Why not fill that with resin?
I'll tell you why. Hang on.
Does it not bond with the 3D printing material, the PLA? I suppose hang on means I shouldn't talk.
It looks like he's looking for the bin.
Through the cast-offs.
I think he's done it. I think he's done it.
Okay. So somewhere I do have a chassis that is hot pink that I filled in with black resin.
Yeah.
And
it came out
just to see what would happen. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I've lost your audio.
Yes.
I'll let it reconnect. And basically what happened is the resin filled the embossed section, but because of the surface tension up the edges, it basically concaved.
Yeah, it does. It's called shrink.
Yeah. So it did that in some places, and in other places it bulged out, which was fine. And I sanded it back and polished it up and realized that the resin had actually crept into the layer lines. So it looked like it was bleeding into the rest of the mod, and it wasn't particularly pretty. So I haven't done it since.
I think you should try that again.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe putting something like a plastic inside it just as a protection layer or something.
My thought was to coat it in clear resin.
Mm.
Then put the resin in and then sand it back to prevent it
bleeding.
from settling inside of the tiny lines and stuff like that.
What are you printing in PLA?
Yeah.
And it handles the temperature of the resin curing. Your resin cures about like close on like 90 degrees.
Well, the resin that I was using, it's a very slow cure. So its temperature never really affected anything.
Found that the slow cure resins, they deform a lot more.
Mm.
So, and a faster curing resin is generally a harder resin, so you can actually sand and polish it better.
All right, okay.
And maybe
See, I didn't know that before.
Maybe print a an extra mil on your embossing, so that for the purpose of sanding that off, so that your resin's level.
Yeah, it's a good plan. It's a good idea.
Michael's asking, does it get hot and melt?
The resin that I've experimented with doesn't. No.
Crazy things on Thingiverse. What does Michael say?
Does it get hot and melt?
Resin doesn't. Next tips uses. What? Okay, I'm just there. I suppose I'm working with chemical anchoring or mechanical. Yeah, labeling some processes. Okay. Doesn't what? I don't know. Doesn't it get hot enough? Okay, it says crystal clear resin doesn't Nick's tips uses. Enamel paint. What?
I think he's quite a bit behind us.
Michael, say no to drugs, bro.
Do you know what? On that note, I think we've got to end the live because I think we're about to run out of time, and I don't just want us to cut out.
Okie dokie.
I don't just want us to cut out because that would be terrible.
Are we doing an after show? I know we've got a big show tomorrow, but
Anyone can hang around for an after show. I'm personally probably going to go to bed because it's been a bit weird night. So,
yeah, I'm going to get jumping myself as soon as the show's ended.
If someone wants to drop the link in the chat, you guys are more than welcome to stay and chat all you want. All you want. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an amazing first day. We've had some amazing
I think
guests.
I'm going to be. I think I need to bounce.
no worries, mate.
It's been an amazing first day, and like I said, what a way to end it with
Yeah.
Brent, Mr. Bearded Viking Customs, and Johnny just bouncing back off each other.
Yeah, this has been so interesting tonight.
We've been getting some insider information, or probably not, but and yeah, just what a great first day, and we're back again tomorrow from about
Kicking off with Limelight tomorrow.
Yeah, we got Limelight on tomorrow.
First show is Limelight.
I've got a limelight.
I've got a few Limelights.
I've got a white light.
Close enough.
Do you know where the saying Limelight comes from, though, Chris? Google it and you can tell me tomorrow.
You just asked Chris that question. You know he's not going to know.
No, but it's like when you're in the limelight.
Yeah, and where it comes from is that in the old theatres they used to use lime in the lights to make them burn brighter, so you were in the limelight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's not to be like an opera or theatre person, because you'd actually get Lyme disease.
Yeah. I'm glad we're past that now.
And bricklayers. But anyway, okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been fantastic.
Thank you
Brent,
for coming on.
Thank you for coming on, and
Cool.
you know you're always welcome on the show because it's always great to have you on. You're always a lot of fun to have on. So second time we've had you on, and it's always fantastic.
I know you said you were going to be doing a media push, so if you want to use our platform, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, when you do your media push, hit us up. We'll get you on again.
There is
100%,
also,
yeah.
There is also a Discord server set up just for vapors.
No.
Nope. Well, we'll plug you when it comes out.
I just deleted Twitter off my phone as well. Fuck Discord and Twitter. I don't know how to use them.
Well, when your new product comes out, we'll push it on.
When you do your media push, just drop us a message. We'll get you back on the Friday night show for a couple of hours, and we'll just chat about that, and it'll be awesome.
Yeah.
And it'll be a pleasure to have you on as always.
Shop. Thank you very much.
And if we don't see you before that, good luck with the move, and good luck with all the companies.
Oh, I'm sure we'll see you before that again.
You'll see me before that. You'll see us before that.
Yeah,
but,
it's like 8-9 months away, man.
Yeah, you'll definitely see us before that. We'll see you then. So, everybody say good night. Good night, everybody.
There are a bit
Good
going
night.
on.
And we'll
Cheers,
I'll
all.
let remember the actual ending, didn't I? So we'll
Remember to press leave this time.
Oh, I remember, Chris. I didn't it's not like I didn't press leave. I didn't press start last time.
Yeah. You sat through everything and you pressed start.
We'll see you all later. Have a good evening.
There are a bit, guys.
Bye.